morning, everyone. Welcome to day 3 of the Rag Company Media Access Show. Joey, we are over the hump.
We are. I cannot believe we're on day 3 already, and boy, did we have some absolute amazing guests yesterday. We started the show off with who else but IK, and they showed off probably one of the biggest stars of the show because it made its way through many segments, and that's the eFoam Pro 2 sprayer.
Definitely. It was in the treasure chest.
It was. It was charging itself up.
That's right. Went from prototype to real life, and real life, we finally got to meet Brad and DJ.
Yes,
well, I got to meet in real life. You've already been roommates with them. So.
I have, but they also gave an amazing presentation of the entire Armor Detail Supply line.
Yes.
They showed some new stuff off and gave a very educational presentation to the entire audience and answered as many questions as they could. We even had DJ during our halftime show.
That's right. Man, that guy had more airtime than
the Foam Pro 2.
That's right. That's right. And then the fellow Jersey man, your Jersey brethren, Justin Lobato and Sydney were little. And we had Tony too. Tony took our car. Tony took our Mini Cooper this morning. We don't know where he went, but we'll see if he returns with it. That's the perfect Tony car, honestly.
It is. It's a perfect us car. If you've seen us driving around Boise this week, 2 of the biggest dudes in the Treasure Valley in a little Mini Cooper.
That's right.
Having a great time.
And you know what the best part about is that we made Brad and DJ get in the back of it too, and that is a very uncomfortable situation for everyone.
Sydney, the suspension might need a little tune-up.
A little tweaking.
Just gonna say that.
But, yeah, that's right.
Who else did we have?
So in the afternoon, we had one heck of a mid-show.
We did have a good mid-show.
I mean, my favorite part was the giveaway. That it was a local person, again, not rigged, nothing like that. But they were able to show up, and they had the gift basket. That is something that's better than most Christmas parties at workplaces.
Yep.
And you can use that catch basin. It was a very agricultural-related basin to, you could wash your pads, something like that. And it was just a fantastic time, amazing giveaways, and we have more giveaways coming up we'll get to in a minute. But that pad that they have, edge guards, I love them, you love them. And our friends over at
Detail Factory.
I've
been eyeing some of those colors real bad.
I was not expecting, not just the colors, but the freaking brush scrubber.
The brush cleaner, the brush dryer for your bucket. How cool is that? You don't have to throw them at the bottom anymore on the ground, but you do have Swiss tracks.
I do.
Dry them on your Swiss tracks.
I didn't sell any flannels like Anthony to get my Swiss tracks. I did other things for it, but we're not going to talk about that. So
we laid some nano diamonds down with Diamond Protect.
We did. We laid the nano diamonds. Tyler and Matt did a phenomenal presentation on a Corvette that they're cool cars. You can't deny that. But you know what's not cool? Unfortunately, we had a little pull-out situation with Viper Chair, and I mean, if I were you, I'd pull out your wallet and head over to the Rag Company because we have a sale.
There's a sale going on. There's 25% off all TRC microfiber and accessories, and 20% off nearly everything else. There's I hope there's some of the slim dryers still available. There were 80 left, or there were 80 to start with. I don't know how many are left, but it goes to a good cause, Gary Sneeze Foundation. So buy a few of those. You can also, if you don't want to use it as a towel, you can hang it in your garage as a banner. It's a nice decorative item.
We were chatting with the ever so busy Josh Brodel yesterday.
What a champion.
I don't know if they have any, magnet buddies, but I think they're working on a magnet solution package 1.0 to hang that towel.
That would be pretty cool.
But we need more metal walls, which this studio doesn't have many. But with the studio, we did watch Matt from OG. We watched his little vlog situation.
We did.
So be sure to head over there after all this is said and done.
We did. I don't think the stakes were as bad as he made them out to be because I opened my Facebook app to a friend request from Matt Mormon. So I think he likes me. Guess who didn't get a friend request? You got to unsubscribe first.
Okay, but you know what you should subscribe to is the Rag Company, especially Instagram and TikTok, because in there, that's how you get extra entries for the giveaways, which the link I think is in the description of this one.
Yes, and also pay attention to the Rag Company Instagram because the latest post might have a little tie-in to something tomorrow.
But speaking of tie-in, Joey, I just want to head over to this car in the wash bay because this has to be one of my favorite colors that FOMOCO/Mazda has created.
Little soul red.
I mean, look how, this vehicle when it's clean. I mean, look how.
What is going on over here?
Sorry, we're so excited.
What the heck is going on? Is this Rod and Jody?
It's day 3. Do you not know that day 3 is the most important day?
Can you tell me why?
Just think about all the threes.
All
right?
threes.
First off, Sydney Bray Gwynn.
That's
The
3.
rag company,
Yeah.
P&S,
Yes.
Buff and Shine.
Yes.
She's
Buff,
everywhere.
you think that's a mistake?
No, I think
Stability.
you're onto something.
The most stable stool, 3-legged.
Viper.
I'll drink to that.
There you
Three-legged
go.
race.
Three-legged
If I
race.
rub the lamp, how many wishes do you
3
get?
wishes,
3.
baby.
And the
geez.
rag company at TRCMA, the 3rd day is fabulous. We got P&S kicking it off.
we do.
We got Rupes. We got Avery Dennison. We got
Road FS.
Detail
FS is
Bookie.
here.
We got everybody.
And
It's gonna
the
be
rag
amazing.
company,
The rag
of course.
company. Everybody.
Dude,
so,
you know
hey
what?
man, we're just so excited to get in here. We couldn't wait to get in the studio.
I think you guys are so excited. You're actually the 3rd on my list for the giveaway.
third on the
Three.
list. See?
It's all
Magic
about
number
the
three,
threes,
baby.
baby.
This seems a little
It's
suspect to
lucky
me.
number 3.
But Joey, what do you say we mention what giveaway options are available?
We got some
Giveaways.
big ones.
Yeah.
Big
Big
ones.
ones for this afternoon.
Enormous.
What's in
And this
store?
morning.
First one's a Viper chair up to $500 American dollars. And
The details are being worked out, but you get to pick
Yes.
out the chair that you want.
I want to win that.
and then
that.
Well,
Yes.
you
You
better
know-
click the link.
you know, Joey, I don't think we can read this whole line because like you got to wait a little bit. But friends over at P&S may have.
You're getting quite the package from P&S,
You-
but we don't want to tease too much. We want to leave a little bit for their segment.
I heard a rumor yesterday that Anthony's giving away his new truck.
Really?
But it might be because it was April Fool's. But
He's letting us wash it first.
Yeah,
too.
he's letting us watch
I'd probably
it.
give away the tailgate because it has to be replaced
Yes.
anyway.
Yeah,
well, let's
no
do
one
that.
does that.
Anthony's
that.
tailgate
He could
is going
sign it.
today.
What
And,
else- what
Joey,
else is
what's
going on?
we alluded to the 3rd on the list. What's 3rd on there?
We have got, was it 3 months free?
Three
again?
months free.
3 months free to
3
Road
months.
FS.
Or
Everything's
Detail
about
Bookie,
the-
your
or
choice.
Detail Bookie.
Oh, geez.
Whatever you
So,
guys want.
so they get full access to you guys
Absolutely.
at any time.
Anytime.
3 in the morning?
3 in the
For
morning,
3
3
months.
in the afternoon.
Three in the
For
afternoon.
3 minutes.
I will pick it up.
That's it. That's all you
The
get.
magic is 3.
That's right.
Man,
What an incredible just interruption. It's
Dude,
not
that's
even
right.
an
Well,
interruption.
we probably should go get ready.
We
So
should do
probably
that.
That's
should.
probably
We
gonna
gotta
do.
plus make room for P&S.
Okay, well,
Thank
we'll
you,
get out
guys.
of
So
the way.
thank you,
Thanks,
guys.
See you guys
Take
later,
care.
man.
Day 3.
See ya.
man,
You never know who's going to stop by
you
here.
usually got to pay extra for that.
Yeah, yeah, I know.
And
What an entertaining group of people.
We did not pay them to do that. And you know what? You know what TRC is going to pay? They're going to pay the winner
$250.
$250 schmackaroos.
You can use that on the sale. Oh, I mean, why wouldn't you use it on the sale? 25% off all TRC microfiber and accessories, and 20% off nearly everything else.
Joey, if you have $250, what's your first go-to?
Maybe you need a new pad washer. Maybe you need pads. Maybe you need some of these new P&S products.
I
Should
think
we should we maybe like walk past
We
our friends over
can.
here?
I mean, we're not going to show everything, but
we'll do a quick what do we say? Drive by, walk by.
drive by.
Let's
I may need to like block the situation.
Yeah, let's not let them see. Let's not let them see too much. But
quickly. You know what you should do? I think you should maybe pick up an Eagle blanket because you're going to be calling in sick this week to watch TRCMA.
yeah,
I mean, I'd call in sick.
I don't know if the Eagle blankets are still in stock, but that you know.
I mean, you can sign up to be notified. Look at this beautiful. Look at this truck.
It's pretty dirty.
I think he missed a spot.
He
a couple
did,
places.
yeah.
Would you wipe this whole truck down with express wipes yourself or no?
If he wasn't looking, absolutely,
okay.
absolutely, I would do that.
I think we've been here for 4 days.
5 days, maybe.
Have we
I don't
been
know.
offered a ride?
No, Anthony has not
No,
let us anywhere
no.
near his truck. So
Florida man shows up and he gets a ride in 5 seconds.
maybe if we get
Your newest
400
Facebook
likes,
friend.
Anthony will allow us to ride in his truck. Please click that like
Yes.
button, click subscribe. Let's get us a ride in this Raptor.
I had to wash my hands just to open the door.
Yeah.
know,
He sprays you down with hand sanitizer before he lets
Yeah.
you anywhere near this thing.
It's like a vetting process.
Absolutely, absolutely.
And I think you can vet your email address to the rag company for their newsletter because if for whatever reason you're watching this in the past and don't know about this now,
Yep.
you can sign up for the newsletter and get notifications of sales in the future.
They don't
but
spam you. But
No, absolutely not.
You'll be notified about wonderful events like this.
I think this is a really bad week to miss though.
yeah,
You know?
yeah. If you're not on the newsletter right now, you're missing out on some good stuff.
Yeah, most definitely.
You're missing out on some good
But,
stuff. We'll walk back over here.
Yeah, this afternoon, Joey,
Let's talk about it.
is another giveaway. I don't know if we want to tell it now.
We want people to stick around, but maybe we can give a little bit of a hint.
Okay, so if your paint looks pretty rough,
Yeah.
this giveaway might be able to help that.
Yep.
If you like to cover your tracks a little bit, maybe wrap some things up, it's a possibility as well.
These are good hints that he's dropping. You read between the lines.
If you have a sweet tooth, you can get that whole line of sweets.
Yeah, there's something sweet coming towards the end of the day that you're going to want to stick around for.
I think Lobato is going to be in a bubblegum shirt.
We skipped a pretty big part though.
It's
the halftime show.
what
do we got going on with the halftime show? It's everyone's favorite part of TRCMA.
I thought that was just obvious at this point, Joey.
Yeah,
well, we don't have to remind you, but I think this is the most anticipated. I mean, I thought the steaks were good.
This is what I was personally looking forward to.
I don't know if Ruth, Two First Name Steakhouse, whatever that place is called.
Shout out to Ruth Chris.
I don't know if that is like a viable option. I know like Ambassador of the Year 2024, Brandon Purdy.
Yes, he's lurking around here somewhere.
Bailed on us.
Anthony Fisher bailed on us.
Yeah. Like
who else?
Bradley from
ADS bailed on us.
We took DJ. DJ's like, where's my
Cheers
business
to DJ.
partner?
DJ's the real one.
Man, chip cookie is what he had.
I did have my first chip cookie last night, and after many years of hearing about it, it lives up to the hype.
So what did the warm cookie sensation feel like?
I got a Biscoff cookie.
Okay.
And I don't know, after 2 bites, I immediately felt like I had a cavity, but I kept going. It was delicious. It was warm, it was gooey, it was everything I hoped it would be.
When in Rome, baby.
That's right.
Rome. But what are we going to be doing on the halftime to, I think probably one of our favorite people in the industry.
Miss Sydney Brigg-Wynn.
At least top 3.
Miss Sydney Brigg-Wynn.
Man.
She is here. She's going to be doing some arts and crafts. We know the arts and crafts program is a very popular segment.
Yes. You were at SEMA, and you go to the high quality cologne stores.
Yep.
I know.
What do they have? They've got tester strips.
Tester strips.
I
like the coffee beans to cleanse the palate. Once you smell a little bit too much.
Yep.
But you were at SEMA. You dealt with the whole bar, the strips.
Yep.
And you had the some little express wipe situations going on.
I did. Do you have a favorite scent of the P&S Essence line?
I love the coconut lime.
Coconut lime's probably my favorite. I spray that in the house all the time.
It's good. My theory is that it's probably going to change in about an hour or so.
Stay tuned.
Just saying.
Stay tuned for that.
But the I know they couldn't name it the Essence of Cockpit, but that's the next best thing.
Eucalyptus mint tea.
Eucalyptus mint tea.
It's also a great one. But we have, you mentioned the express wipes, and maybe a nice little way to leave a few for your customer.
Yeah, the internet needs to calm down. Okay?
Yeah, they want all different size packages of all different size products.
If you have a container available, you might as well fill it. You may as well sell it. But there's baggy solution options, and we may or may not be showing you baggy solution package 1.0. I think it's going to break the internet, Joey.
Do you think it's 1.0 at this point? I think it might have evolved a little bit.
1.25, which I think is the percentage of Rag Company discounts, or is it 1.2, which is everything else?
It's 25% off the Rag Company and accessories, and 20% off nearly everything else over at theragcompany.com. So stop what you're doing, open a new tab, and get your shopping done.
Joey, I forgot to mention something that is probably the most important.
What's that?
Yesterday, the presentation from Ego absolutely blew me away.
Oh my gosh.
With their 880 blower. But what really, I don't know, but I was like watching the local Boise news, and I'm pretty sure they had a chopper on like the little Ego mini bike that I think Matt and Anthony were both riding into the Meridian Sunset.
Who was on the back?
I can't confirm.
Okay.
I can't confirm.
Okay.
Just the people that bailed on us, but anywho, we have one heck of a morning prepared for everybody. And
if you missed it, we are kicking it off with the team at P&S, and they have got some. I'm looking at their table right now. They've got an amazing setup. You're not going to want to miss that. And we're going to head on over to the Rag Company. We're going to head over to the Rag Company with an Ultra presentation, and then we've got Road FS. You saw Rod and Jody, and
the
I cannot
TRC,
wait.
The Ultra Airline, man, that stuff does not blow. I mean, it blows, but it doesn't blow.
I'm looking at them now, and what an exciting line of products here at the Rag Company.
Let's be real, it blows hard, just like
it does blow hard.
Bunch of blowhards. Bunch of blowhards, but who's not a blowhard is that the amazing people that have been treating us all well this whole week, Jeff and Carolyn. And
we cannot thank them enough.
No, they have a little bit of information to share with us. So what do you say we go ahead and pass it on to them?
I would love to hear from them.
Welcome to TRCMA Day 3. We've had a fantastic week. I'm Carolyn. This is my husband, Jeff, and we're the owners of the Rag Company.
We've had a great time with the show so far. I had no idea Anthony had moves like that. Go back and check it out. Any rate, thank you so much for joining us. Now sit back and enjoy the show.
All right, so welcome to Day 3 of TRCMA 2025. This is going to be, it's just going to get better and better. This week has been absolutely fantastic with some of the biggest brands in the industry under one roof, laying down some awesome detailing knowledge as well as dropping new products and a little bit of everything in between. And so we're extremely excited for what's to come. And so just to remind you all that right now at theragcompany.com, we have up to 25% off almost everything. So basically 20% off almost everything with 25% off TRC microfiber. It's just an absolute killer deal. Now is the time to pick some stuff up, especially with all the new product releases. And so if you're curious to see what's been dropped this week, there's actually going to be a TRCMA kind of new product list right there on the website. So you can click on that, go through and see everything that's coming down the line for this week, and you can pick that up for yourself. And so super, super exciting. Now the other big thing about this week is that this is one of the first TRCMAs that we're going big with all of our giveaways. So we're doing over $8,000 in giveaways this week, which is also pretty incredible. So you can actually go to trcma.com and you can enter a giveaway. No charge, no cost to you. All we really require is just you checking us out and you watching the stream. And so you can go ahead and enter your name, email, and then if you follow us on social media, then you're gonna get some extra points that are gonna enter you into the giveaway. So it'll increase your chances of hopefully winning something. We've actually had a couple winners so far, one of them being local, which is super cool. So he was able to come down here and pick stuff up in person and see the whole production. So it's just been an amazing time. And so there's lots to come. I'm not talking properly because I'm so excited about what's to come today. And so with that said, we're starting off the morning with P&S. And so without further ado, let's kick it over to them.
Hey guys, Josh with the Rag
Company.
I thought I was going first.
I thought I was going first.
We'll take it.
All right, Josh is from the Rag Company here to tell you about the business program.
You can save up to 25% off different products that we have here at the Rag Company, including savings like Detail Factory, IK sprayers, and many others.
Whether it's pads, polishes, compounds, polishers, we got it all. Chemicals.
We have everything you would need to save you some money so you can start putting more money in your pocket by buying products through our business program.
So whether you're a shop-based business, a mobile detailer, or just running a side hustle out of your garage, please check out the business program.
And you get free shipping on orders over $150.
It's a pretty great deal.
That is a great deal.
The Rag Company business program is for bulk purchase end users only. No tax exemptions unless previously grandfathered in. Discounts apply to eligible products only. Exclusions may apply. Check product listings for details. Minimum order of $150 required to qualify for these discounts. Some brands, tools, or specialty items may not be included. Pricing is subject to change without notice. Visit theragcompany.com/biz to start your application. Act now, stock up, and save big while it lasts.
So the answer is why. What makes P&S different? It's about a lifestyle. And one of the things we've created during my tenure in the business is a lifestyle of quality products and brands that cater to both the professional and the enthusiast. So P&S has passion built into the brand through the Phillips brothers, and it's going forward.
P&S means to me family, honestly, camaraderie.
It's for me, it's meant for like a family oriented.
The entire brand P&S has impacted me just from use of the products, as well as the relationships and connections I've made throughout the company.
P&S Detailing Products, a lot of their products that I use work really, really well, and they give great results, and they also give me really good compliments after I'm done with the vehicle.
The moment I started using their products, I could feel a sense of community right off the get. And that was what I've been looking for the last 4 years I've been detailing.
Yeah, so, a lot, to say the least. P&S has been part of my life for since I was born, technically. Now, it's like, it's an I guess, an adventure.
Collaboration, family, innovation, and really pioneers of the professional detail line and the camaraderie that we now see within the industry that wasn't here, 20 years ago when I got into it.
Hit it. You want me to go? Okay, I'll go. P&S Detailing Products it's a family. You're with a group of people. They're awesome individuals, lifting the entire industry as a whole, not just the one brand, but lifting everybody.
I agree. P&S is my family.
You're a man of many words.
I love everybody here.
Personally, it provides a lot of opportunities for me and my family. We've gone on some pretty cool trips because of it. And it also just has a very deep family meaning to us. I think it's really cool to see how my dad and my uncle have kind of changed the industry independently, and just the community that they've brought together.
It's the people. It's the people we attract to our brand. It's the people we support. We are not what's in the bottle. We are the people that bring you the bottle and make you more successful using it.
Probably a little different than everybody else, I would think. I'm a more personable person than I'm just strictly business. And I can truly say that they care about you. They really care about the industry. Then they care about the products they put out. So they do it in the right order.
Personally, P&S means family. I'm big on family, so it means family.
Oh my goodness. P&S Detailing Products means a lot to me. I started my journey with them because I truly loved the products. I really, really love the product. It means everything to me. It means everything. And that comes from a place in the heart that is family, team. It's all so important to me, and I've got to have a lot of really great adventures. I want the world for P&S. I've loved watching all the growth, and I've been here for every minute of it. And I mean, really, just to sum it up, it means everything to me.
For me, it's like a dream come true.
What it means to me is like I get to use professional quality products that I know aren't gonna damage what I'm using, and they're also not so bad for us as detailers.
P&S for me is my favorite brand of products.
And what does P&S Detailing Products mean to you personally?
So P&S for me is my life, right? I grew up doing it. I grew up working for my dad. And then to carry on that tradition and now see where P&S is going is an absolutely amazing experience and very, very rewarding to work with the people we get to work with.
Hey guys.
Good morning. I hope we can live up to that video, right?
I know.
Yeah, I'm watching that. I'm like,
kind of a tearjerker.
Yeah.
Goodness.
Good job on that video, Sid, right? That was last August, and I saw it then, but I haven't seen it since then. And I actually, truth be told, I didn't know it was going to be on there. Yeah. So watching that, I was kind of like, oh my God, we got some work to do.
Yeah, it gets us all in our feels. Well, welcome back, you guys. I'm so excited. So we're here for year number 5 of TRCMA. We've been here since the beginning, and we have been able to use this as a platform to release new products and connect with our fans and detailers, and it's been a wild ride, but we are so excited about today. We've got some awesome new stuff, but first, let's recap the last year.
It's been quite a year.
Yeah.
There's been a lot of stuff.
It has been, yeah. Lots of new products. A little bit going on, but somehow we've managed to have a lot of fun in the meantime, right?
Absolutely.
So let's start. 1 year ago, we were here with a product that we weren't really sure how would go. So let's see, last year we released 2 new products. So we released Frostbite. So let's talk about that, how that's gone. Kind of a snow foam. Everyone wanted a snow foam. We, washed a car in the wash bay, and that was great. Frostbite's been great. It's had a great reaction. Everyone loves the smell. It's super fun. And then we released Rehab.
Right.
So let's talk about Rehab a little bit, and then we'll talk about it a little bit more later. But right now, let's cover Rehab.
So talk a little bit about Frostbite too, because we entered a category that I think at the time we thought was full.
right?
Yeah.
There wasn't
Right.
room for
Sure.
a product.
Yeah.
And, once again, Dave kind of took a unique spin on a product, gave it that P&S characteristic, and launched the snow foam that, quite frankly, has exceeded all our expectations in terms of performance and sales.
Totally.
And it's interesting because we come from a background of, hand washing cars.
Right.
And so not snow foam. And Sid, you joke about snow foam. So, so the fact that, Frostbite has done so well is kind of ironic to us, but it's been really well received by the industry.
Yeah, totally. It's been great. It's great to use. I mean, it's just a solid snow foam.
Yeah.
So rehab.
Yes. Rehab. Well, it's been our best success yet in a polished product, and it was many years before we were able to come up with something that we all really, really, really love. I mean, we keep picking it up and just using it for just about everything.
Yeah.
The reviews on it, I mean, you can look them up. They're amazing.
Yeah.
And we just love the product.
I think the interesting thing about when we introduced Rehab, it was kind of our style to launch the product. I think we knew the capabilities of Rehab.
Yeah.
I think we
knew we loved
its bandwidth, how it could operate. But you never know how a paint correction product is going to be received in the marketplace until you actually get it out there in detailers' hands.
Yeah.
And so now, looking back that year, how much fun we've had with Rehab.
Oh yeah.
Right, and how much fun the customers have had with Rehab. I mean, there's nothing more rewarding to be standing at an event and you got some detailer that comes up to you and he goes, "What's in that Rehab?"
Yeah.
Right? And you're like, and we're like, "I know," right? And so all those characteristics, the ease of wipe off, the lack of dusting, its ability to correct and finish, and it's just grown.
Yeah.
And even to a lot of the influencers that are here today that I've never met before, we had a chance to meet them yesterday. The number one thing they came up and talked to me about was Rehab.
Yeah.
So
yeah, it's been fun. I mean, I knew that I loved it. I knew that we had, something gold in a bottle, but it's been so fun over the year to read other people's stories, read how it's impacted their business and their efficiency, and how it's made them feel differently about paint correction and about coatings, and it's amazing the stress level that it reduces. So there's been some byproducts of it that we weren't really expecting. And so, I mean, it's just story after story after story every week. And it's been so fun to see everybody love it so much. So
I think also describe how Rehab has impacted our training center.
Oh gosh, yeah.
Right? How it's impacted that.
Yeah.
How it's impacted our ceramic training events.
Yes.
How we educate detailers. How paint correction used to be this I don't want to say challenging process, but just more complex, right?
Yeah.
And so now we go out and do the coding training classes, and basically we go, just use Rehab, and here's the couple of pads, and we'll see you guys in about an hour. And then we'll have 12 detailers working on a car with 8 polishers going, and we'll come back and we're like, it doesn't look like a quilt. It actually is ready to go.
It's been really, really cool to see the evolution of it and see how much people love it, and it's been so much fun. So we'll come back to that. So then let's fast forward about 6 months to SEMA. So we had a couple other new things come out at SEMA. Obviously right here we have our fragrance bar. We're going to talk more about that on the halftime show, so you're going to want to come back for that. But we released a new fragrance, which is why we did the fragrance bar. So at SEMA we released our Glacier Ebony Ice. So it's kind of a musky scent. This happens to be one of my favorite. I've loved this one for a long time. So this has been a big hit. Great, love it. So we released that at SEMA, and then a couple of, I don't even know where to start because there's literally 3 of my favorite products. So let's start with the Express Wipes.
Express Wipes, which seems obvious after you've done it, right? I mean, you're just like, well, why didn't we come up with that right away? But it's so convenient to use.
Convenient.
Yeah, I mean, just pull it out, wipe just about anything with it. Even down to shoes. Right?
Oh yeah, I use them to clean my shoes every day, and they're super strong. They don't
rip. Every surface.
Yeah, they're so great.
It doesn't leave a residue. It doesn't leave any streaks. It does nice cleaning.
They're so great.
Well, it has all the characteristics of
Express, right? It's literally
in a white
Express.
form. And one of the things too that we think, as a detailer, more is better.
Yeah.
So I always laugh when a customer does exactly what you did, Sid. They pull one towel out, right? And they fold it up into this little thing. It's like, no. Pull 3 or 4 towels out, make it into a towel and clean something, right? It's like, but yeah, Express wipes have been kind of that, they've been very successful in a kind of a unique way. It's kind of like completed the Express family.
Yeah.
It's like allows it to have it in your shop, in your home, wiping down your tools. I mean, everything, right?
Yeah, so I use them, oh my gosh, so many areas. So I use it to clean up my shop. I use it inside the cars to like grab all the gunk out of the, you know, the cup holder before I do it, that I just want to throw it away. I use it to clean up my tools after every single time I polish. You know, it's so nice to be able to wipe them down, get all the compound and polish off. So I use them for that. I use them to clean up my cords, my extension cords, my polisher cords, and then shoes. I use them for so many things.
I mean, you know, tables, you know, just wiping off tables.
My leather couch, I have them inside. I wipe down my leather.
Even like stainless steel.
Yeah.
It works great on stainless steel as well, which is pretty surprising because it's not easy.
So Sid being a detailer, they always do something unique with a product, right? So you never know. So the fact that Sid has little Ziploc bags that you put like 4 or 6 towels in, you leave it for the customer as a giveaway.
Yes.
So now every detailer's like, when are you guys going to come out with these little packs? I go, well, we got to sell a few more of these first before we come out with the little packs, right? So let's get that done.
We have to sell a couple of these. So stay tuned. We know that's everybody's first question is when are you going to make us smaller packages? So again, tune in for the halftime show and I'm going to show you how to do that. So so these have been a great hit. I was so excited about them to come out and I use the heck out of them and I just think they're so great. It's been fun to watch the reaction to that too.
Yeah.
So then let's move to this. So Glass Finisher Reflect. This was one that it had a little bit of a slower release after SEMA it came out. And it was one that, again, I knew I loved it, but right from day one, everyone said, when is it going to be in a gallon? That's when you know you have something, right? Because they're like, I need all of it.
Yes.
Right, I need all of it. So Dave, what is Reflect?
Well, so it's a glass finisher, right? Right. So it's not a huge, not a big glass cleaner. You don't take it and get, really dirty window, that sort of stuff. But it's great when you're done, where you're pretty close to being done. You just finish off the window with it, streak free, really slick finish when you're done. Kind of repels water. It's got a little bit of a repellent property to it. Very easy to use.
Yeah, super easy. So Jim, if you want to follow me, I'm actually going to spray some on Anthony's truck here. He told me not to touch it, but it's okay. We got this.
Do you need the polisher?
Not for this part. We'll hold that. So even though this truck has not been washed, I think Anthony did that on purpose. I think he left it dirty so that we couldn't touch it. But yes, this one.
So talk a little bit before you clean, because the performance is cool. So what's the point of?
So the point of it being on the outside would be after you've washed the vehicle, you would put glass finisher on. So it truly is like you're finishing the glass. So you're leaving behind a little bit of slickness, a little water repellency, UV protection. It adds optical clarity. But what's nice about this is even though it's not really a glass cleaner, it is actually this is dirty, but it will do some light cleaning. So it's not necessarily going to seal in this dirt. So I kind of put it on just like I do, everything with my box method. You can see it does pull the dirt out and then you just go right back over and all of that just instantly disappears and leaves the windshield super slick, or the window super slick, nice and protected.
Yeah, the other thing that's really nice about it is in a lot of cases, when you're finishing a glass cleaner, the towel starts to roll under your hand, right?
Yeah.
And then you're kind of like
super slick.
It gets
super
sticky.
slick.
Right.
Yes.
So this is great for that.
So that's great on the outside, but talk about the features and benefits on the inside, right?
Because really good on the inside.
Yeah.
So on the inside, you can use it to obviously finish after you've cleaned. So if you have a lot of dog nose prints and things like that, you're going to want to pre-clean with TrueView, but then you can go back over with finisher. And what I love about it is it keeps it super slick. It adds some repellency against fogging up and stuff like that. So if you have any off-gassing or if you just have that problem, it definitely helps a lot with that. But the other thing that I like it for
is, since I'm the detailer and my customers are going to come back, is it makes the glass easier for me to clean next time.
Yeah.
Which is super awesome. So if you do have a customer with like the dog and they put their nose on it, what's nice about it is then it's just easier to clean next time. So it adds just a layer of protection, a barrier, and everyone's loved finisher.
I mean, it's kind of a new category.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
And right now it's still just available in pints.
Yes, it is just available in pints, but if we keep asking for gallons, maybe we'll get it right.
Yeah, but it's been a really successful product.
Yes.
Create a lot of interest. You know, one of the things I think is kind of what I enjoy about Dave's style and your style and our style is we're always looking to make the process of detailing easier or adding another feature and benefit.
Yeah.
And this is where Reflect comes in and actually adds another easy benefit to add to the customer, to the detail job, to add value, right?
Yeah. More efficiency, make it, it's great.
Yeah.
Love this. So then the last thing we released at SEMA was a new coating. So again, something that we always try to be up and ahead and all of that. So last year we realized that Legend, I believe at TRCMA 4 years ago, we released Legend.
Yep.
And so in the coating space, you know, materials and installs and all of that, it just evolved. And so we needed to kind of step up to the table and come out with something that was, you know, at that top level and or above. So we came out with Stout, and it was something a long time in the making to, you know, find exactly what we wanted a coating to do. And I mean, Stout has far exceeded everything that I wanted. Absolutely love it. So again, you know, we get to read the reviews and see, you know, people post about it and their experiences, and it's just been absolutely amazing. So crazy, crazy slick. So we're not going to put it on Anthony's truck today, but if you guys saw the video, we did put it on his wife's 4Runner. Was our first. It is amazing. It was the first
Thank
test
you, Anthony.
subject.
Yeah, we appreciate the heckling from the background.
So great. Yeah, so great. So Stout has, when we've paired, and there's been a couple times that honestly we as a team. This year during our trainings that we take on the road and stuff, there has been a couple times where we stand back, right? We look at each other and go, oh, that's crazy.
Well,
like it's a little bit crazy.
The rehab Stout combination is like, it totally made like the whole correction coating process, like classes take half the time.
Yeah.
We finish up and we're like, okay, now what are we going to do, right?
Yeah.
And we got people here all day.
Yeah.
So,
it's
but
been
some of the features that benefit the Stout, right?
Yeah.
Extremely easy install.
Yes.
But what's the unique characteristic
Joey?
about the install?
Absolutely.
Yeah, thank you, Joey. Yeah, exactly. Simplest install. But what's the unique characteristic? And I think it's important to talk about this because we have run into some issues where people use Stout like they would use, say, a coating from like 4 or 5 years ago. I'm looking to the back of the room at somebody that potentially may have done that.
Didn't read the instructions.
Didn't read the instructions. But, you know, it's a unique wipe off, right?
Yeah, which it's essentially, that's what is so great is it's literally you put it on and you take it right back off. Like there's really, there's no variable there, which is actually is what makes it easy. So it doesn't matter if you're in cold, it doesn't matter if you're in heat, humidity, you know, you're just literally going to apply it and remove it. And so we have found that it has been very, you know, easy for everybody everywhere to install, which is great. So the install is very easy. I do recommend watching the install video just so that you know it's not like every coating. You're not waiting for a rainbow, you're not waiting for sweat, just you on, off. So easy. And then you just have to wipe it like you mean it, right?
Right. And
wipe like you mean it.
When you think about when we were here doing Anthony's car, I remember when we were done, we brought Connor over from the store.
Right.
I was, it was kind of like my first like full,
yes.
We did the correction, we did the
Full
whole
car.
thing.
Yep.
I couldn't keep my hands off the car because it optically it looked so great, the way it felt.
Yeah.
So I went over and got Connor, you got to check this out. And then he's like, holy cow, you got to check this out. So
and
it's an amazing experience.
Yeah, and it's like 1 hour later. And that was the other thing is we really wanted, you know, because we are really about the experience, right? We kind of talk about that with a lot of our products. And so we wanted that experience where, you know, the customer had that 1 hour later crazy, you know, experience of how it looked, how it felt. We wanted the experience for the installer to be really smooth and have that feedback for them to feel like they just, you know, put on this amazing coating. And, you know, we just wanted it a whole package, and it's, exceeded that.
I think the other thing you need to point out is the finish. I mean, it's a step up in the actual finish.
Oh,
you get, you know, you get you know, sharper contact angles. You get, you know, less rolling angle.
Yeah.
You get, you know, beading, and you get surfaces that just don't want water to stick to it at all.
Yeah.
It's really
you
very,
get
very
extreme beads, but they almost can't stay attached.
Yeah.
Yeah, so they almost sheet themselves, but it's pretty
and
wild.
then your spray videos where you're watching like, oh.
It looks like fireworks.
It looks like
it's pretty crazy.
Yeah.
It's
And
pretty crazy.
one layer.
One layer.
Yes, one layer.
One layer.
And that's the thing, you can release the car within like 1 hour after you can release the car, which we all know if you can get 5 hours back of your life, that's so important. And then the other cool thing is the customer can wash it after 48 hours. Now, we always said before, you know, wait till you see the pop in 5 days and then you can wash it after 7 days was kind of most coatings is what you say. And even though we know no customers are going to wash their car within 7 days, they would always look at you like you were crazy. Like, what? I can't wash it for 7 days? So the beauty of this is we can tell them they can wash it after 48 hours.
Right.
Which is awesome.
Right.
So yeah, Stout has been great.
So the SEMA launch was Express,
the Glacier,
and Stout,
Yep.
and Reflect.
Yes.
Right?
Yep.
I think the interesting thing about SEMA is we, at Team P&S, we like to kind of poke fun at each other because we spend a lot of time together. But the whole fragrance bar idea was Sydney's idea, right?
Yeah.
And she goes, I'm going to do the fragrance bar. I'm going to have test strips. I'm going to do this whole thing. And we're like, Sid, but it's really about the products. It really wasn't about the products at SEMA. It was about the fragrance bar. Because everybody wanted to come up to the fragrance bar, and now it's become a thing.
It brought people in.
So it brought people in, and it helps. And I do want to mention that.
Everybody had their favorites. Too.
Yeah, so this
they were always
is
different.
We're pretty much, this is now our fragrance lineup.
Yeah.
We have 7. We don't plan on adding any more right now.
Yeah.
And so then for our distribution partners, you should know that we have some old fragrances like bubblegum, cherry, those are gone. We're killing those. This is the modern fragrance era. These are the 7 product lineups. And actually what's interesting about these fragrances is they essentially mirror our fragrances, our successful fragrances in the products.
Yes.
So, so they're an extension of our brand, of our products, where we've received feedback from our customers on like, man, you guys got to come out with that bead maker fragrance. Okay. Yeah. And then the latest that we're going to launch here is also the extension. So it's really kind of cool that it complements our brand. It's the fragrances that basically our customers have loved and requested. And so then we've launched that.
Yeah. And I do think that's cool, is that we have done it backwards. Rather than making fragrances, we took the fragrances out of the products and made them a fragrance. So I know this question hasn't been asked yet, but let's just answer it. Are the little bottles going to be for sale? No. No, but I am trying to talk these two into releasing label kits so that you guys can make them yourself, which after halftime, you're going to want to.
But if they are the label kits, that you will have to do the arts and crafts.
Yes,
you will have to cut the labels out.
You will
they
have
will not be finished. And then you can buy the bottles where?
On Amazon.
On Amazon. So you can make your own fragrance bar.
Yeah.
And that's really cool for people that have P&S storefronts and stuff like that, because you put this fragrance bar out there, you will, you're going to sell 3 to 4 times the fragrances you normally sell. Because one of the challenges of the concentrated fragrances, they don't smell sometimes that great because they're too powerful. They're not at the dilution ratio they should be, which would be typically 8 to 1.
Yeah. So since we're on the fragrances, why don't we go ahead and just release our first new product for TRCMA, which is and I know everybody's just waiting for this, it is the creamsicle scent, which is the essence of Swift. So on the pre-show, when Alex said this could be his new favorite, this is definitely amazing. So it just smells like an orange creamsicle. It can't get better. So we're super excited to round it out the line with this one. You guys are going to love it. We'll make it live on the halftime show, but I know I've been waiting for a long time.
I would just like to say that I got teased a little bit for a few years about wanting to do the creamsicle fragrance.
Well, truth be told, it's been Dave's fragrance for like 30-something years.
Right, yeah.
He's like, when can we do that? So finally we put it in Swift.
Right, yeah.
And then he goes, finally I get to come out with a fragrance that I want, right?
I do remember that when we were talking about Swift and Dave said, can we make it creamsicle scent?
It's my favorite.
So that's our first new product. And then what do you think's next? So we love Rehab so much.
We did. Just got to smell it, right? I know. I got to smell it. I'm like, what's that stuff smell like? Creamsicle.
Creamsicle.
Actually,
it's
too strong.
Shocking how much it smells like.
So let's talk a little bit about rehab
let's
and
go back to
where
rehab. Yeah.
why these other two products are here,
yeah.
right? And so one of the things that we loved about rehab was all the characteristics that rehab had was ease of use, no dusting, easy wipe off. It was really the overall performance of rehab that really spawned what we now call the P&S Paint Recovery Series.
Yeah. Yep.
And so, and we also love the name rehab.
Yeah, we love it.
Right? And so the concept was, let's play off the unique name of rehab and bolt on 2 additional products, which we know, even though we love the performance range of rehab, which is massive, right?
Yeah.
Final finish to, man, you can almost cut anything with rehab.
Yep.
And actually rehab made it a challenge to launch the other 2 products because of the wide range. We'd be like, so why are we doing this? Rehab just works. But we know that we need what? We need something that has more correction, and then at times we need something that has less correction.
More refinement. Yep.
More refinement.
Yeah.
So the irony of the P&S Paint Recovery Series is the fact that we decided to come up with some really cool names.
Yeah.
Truth be told, the names were thought of on a flight from San Francisco to Boise going to your car show.
Yep.
And we were just poking fun and go, well, you know, if we got rehab, what do you need? What's
before rehab?
What's before rehab? Well, intervention, right?
Right.
So we have intervention, which is our more aggressive product.
This one, yep.
And then
so fun.
After rehab, if we needed something, well, after you go to rehab, you get a little therapy, right?
Yep.
So, which one do we want to talk about first?
So let's talk about intervention.
Okay.
So intervention is, like we said, a heavier cut compound. So this is going to be for heavy defect removal and you know, for those that, like, I had a car a couple months ago that had, you know, tree branch scratches down the side. So typically in my shop, I do 1-step corrections, but we needed to do more because there was very heavy defects. So this is where intervention comes in. And so we are going to demonstrate this on Anthony's truck. And I have, we'll just put a little bit on here. Now, the cool thing about this is that the truck is dirty. Anthony left it dirty, but what's cool is that Dave can make it where, you know how they used to make cleaner waxes? So this is like a cleaner compound.
Yeah.
And you can actually like take it to the truck and we're not really gonna do it. We wouldn't do that to him. I'm totally kidding, by the way. It's not a cleaner intervention, or not a cleaner compound. But anyway, so what's cool is if it does have heavy defect, which this truck does not, it takes out, you know, heavier defects, but then you may need to go back with a polish, right? So,
truth be told, that was an April Fool's joke.
That was totally an April Fool's
joke for Anthony, right? Because he's like, I don't want you guys to polish my car.
Yeah, we weren't supposed to touch it.
Here he comes. Here he comes.
Oh, he was watching from inside. So I lost the polisher rights.
Well, if you take the pad off, well, now we can really mar it.
Kidding. So his truck obviously doesn't need intervention, but so yeah, just for, you know, heavier correction for those that like to do the 2-step corrections, right? I mean, there's definitely a market for that. And so there's just going to be times when you have to go to that level. And so, you know, I know for me, I always thought, well, I don't need a heavier cut compound, but it's been amazing through the testing process how many times I've actually had to pull it out.
Right.
And it's just made the job go that much better and easier. You know, so I'm super excited about it. One thing I do want to mention before we move on is I know that, you know, rehab, the scent is so fun.
Yeah.
And so we did put scents in both intervention and therapy for you guys.
Scents,
so we're not going to tell you what they are. You're
really
going to have to find out
really
yourself.
Pleasant to
super
work
fun,
with.
but same kind of experience. So so yeah, anything else about? Do you want to talk about?
Well,
you wanted to talk about intervention.
Yeah, I would like to a little bit. I mean, I
really?
would like to.
Why? Did you formulate it or something? What's the deal? You can't talk about it, Dave. Why are you here?
I mean, I like to give credit where credit is due on this. Remember, you know, we joined the 3D family here, and then we got to take advantage of their abrasive technology, which is spectacular. Right. So so rehab was really the first iteration of being able to take advantage of that, and it's shown its ability. So coming, moving towards intervention, we tried to, we were having trouble deciding how we were going to differentiate the product. But Sydney and I, while we were working with Rehab originally, said, we want something that's going to really stand up and do, a job on, say, hard paint, or something that needs to be a little bit more aggressive.
Right. Yeah.
So we went to the people at 3D and said, here's what we want. We had a description of the process and the process that we wanted to accomplish. And they had some ideas for us on what we would put together.
So we should step back on what the 3D thing is in case everybody doesn't know.
Right.
So the fact of the matter is 3D is one of 2 companies in the US that actually refines its own abrasives.
Right.
So the fact is that when we went to them with Rehab and then we went with intervention and therapy, we actually went to their team and said, hey, now that we're part of the ATG family, can we get personalized abrasives that are, the highest quality to pair with our new products to put into the Rehab emulsion system. And so these abrasives that are built for these products were custom built for Team P&S from our ATG partner 3D, which is very, very unique. And we're actually on the back, it does say 3D features of 3D abrasive technology, because that is a very unique opportunity that we have. So just to clarify, what that component is.
So when I went, and talked to them, I said, okay, here's what we want to do. We want a polish that's going to stand up to hard paint. We want, a polish that's going to remove scratches without leaving a lot of haze behind. And I have to tell you, they were not the first people over the years that I came to with that question, right? And and so everybody put all the abrasive people put their product forward, and it just wasn't it, right? So we were very fortunate to be able to come up with this product, and it's actually so unusual that we aren't quite yet ready to release it.
So that is, we new to the ATG family, we didn't understand the cycle of manufacturing of the abrasive. So we were working with this and they're like, we're not going to have that ready until mid-April. So intervention is available here on the table, but not available for sale because we don't have the
quantity that we need is just not available.
The quantity of the abrasive is not available.
And it's a very special abrasive.
Very unique.
They did have 2 or 3 others that we tried, and when we got to the end, we said, well, this is the one. They said, are you sure? Because it's a little harder to make. It's a little bit more specialized. And we said, yeah, we're sure.
Yeah, and I think that's the cool thing, right? Because we could have lowered our expectations to be able to release it on time, right? But we said no. We want this unique product. We want to be able to give this to our customers, and so we do have to wait a couple weeks, maybe 4 to 6 weeks. But I think that's the cool part of the story, is that we literally wanted it to be a unique product and to be the best for you guys, right? So there's a slight delay on intervention. And then that moves us into therapy.
Yeah, right. So the abrasive for therapy is ready. So that product,
that one's ready.
You can buy. But so therapy was designed to be that either a second step after intervention, right? Because note, these are both in the double black family, and Rehab is in our Pro Series family. So this essentially is designed to be step 1 aggressive, step 2 the final finish, right? Inside the double black family. And people should know that these will be replacing some products. So Ego Maker will go away, and Deep Finish and Envy will go away because therapy will be the offset for that. And we will be releasing these products in quarts and 8 ounce. And one of the things we found out with Rehab is the 8 ounce is so popular and so easy. I mean, you can just pop this in your pocket, in your apron, wherever you want. It makes it very easy. So these will be available in 8 ounce and quarts.
So we're super excited. So what are we calling this?
P&S Paint Recovery Series.
Paint Recovery Series,
And if you look on the label, you zoom in there's actually a special logo that's designed called P&S Paint Recovery Series, and we have some T-shirts for everybody that we're going to pass out too at the end.
So we're super excited about this. One thing I think that when we were going through this process is we did make sure that the products stood on their own, so that it wasn't something that we felt bad recommending that people have all of these products in their arsenal, right? So they all really do their specific job. It doesn't mean that they're not going to, that you might, cut with rehab and finish with therapy. I mean, you can intermix them, but they truly are, different products. I know I need all three. And so that was something that we made them set enough apart that you didn't feel like you were buying, that you had two bottles that kind of did the same thing. So they all stand on their own and do their own job very well.
And also have the similar characteristics of rehab.
Oh,
where
yes.
Low dusting.
Yes. Easy wipe off.
Sexy wipe off,
Yeah.
right?
Right.
So that was one of the features that
No
we
hiding.
wanted.
Yeah.
Huh?
No hiding.
No hiding, no fillers. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's
No
so
fillers.
good. No fillers. But
Yep.
that was really important when we were making these things, because one of the things that we learned about rehab is that the actual correction process of polishing became so easy because the tool glides,
Yes.
right?
Yep.
And then when you're done, there's no dust, and then the wipe off. So intervention, even though it's a compound, it still has that similar no dusting formula,
Right.
and then the easy wipe off, and same with therapy as
Right,
well.
which
So-
who does not want a compound that can wipe off easily?
Exactly.
I mean, geez Louise.
Yeah, for
it's all-
sure.
It's all we hope for. Yeah, so that is our paint recovery series. So we're excited to finally round that out and complete that. This whole project, you guys, was started at the same time, but that's how long it took us to refine those two products to be different enough from rehab and be the best that they could be in that space. So we are super excited about those. Now, the last product, I am going to try to contain my excitement here so that it doesn't get crazy. But so we all know how much Dave does not like when we use his products for unintended purposes. It is my favorite thing to do. I love to push products to their limits. I love to do things that detailers do. I love to, try to break everything. So, gosh, what was it about? It was probably about 5 years ago, right? I feel like it was 5 years ago, SEMA time. We were up at Rennie's shop and I said, "Hey, Dave, did you know that you can vacuum with paint gloss?" And Dave said, "Sydney, paint gloss is a quick detailer for the outside of the car." And I said, "Yeah, but it was really great to vacuum with." He thought I was crazy. And I'll never forget, and I actually have the video somewhere, I need to find it. And so I said, "Here, come over to this portion, let me show you how you can vacuum with paint gloss, and it's amazing." And so he stood there and he said, "Well, I can see why that works. It, breaks the static barrier. It has an anti-static component. It's going to evaporate on its own real quickly. I can see how that works." Well, then it kind of got spun out of control, right? And now everybody uses paint gloss to vacuum. So this year we sat down and decided.
What if we did something that actually had the
worked? It was
components
intended
that-
for that purpose.
What if we really
for it,
made
right?
something that was for that? So I am so excited about this. So we have Release, which is a true vacuum aid. So this is going to do everything that paint gloss does that we loved. It's going to cut the static barrier. It's going to make your vacuum process a lot quicker. It's going to make you more efficient. But we've
added a few things.
things.
So we have it's got an anti-soil component.
Yes.
So it's going to help kind of keep your carpet cleaner.
Yeah.
It's gonna, it's gonna break that static barrier. It's got a great fragrance.
Yes, so it has an odor neutralizer too.
And an odor neutralizer.
Because what we realized, so the vacuum aid, it's going to help with everything: dirt, sand, glitter, and of course dog hair, right?
Did you
it's going to
say glitter?
Yeah.
Glitter's on the inside of cars?
All the time.
Okay,
it's not in your
not
car.
in my car. Yeah, no, I'm not a big glitter guy. But okay, yeah, I like it.
It's in them all the time.
Glitter.
So it's going to help with all of that. Grass. So it's going to help lift all of that stuff out of the carpets. But what we have found over the years is that a lot of these carpets, they may not need shampooed, they may not need, steamed, but everything can kind of have a little bit of funk over the time, right? So this also has an odor neutralizer.
Yes.
So it's going to leave behind a very fragrant, like a clean fragrance, but it's going to neutralize the odors, not just mask them, which is really nice. So I'm going to do a quick demo over here.
So Sid, can we?
Yeah.
I want to ask something.
Yeah.
So we have this on the side of the bottle, right? It says vacuum aid.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody read that. Mm-hmm. Were you the first person to coin the term
Probably.
vacuum aid?
I've never heard it before.
I think so.
Before I grabbed a bottle of
paint gloss vacuum aid, and now we're actually selling a vacuum aid, right?
And I do have to tell a funny story. So recently, I have seen probably 7 or 8 posts about paint gloss and like ads and all this talk about. And I knew this was coming for several months, right? And so I just had to laugh because I was like, wow, like paint gloss everyone's out there talking about it. So I hope everyone's as excited about this as I am, because I know there's been a lot of talk about it lately. So you can still use paint gloss if you'd like, but I'd really love for you to try this. It's awesome. So I'm going to use the vacuum. I'm going to show you what it's like without it and then with it. And so what I found in my shop is it literally cuts my time in half. It makes the carpet blacker. In this case, obviously it's black, so it kind of like cleans the surface just a little bit, you know, and then provides an anti-static for the resoiling, right?
Right.
So
well,
then,
there are two different things actually.
Yeah. Okay.
There's an anti-soil and also an anti-stat.
Okay, and that helps you for when the dog gets in the car the next time. The
sure,
hair
it's
just
kind of
doesn't,
minimal, you know.
Yeah.
I mean, but it does. It makes a difference.
Right. And so I notice a difference. So this carpet's actually out of my car, so it probably will vacuum just fine because I've used this on this before. But it's really nice. I notice definitely a difference when I go to vacuum the next time. All right.
Can I hold that?
Okay, so we're doing a side with powder, right?
And see the dog hair left.
So it's getting part of the material. But we know, like, this is normal vacuuming, right? You have to go back over it several times, right? So then on this side, and so you only need just a couple sprays. You don't need a ton. I used this 3 stamp from yesterday. Should have glued the carpet down, huh? So if you can pick that up on camera, you can see where it's helping the dog hair come out, and it's actually turning the carpet darker, right? So it's really nice, and even on like the seats, it helps, you know, get them, get all the dog hair off, get all the sand off. So it's really nice. So yes, it definitely, I would say, I mean, I try to vacuum without it and I just can't, especially on, you know, those low pile carpets inside, so not the mats. It definitely just releases all of that, makes your vacuuming go way better, even with the crevice tool. You know, I know for years I've tried to vacuum my own car without a vacuum aid, and it just makes it so much better. So, and I know you guys don't have smell-o-vision, but it smells absolutely amazing.
So from a tip and trick thing, the first thing is if the carpet's heavily soiled, right?
Yeah.
We want to brush and vacuum because if you introduce release to dirt, it'll make you know, mud. So this is like your kind of your final vacuum touch-up process. And then one of the things, like you mentioned, is once you're done. So we used it just recently in one of our training classes. We had a guy who it was his overland rig. So we had dogs in there, he had everything there. And Keith was teaching the class, and we hadn't released yet. But I said, you know, let's pull this out. And we put it in the students' hands. They were like, oh my God. Because they got to work on the car without vacuum aid. And then they got to finish the second half of the interior with vacuum aid. And the experience was like, they're like, that is an amazing product. But not only that, when I got, was a neighbor's car, so when I drove it to the training, you know, it smelled like a Funk Overland rig that they used a lot. When I brought it back, it smelled like a literally brand new fresh car.
So
that
it smells
overall,
so good.
So it really becomes this vacuum aid touch-up product that you really want to just lightly spray on the carpet. To finish it out. And so really it becomes part of the detailing experience, right? So it's like, it's not just a specialty product, and it's not a high consumption product either. This is not something you flood the carpet with. This is something you use
it's a couple sprays per section. So it is, I'm so excited about this. So excited. It works so well. And those adding of those extra steps just makes it
So, and we're going to release this. This is released in a pint and a gallon. And then, of course, we have the secondary safety bottle available as well.
Which is exciting.
And it's not dilutable, though.
Yes.
Because I know that's one thing. Every detailer is going to go, can we dilute it? It's not designed to be diluted.
Because it changes the weight of it all. Because it is one of those like light mist, right?
Well, you're not using very much anyway. I mean, you know, it's kind of like the same reason the 8-ounce bottles work well with the polishes now. I mean, how much do you put on?
Little dots.
Little dots. So little goes a long way.
So we are super excited about this. So, and this is available right away.
So let's just recap real quick. So today we released the new creamsicle fragrance. We've added to our paint recovery system with intervention that's not going to be available for sale probably, I would say,
couple weeks.
Month. maybe end of April.
Okay.
Let's just be real here.
Well, yeah.
I mean,
but it's already April, so a couple weeks is the end of April.
I like how you think. And then therapy, and of course, kind of what we really, the paint correction products are going to impact the industry. We think this is like a new category that every detailer is going to want in their shop.
Yes. So excited about it. Love it.
And you can use it at home too. I mean, I did the exact same thing. It's so amazing the difference of trying you get those corners and you're trying to get that last little bit out, and it's just pops it out.
One thing that we didn't mention is because we were using the for real, which doesn't like to glide, right? It likes to grab that. So what it does do is it will also help the vacuum tool glide on the surface. So by the anti-stack creates a nice glide, so the tools actually move quicker, faster.
Yes, for sure.
Yeah.
Yep. Super exciting. So, Dane, do we have any questions?
We actually do. I can go ahead and pull some of those up here. So let me go ahead and grab some. I just want to say right now, you guys need to have some kind of naming contest, because as soon as people figured out the theme with the paint corrections, they went crazy. They went absolutely ham, talking about 12-step, detailing programs, all kinds of stuff. It got so ridiculous, so fast. I can't post half of them here. They were pretty much too good, but also probably a little offensive. So I'm just going to let them live in the comments, and you can find them later if you're interested.
Okay.
Yeah.
Anyway, moving along. Let's go ahead and take a look down the line and say, Kirby asking a good question about Reflect. He said he was asked if Reflect was safe for windshield on a Harley, and he said yes, but he wanted to make sure it wasn't a bad assumption to say that.
Absolutely, it's
Yeah,
safe.
100%.
Yeah, 100%.
Nothing in Reflect that's going to hurt any glass surface.
And it is tint safe, so we didn't mention that. So it's absolutely tint safe. I know a lot of people ask that question too. Yeah, you can use it on any sort of glass. I even use it on my bathroom mirrors, to be honest, just because it kind of creates that glide, but it also keeps them from fogging up. So yeah, I use Reflect all over my house as well.
Okay, excellent. Then I have Rags and Brushes saying, P&S, what do you recommend for removing residues from paint on interior plastics?
Paint on interior plastics.
Residues from paint on interior plastics. Okay, interesting. I'm trying to figure out what's going on there.
I'm not
okay,
sure
maybe a little
exactly
clarification is necessary.
Dane, can I just say that I know that they were, poking fun on the floor of your shirt, but I got to tell you, you're looking sharp in the studio there.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I need every bit of confidence boost I can help here, but I live in my cave here in the ether. But anyway, Sheepstar, we'll try Sheepstar here. He just wanted to point out that you guys need more content on a particular use case where he was using peroxide to get rid of urine and food stains on his carpet from an old dog, and it worked perfectly. So he wanted to throw that out there as a suggestion for future content.
All right.
And then I had one from Chingy Blingy here saying, make a dilutable version of Reflect in a gallon size would be an easy buy. The ready to use is what's stopping him from buying it right now. So is there a particular reason why it's only available in ready to use?
For me, it's water quality.
Quality control.
Yeah.
Quality control. Yeah. We use really high quality water when we make these products, and especially in glass cleaner, it makes a difference.
And I think the challenge is, Dane, you know this, we could say you got to use DI, RO water, distilled water, whatever. Yeah. We're going to run into multiple situations where customers just aren't going to do that.
Right.
And they're going to, hey, it's not working like you want. So it's quality. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, no, that wouldn't be the first time that's happened. Everybody's situation is different, so you just do the best you can to offer the right fix. So in this case, I have Slick here, wondering what the scent of Swift is.
It is the creamsicle.
Creamsicle. We just launched it.
Yep.
Easy enough. No, I just had to make sure. And of course, there's always somebody who asks about dust attraction, but we know ways to mitigate it. So what do you have to say about that?
Well, we just have to say that, pretty much it's just a feature of the durable instant detailer products in general, is that they create a barrier on the surface that creates a, static, basically a charge differential between the two things. They do tend to collect some more dust.
But wouldn't we also, if a guy says, hey, I'm looking for an updated formula, wouldn't we say Defender?
Yeah.
Right? I mean, that's
also true.
Yeah. So two options.
Yeah, if they want something that cures faster so that they can drive it sooner and they don't want to wait that cure time, they can use Defender. But, for me, and I get this question on almost every Q&A that I do, and I mean, we love Beadmaker.
Everybody loves Beadmaker.
I mean,
It's
so bead maker will probably live on forever. I mean,
it will.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like I would be sad to see bead maker changed. I love it.
It doesn't matter how much other stuff changes. There's just something I love about that product.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
That's not going to change.
It's like the
All right,
OG
we got
boat.
Randy Shoemaker here wondering how many vehicles he could do with a 30 mil of stout.
One.
One.
Okay.
Yep.
And when you say one, what size vehicle are you referring to?
So it can do a full-size SUV. You're not really going to run out, but you're not going to have any left. If you use it on, say, a sedan, you might have, 5 or 10 mils left, but you're not going to have enough to do a second car. So we did those two sizes mainly because the 30 mil will do one car. So if somebody is just doing their own car or they don't do coatings that often, you'll want to choose the 30 mil size. If you're a shop that does coatings often, you can choose the 50, which is going to do about 2 vehicles. With stout, it has a shorter shelf life once it's been opened. So you want it to be, within a couple weeks, you want to use it on that second vehicle. So it's basic. I just tell everybody it's 1 and 2. You do use more product than say with Legend or Classic. You will use more just because of the viscosity of the coating, but you should easily, like I've done, full-size Suburbans with a 30 mil and been just fine.
Yeah, because we actually recommend you saturate the applicator more.
Yeah.
And I think is a confusion because out of Classic, you would put 2 coats on a traditional vehicle where stout, you're going to use more on the applicator and single layer.
Yeah.
Okay. No, that's very helpful. And then I've got one who shall remain nameless asking the question about the vacuum aid, saying, does it work better than paint gloss? So wanting to understand, what differences there are. I know you guys kind of touched on it, but if we could reiterate for people who are maybe just joining us.
Yeah, I feel like it does. I mean, paint gloss is still absolutely great for this. I do feel like it works better because it is a product that's fully intended for that purpose, right? And so the little things that, Dave added with, the static and all of that, it does work better. But I think for me, what was the real tipping point was the odor neutralizer.
Yeah.
That was a big one.
And the fragrance is much better.
Yeah, the fragrance is much better. And what I love is it makes my whole shop smell like that for the rest of the day. So, I love it. So
speaking of which, we had a lot of people asking about the scent. So could you kind of pinpoint that?
Oh gosh, how would you pinpoint it? I feel like it just smells the best. Thought that you could think is just like fresh, clean laundry. It doesn't smell like laundry soap, but think about just how laundry smells clean.
So I do want to mention a side benefit.
Yes.
Is the fact that detailers know how your vacuum can get a really strange odor.
Yeah.
So when you start using release in your shop in your daily process, that same odor neutralizing is going to end up in your vacuum canister and help
through the filter.
deodorize your vacuum. So now when you turn on your vacuum, it's not going to blow out that offensive air. It'll smell better.
The doggy smell. Yeah.
Okay. Now here's kind of an interesting twist on an idea I've seen come up where they're wondering if they can use the fragrance products kind of like paint gloss to cut down on static.
No.
Fragrance, no.
Different chemicals.
Different chemicals. I think it would be.
I'm sure it'll be tried though, Dane.
Yeah.
It doesn't stop people from trying off-label uses. They were saying in the comments that they were deliberately trying to come up with off-label uses for the new products just to upset Dave.
Already?
Perfect.
So that's fun.
Can you drink release, Dave?
You know what? I'll just give him another challenge. The next challenge besides off-label uses is how we mix these together.
Yeah.
Can you mix release and express together to create? Yeah.
I can't wait for somebody to say, I use 3 dots of intervention and 2 dots of rehab.
Oh, yeah.
We know
it's just
coming.
the graveyard at the soda dispenser,
Yeah.
All right. So here's Bro Code asking Sydney, what pad would you recommend for light cutting with rehab?
So for light cutting, you can use like a yellow. We have one in our lineup, our free ride, that's orange, which is my favorite for when you just kind of need a good, solid, but not a heavy cut. I love the orange free ride, but yellow. I haven't found a pad that it doesn't work with. We even used it on your car on a black pad, which was
really soft,
soft pad.
Great finishing foam.
and it actually cut a lot.
Which is Audi paint, which it's deceptive. In fact, I was just telling one of the guys, it's like you can't believe the amount of correction it'll do with a soft foam pad as well.
So really, honestly, it adapts to almost any pad that you want to use. But if you're just looking to kind of buzz over something and you don't want to be, compromising a lot of clear coat, it does work with a black foam pad.
Yeah, I think the thing with the really soft pads is they kind of get softer as you use them, so you got to switch them out a little bit more often than something with a little bit more substance to it.
But I would say the yellow or orange is probably the most popular for kind of that, lighter cut.
All right. And then, I've seen this come up in a few different chats we've had with various chemical brands, stuff like that. They were wondering, throwing out top 5, what products you'd recommend, say for like a new detailer just getting into this stuff. What products would be kind of the entry to being interested in the line?
That's interesting. Really hard.
Yeah.
Well, number one, Express.
Express interior.
Right. Express for sure.
Probably Pearl, because for washing, right?
Well, for me, no, because I absolutely.
I'll let the detailers talk.
But we're all going to have our own 5, right?
Yeah.
So I do Rinseless, right? So Absolute and Absolute. For me, I love Absolute.
So that's 2.
And then I would say this one for sure because my vacuum aid, was paint gloss, but now this would be my, I don't want to vacuum without it. And then let's see, Rehab for sure.
And Bead Maker.
I don't think I could stick to 5. I could maybe do 10, but I don't know. Swift is a big favorite too, though.
Yeah.
And Brake Buster.
But
that's
I think
a hard
when
one.
I would say if someone's never used the P&S product, the first product they need to use is Express.
Oh, for sure.
For sure.
Express.
Because that just makes interiors like so easy.
Yeah. Express and one of our Pearl, Radiance, Frost.
You got to think of what does a new detailer need? They need something to clean the exterior of the car. So you're probably going to pick. I'd say probably Pearl. I don't know.
Probably Pearl. If they were looking for a bucket wash, I would go Pearl first.
They go with Pearl. You need something to clean the interior. You're going to do Express Interior. You need something to finish the exterior. You're going to pick probably Bead Maker. You need. Well, we didn't talk about glass cleaner.
Yeah, I would do Brake Buster for sure.
Brake Buster for something for the wheels, and one more.
Dressing.
Yeah. Which I'd
natural finish?
Yeah, I'd probably have to go natural finish if I could only choose one.
So you've got, I think, everything you need to do a car.
Yeah.
All right.
That's a tough one, though.
That's a great answer, though. I know it's a little challenging, but you guys did your best, so appreciate that. All right. I've got Michael Bro here saying, can you explain more the use case for frostbite?
Sure. Yeah.
So where I use frostbite, and I'm kind of with Sydney, it's like, well, why would you, it's a lot of foam. But if you've got a car with a lot of soil on it, foaming that car is a great way to go.
Yeah.
I mean, kind of the pre-treatment, it lifts that dirt off. It has time to sit and soften it.
Yeah.
It pulls it away from the surface. So then when you go to wash the car, or when you either mitt mitt the car.
Yeah.
It's just everything just falls off.
Right.
Then.
Yeah.
So that's because I used to think that snow foam was kind of a show, and it is a bit of a show, but there is a real use for it, and it's mostly when the car's got a lot of soil on it.
A lot of soil, yeah. So where I typically use it with just is probably not standard, but I like to use it as a pre-foam. For the really dirty cars. So especially coming out of winter here in Boise, which they haven't gotten the message that we're out of winter, but coming out of winter, the cars are filthy. And so I will foam on frostbite to start that decontamination process. Then I rinse it and then I do Absolute. So then I do my rinseless wash after that, even while the car's wet. But I don't usually go back with contact. I use Absolute.
Oh, you don't use contact right away?
No. I foam it, rinse it, and then I do my Absolute.
Okay. But one of the things that is a little bit misleading with frostbite is we market it as a snow foam, but it's also a great friction wash. So if you want to just, you could have this frostbite in your cannon and then
put a little bit in your bucket.
Put a little bit in the bucket and just use one product for the whole process.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
All right, and I'm told I can get one more question in here. I'm going to try and kind of combine them into a bigger thing and give me a bigger answer. But I did think this was a good one. Somebody was asking, we haven't heard anything on Triple S today, but they were asking if they could ceramic coat over it after using it like a squeegee loop.
Ooh. Nah,
Triple S?
No, I think ceramic coating, the thing you do before ceramic coating is always prep the surface.
The surface needs to be totally clear.
Get the surface clean.
Yeah.
No, that's
so if they're
important.
using it as a squeegee lube, I would immediately go back over with like a paint prep if they want a ceramic coat over the PPF.
Yeah.
Okay, and then the very last one, since that was quick, I'll have high definition detail and protection. Wondering, how does therapy finish on GM paint?
Double thumbs up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I don't know if Glenn still has that clip, but we actually had a little B-roll where I used intervention and therapy on black GM paint. So I don't know if we can still play that, but we have that.
So the fact of the matter is it exists and you can show it. So that's definitely good. Whether we have it available or not, I'm not sure. But as far as your guys' segment, you've done great today, and I really appreciate you guys taking the time to come out here. As always, you've been here since the beginning, and just can't say enough good things about you guys. So thank you again, Sydney, Bob,
thank you guys.
Thank you, Dane.
Thank
Back
you,
at
Dane.
you, man. Appreciate the support.
And the Rag Company. Thank you
for
so
sure,
much.
everybody.
No, thank you very much. And now we move ourselves over to TRC Ultra. Let's see what's going on, well, here at the Rag Company.
All right, and welcome to the TRC Ultra segment. One of the moments I've been waiting for all week, and P&S did a fantastic job over there. Thank you, Dave, Bob, Sydney. You guys killed it. Thank you for not touching my truck. I mean, you touched it a little bit. Yeah, next time. All right, so everybody, this is going to be everything that you need to know about the TRC Ultra line. So today we're going to go over kind of why Ultra was created, kind of who it's for, kind of finding that gap in the market there to be able to create quality tools, quality accessories, quality towels at an affordable price that's going to give you that premium experience that many professionals are looking for. But also on top of that, we're going to break down kind of each of these and kind of go over some of our most popular sellers within the Ultra line and try to find maybe the top 5 best tools, best accessories to start for you and for everybody watching. And so let's go ahead and jump straight into this. So TRC Ultra, why did we create it? We could have just created a bunch of accessories and a bunch of extra tools and brushes and things like that within the Rag Company, just main brand. But what we wanted to do was actually be a little bit more deliberate with that, with trying to kind of guide these tools to the right user, to the right end user. And so the right end user really is going to be a kind of a combination of professionals as well as detailing enthusiasts, and even some of these being for beginners. But putting that Ultra stamp on there means more than just putting it on there. It means that we've tested these for so long, we've made sure every single accessory addition we've added into this line is really going to give you that premium experience. And we're not here to, we're not here to change the world, right? We're a microfiber company. We make microfiber towels. That's what we've always specialized in. And we've had amazing brand partners over the years to be able to provide chemicals, right? Such as P&S over there. But where we kind of found our gap was, what can we do in that microfiber space, in that tool space, and kind of adjacent area to be able to really put a lot more time and effort into really curating something that we're super proud of. And let me tell you right now that the Ultra line, we're just getting started. The Ultra line is going to continue to grow and continue to get better, and I can tell you that personally, I have been going through for the last year with basically curating a complete new line of things, stuff I'm working on behind the scenes. And I have a ton of fun with making all of the towels and all of the other stuff that's just kind of a main product. But really, this is like my favorite thing to do. I love being able to draw things on paper, design things on paper, cut things out of cardboard, and try to like piece things together to think, okay, how can we make this work like this? How can we make this color a little bit more vibrant? How can we make this feel a little bit better? And it all kind of comes down to this. Now, I will say that it's not just me. This is a full team effort from everybody here at TRC. We have Josh Brodel, Gabriel Garcia. Those are probably our pickiest people that we have here in the bunch among myself. And we have just a ton of other people here in the company that enjoy using the Ultra products. And so let's go ahead and just jump straight into this. Now, the Ultra Air tools, right? Let's kind of talk about that first. So when we launched the Ultra Air tools, this was like it was a wild card for many people. And it was kind of a wild card for us because we were thinking to ourselves, will people be interested in air tools from a microfiber company, right? We had been expanding into a lot of the other Ultra products, such as some of the brushes and some of the other kind of towels and the sponges, as well as the clay products. But the Ultra Air line was something that we didn't know what kind of reaction we would get. We didn't know what kind of footprint we would leave, and it's blown us away, figuratively and literally, because you guys love the Ultra Air products. You guys absolutely love them. And because of you, we've continued to try to improve them, right? So we've taken things from the Ultra Air line and said, okay, hey, this maybe isn't ideal, or maybe this fitting doesn't feel the best, or how can we improve just the overall experience and the durability and the rigidity of some of these tools? And we've gone back to the drawing board multiple times to be able to refine things and add additional accessories into the Ultra Air line. So the Ultra Air line, we'll call that the wild card, right? Now, is there more wild cards coming? Yes, because this wild card worked, and we're going to try to see if we can swing it again. But where really the Ultra line started, and I have to give credit here, is going to be with the Ultra Clay products. I mean, the Ultra Clay stuff is where a lot of this began, and this was kind of our first venture into accessories that we knew would be basically a confirmed thing. This would be a very successful thing because we were able to take a perforated clay material, right, a synthetic clay, and put it onto multiple different types of applicators, right? Whether it be the Ultra Clay mitt here, right, which is awesome. This is great for people who enjoy a mitt experience, who are decontaminating a large panel. But then we also had the Ultra Clay towel here, which is going to obviously be a toweled version of this, where you can fold this in half, and you have now 4 sides that you can use. And between these two, these are really what kind of kicked off that Ultra line, on top of the clay bar, which I'll get to here in just a second. But where people have really gravitated towards the scrubber, the Ultra Clay scrubber. This is one of my babies, but this was one of them that we kind of threw out there. We didn't know, with the right education, we thought, hey, this might make a lot of sense for people. But again, trying to kind of shift people away from old school clay and maybe clay discs and other clay products that weren't as, I guess, structurally, we'll call it like durable, right? Like some of the clay stuff just kind of falls apart. And we're like, okay, how can we make something that's super structurally rigid, something that's going to hold itself, hold up to the test of time essentially, but also have multiple purposes? And so the idea here was to be able to create an Ultra Clay scrubber with the perforated clay on one side with a jersey scrub material on the backing. So meaning that this can now be the ultimate decontamination product, because I can use this now to remove bug guts with the jersey side and have it remove them safely without scratching or micro-marring the paint. And then if I need to go heavier, I can always flip it over to the clay side. Now, this was meant to be more of like a spot clay product, right? Throw it into your bucket with soap, maybe have some extra clay spray on the side, and just simply utilize this during your wash to just remove contamination as needed. Because let's be honest, right? You're washing your vehicle, you look down the side and you go, holy crap, I don't remember running over tar. I don't remember picking up tree sap. I don't remember these little spots here. Well, it's easy. This would already be in your bucket with your wash mitt, along with O&R or just soap, and you just pull this out and you can decon on the fly. Well, and then people just said, well, why can't we just use this to decon the whole vehicle? And that's a good point. You can absolutely use this to decon the full vehicle, because you are getting a 2-pack with this. So you can jump straight into this and decon your entire paint, and you can do it at a really affordable price. And you can't kill these things. I mean, these things, all of the Ultra Clay products are just extremely durable, and they hold up to the test of time. And this has become a fan favorite, and so much so that we've made it in some other colorways. So if you go to theradcompany.com, you'll actually find that we have a P&S version, which is going to be in the red and black. We also have the KCX version, which is going to be in gray. And dude, these are just, they're amazing. If you haven't tried these out for yourself, pick them up. They're super safe, super easy to use, and I guarantee you that this will be probably one of your favorite accessories within the Ultra line. So now that we've gotten that very long-winded thing out of the way, let's talk about a couple of the Ultra Air products here. So we have the Ultra Air Blaster. Now this is going to be the plus version. So this is going to be the version that's going to be able to spray out a liquid. So we recommend this for people who are doing production detailing, or people who are really kind of just running and gunning to try to get the best clean possible while reducing the amount of time spent on one particular space. And so, for example, if I were to just use the Ultra Air Blaster, yes, I'm blowing out dust, I'm blowing out debris, I'm getting all the sand and grit out, but what if I wanted to apply a cleaner? What if I wanted to apply kind of like something like P&S Swift that's going to clean and protect all in one? That's when I'm going to use something like this, right? So I'm going to be able to blow out everything, clean, and then leave a product behind that I can simply go through and then dress that area, degrease, clean, whatever it may be. Now, the biggest thing here is that whenever you're using a chemical in this, you want to have some form of protection for yourself, right? A respirator is highly recommended if you ever do that. Otherwise, we recommend just using water, because the second that whatever chemical or whatever water is in here, the second that hits that and atomizes that and gets that into the air, you are breathing that in, and you really want to be careful about what you're breathing in, because I mean, they're chemicals. And so, let alone what's inside the vehicle already. You never know what's been spilled. So this is just a really fantastic tool. We recommend this for professional detailers, production detailers out there. And then what's nice too is that you can actually just hit this switch and you can turn off your liquid suction. So now you just be using the air tool itself. So this can kind of be a 2-in-1 and have it just be air or have it be air and product. And you can adjust how much product you want in here with this nozzle here on the side. And so we see a lot of people loving this and using it. It's great on floor mats, great on door panels, great on everything in between, and it packs a pretty serious punch. And so that's going to be the Ultra Air Blaster V2. Now, kind of working from right to left here, my right, your left, my right. Who knows? It's the third day of TRCMA. We're all starting to lose it. So anyway, back to this. This is going to be the Ultra No Soak, one of our Ultra No Soak applicators. This is going to be our round applicator. This was previously the round wax applicator that we have actually moved into the Ultra line and put some Ultra, we'll call it some Ultra experience behind it. And so what we wanted to do for this was create something that was going to be a pearl weave, but also something that had some branding on it with some Buttersoft suede. So this is going to have a nice premium feel, whether you're applying a wax, whether you're applying a coating, or a spray sealant. What's nice is you have the cuff here, so you can simply slide your hand inside here, tuck it in, and you're ready to go for your full application. And this is going to come in a nice kit. So you're going to get 5 in this pack, actually. And so some people like this for coatings. I personally like this when I'm laying on a dressing. So just the other day, the reason why I was like crazy about my truck is I'm like, I just top star the interior, right? Well, I top star the interior using one of these. So taking Coach Chemi Top Star, I'm able to apply this after cleaning my panel and then apply that dressing, apply that protection. And that little pocket, agreed with you, Slick. This thing, it is the best. It's just nice. It stays on your hand. It's really comfortable. And what's nice too is you can actually wash these and reuse them. But just keep in mind, if you use them with a coating, then I recommend demoting them to maybe like a tire applicator or maybe like a fender well applicator or something of that nature. Now over here, we do have the Ultra No Soak applicator. So these are going to be more of the preferred applicator for a ceramic coating, because this is going to have that no soak barrier in there to protect all of that coating from absorbing into the sponge. That way you're not wasting product and you're getting the most out of it. And so this feels great in the hand. We got the Ultra Blue on one side, we have the Ice Gray on the other. This is going to be a pearl weave applicator. It's going to be extremely safe on pretty much all paint types, whatever you're using it for. I think that actually they had one of these that we were using with Solution Finish. I promise you, if you use Solution Finish on this, it will not look as pretty. It will dye it, and it probably won't come out. So just keep that in mind. But you can use this for really anything and everything, interior, exterior. It's going to be awesome. And Sid actually likes these as well when doing glass cleaning. So you can actually spray a glass cleaner on here, do your box method around the window, clean everything up, and then follow up with something like an FTW. Now, I'm going off. I'm kind of feeling it right now, right? The caffeine's finally starting to kick in after, it's been like 2 hours? There was like a delay or something had happened. So we've actually introduced a couple new accessory products into the Ultra Air line as well that I just want to quickly touch up on. We have these swivel fittings here, which is going to attach to the bottom of your Ultra Air tool, now giving you the ability to swivel. So this is going to fit right in, and you are going to be able to get a full 360-degree rotation, and it's going to be able to swivel back and forth. It does have some red sealer on here, so you don't necessarily need to use Teflon tape, but run it in, tighten everything down, check for leaks, and if you still have a leak, you can take just a little bit of Teflon over the top and then retighten it down. And so the swivel fittings are awesome if you have any, and I mean any, of the Ultra Air products. And then next up, so now, okay, get my game face on. All right, Ultra Air Blaster 2.0 V2. Here we go. So this was something that we had redesigned within the last year. So the V1 of the Ultra Air Blaster, right, there was a straight through design, had a very long cone on it, and it packed a serious punch, right? Everybody loved that particular tool, and it had a really nice sound to it. The best way to describe it is it kind of sounded like a two-stroke, right? When you started ripping on that thing, you were like, oh, just the sound feels powerful. Well, here was the problem with that, right? Those bearings inside there were non-replaceable bearing, meaning that they were press fitted in and you could not remove them. So really the only way to re-grease or re-oil those would be to actually take some type of lubricant and try to get it down into that bearing. So some people were using dry lubes, PTE, or PTFE, PFT, what the heck, I can't think. WD-40, I've seen everybody use a little bit of everything in between, but ultimately, once a little bit of dust and debris gets in there, that could potentially cause that bearing to seize up and no longer spin. And so, that's where internally here, the team, Josh Brodel, Gabriel Garcia, we're like, how can we make some replaceable bearings so we can actually press these in and then have the customer be able to take them out and replace them as needed if they do get gunked up, and that's where V2 was created. So V2, you're gonna be able to twist your end cone off, and this product is going to come with two different cones. You're going to have your brushed cone and just your standard cone, and then once you take that out, you are going to have your fitting here. This simply pops right out. So this is the entire bearing structure. After the bearing structure, this is about as simple as it gets down into the actual gun itself. So it's a straight through design. You have air going up, air going up and in and out, and that's it. There's no other fittings, there's no other bearings, there's nothing else that can go wrong on this gun. It's literally just this simple. And so, when you want to replace your bearings, you're going to take your new bearing here, you're going to put it right over the top. You don't need to lube it. These are going to come pre-lubed from the factory, and you're going to just go ahead and press that in all the way and lock it in place. And it's going to have a nice seal there because there is going to be an O-ring. After you set that in place, you're going to take your cone, guide that in, and then twist this on with what feels like the longest thread ever. Just, there you go, bam, and we are ready to rock and roll. But one thing to keep in mind, make sure that this is tight all the time because it starts loosening up, right? You don't want this to back itself out and potentially cause your bearings to fall out, and especially fall out of order. So something to keep in mind there. But the replaceable bearings are one of the main features of this tool, and this tool actually, we did several different tests with slow-mo cameras and all of that. This is actually going to be spinning faster than the V1 version, but it's not going to have that loud, we'll call it that loud noise that it once had because of just the change within the cone. So still just as powerful, it just doesn't have that elongated cone, which is also nice because you're not going to get a bunch of debris going back into the back side of the cone. You can actually just go ahead and take this off and clean it like that. And so super, super nice. Does not make contact, so your spinning, we'll call it, your spinning thingy here will not touch the outside of the cone, so it's not going to damage the cone. It's not going to wear that down at all. So again, the only thing to replace just the bearings, right? So you got a bearing kit now available from us at the Rag Company. Now moving on from there, we have the Ultra Spray Applicator. I'll quickly touch up on this. This is going to be great for applying any type of spray-on dressing. Yes, you can technically use it with a spray coating if you have the right protection for yourself and for your lungs. But I'm finding a lot of people just liking spraying water-based dressings with this. Something that's super thin, it's not super thick in viscosity, and you can go ahead and apply this to interiors, you can apply it to tires, fender wells, it's also fantastic. Running boards, if you have a non-slippery solution that you want to play on there. But this is just an overall great tool. Just remember to clean it out because a lot of people will use some type of dressing, it's going to gunk it up, and then they let it sit on their shelf, and then they go to use it for the next time, and they're going to experience some clogs. So you can go ahead and take a mixture of IPA and a little bit of water. You can go ahead and clean out the entire gun by simply just taking this off, putting some mixture in there, spraying it out until everything shoots out clear. Once you're done there, you can actually store it safely. So very, very easy to use. Now, before I jump into this bad boy, we'll talk about the Ultra Engine Blaster. Now, this is something we need to highlight this more. We need to make more reels and more short form and just more video content on this because this thing's a freaking beast. People are very intimidated when it comes to engine bay cleaning, and a lot of people do not like the idea of getting their engine bays wet. I'm completely fine with it personally, but there's other people out there that want a solution for just basically knocking off dust and knocking off small debris without necessarily soaking everything. That's where the Ultra Engine Blaster is going to come into play. So this is going to be able to mix a solution here, whether it's going to be maybe APC diluted with a little bit of water. You can use just water, you can use a rinseless wash, and what this is going to do is just use air power alone going down into this conical tip here to really blast off a lot of that debris. Now what's cool about it is that it's like, I don't want to say it's the poor man's dry ice blaster, but it kind of is, right? This thing will remove stuff that you didn't think could be removed, right? It's not going to damage paint, it's not going to do that, but it's going to be able to remove that extra grease, that oil buildup, all of that grit out of the engine bay that's just really hard to get to. This is going to be able to get into it because you can actually rotate the tip here to be able to find the point that you want to shoot. Now you can also use this on fender wells, you can use this on wheels. There's so many different things that you can use this for. It's suspension included. It's just an amazing tool. The one thing, make sure you have a big freaking compressor, right? Make sure you have really good CFM, make sure you have enough air in general, right? So you're going to want to have a larger tank size, right? So going into something that's 20 gallons, 60 gallons, anything that's bigger, because this is going to suck up so much air that you really can't use this with like a 4-gallon air compressor. It's just not possible. You're going to empty that tank so fast it's not going to be able to refill in time. So that's going to be the Ultra Engine Blaster here. We love this thing. And then moving on, where was I? What the heck? Okay, here we go. Ultra Utility Brush. A fan favorite here, one of Sid's favorites. When she looked at the table, she saw it wasn't on there, and she goes, Anthony, the Ultra Utility Brush, where is it? And I go, I don't know. I think the one we had was dirty. Do we need it on the table? And she said, it's the Ultra line. You have to have it. And I was like, crap, you're right. So brand new Ultra Utility Brush here. This is going to have the wooden handle here with the Rag Company branding. This thing is going to be one of the best tire applicators for using a dressing. But when we created this, it was kind of for everything. I liked it for like the front grills on a vehicle, right? Because it used a really soft nylon bristles here that's not going to scratch anything. So using it for grills, using it for more like intricate wheels or just wheels that you kind of just want to get done, this is really nice for that. It's also nice for windshields. You can also use this on cowling, especially with soap and water. But the one thing here is that we didn't think that people would like it for like tire dressings. And then Sid started taking tire dressings and throwing it into this and then applying it. And I'm like, that's another one of those uses. So the Ultra Utility Brush really is what you want it to be. It's just a brush with bristles with a cool wooden grip, and you can use it for anything and everything. Yeah, we're gonna leave it up to you. So if you have a convertible top, or you have a vinyl tonneau cover, whatever it may be, this is just gonna be a fantastic larger surface area brush that you can be able to knock out a large amount of scrubbing in a very little time. Okay. Man, this reminds me of my microfiber video. Jimmy wanted to shoot that. It was like every one of our towels that I had to shoot in like 50 minutes drained me. I wasn't the same for like 4 days after. Hold on, quick Diet Pepsi break. Moving on here. Couple new things, and by new I mean we kind of repackaged some stuff, but we also had actually changed the color of stuff. So we have the new Ultra Clay Bar packaging. So this looks super sweet. Now previously this came in kind of a plastic clamshell or kind of a plastic container. The plastic container would break with time. It wasn't very useful, and honestly after you're done with your clay you would throw it back in there, and because it wasn't an airtight seal, that clay might start to dry out and it might just be a pain to remove it. So now what we've done is we've put it in a resealable Ziploc baggie here, so now it really can be reused. So for this right here, you're just going to simply grab the top, open it up, and you can go ahead and pull out your Ultra Clay Bar, which is pretty sweet. So there's the Ultra Clay Bar all packaged up. And so this is going to be a 200-gram bar. So it's going to be larger than most bars out on the market. Most are sold in 100 grams. So this is going to be 200 grams. So what I recommend is simply cut it in half, tear it in half, and then put the rest into the package. And then once you're done using it, you can re-put it back into the package and store it safely. So the bag, pretty much the way to go, and it looks a lot better as well. Next up here, one of my favorites, Ultra Wool Wheel Mitt. This is amazing. This is like, my favorite wheel cleaning tool and what I wanted for so long, because this is not microfiber. This is actually wool, but what I like about it is the amount of suds it holds. So in comparison to microfiber, I'm actually finding that the wool mitt holds way more suds. So if you're a big fan of Brake Buster or just using soap and water, this thing can get really frothy and build up that shaving cream level of suds when cleaning your wheels, and it stays on your hand really nice. And so opening up this clamshell here, I'll kind of show you what this looks like. Now, what I didn't know is that after launching this, there's like a whole demographic of people who do not like putting their hands in things. Like they don't putting their hands in mitts. They don't like putting their hands in, you know, tight spaces. They're kind of freaked out by that. I'm not really sure why. I'm not one of those guys. I put my hands in a lot of things. And so here we go. We have the Ultra Wool wheel mitt here and the awesome Ultra, we'll call it like an Ultra Gray here on the wool. And then we have the Rag Company branding here around the cuff, because with a lot of these out on the market, you can never find where the hole opens, right? And how do I put my hand in a hole that's not opening, right? You have to force it in. And so what's nice is you can actually now find that edge there, pull that apart, stick your hand in, and then go ahead and use that. And this is just, dude, it's like the creme de la creme. I'm just looking at this, and I just love it. It's amazing. What's also cool too is you have a hang loop. So after you're done using it, instead of sitting at the bottom of your bucket and getting all wet and yuck and it just starts smelling, you can actually just hang dry it, which is pretty sweet. So that's going to be the Ultra Wool wheel mitt. And then moving on from there, we're almost there, guys. We've almost made it. We have a few things that I don't have on the table, but these are mainly the ones I wanted to highlight. The Ultra Wheel and Body Brush. This is amazing because this is going to be one of those brushes that can do a little bit of everything. And so for wheel cleaning, it's great. For getting into nice little nooks and crannies, it's great as well. And so what I like about this brush is that it's got this awesome toothbrush design that we did in-house here that uses those front tips to really be able to get into a lot of those tighter areas. It's comfortable in the hand, it's got rubberization, it's going to be able to protect your fenders, your wheels, all that in between. The only complaint that we had about this brush is that they wish that the bristles were stiffer, right? Because after a few uses of really aggressive use, you might have the bristles that start to free out a little bit, and that's normal and that's okay, and that's really just due to the softness of the bristles itself, because I wanted to make sure that these were paint safe, and I mean paint safe on the paint of your vehicle, not just wheel paint safe. And so I am a crazy person, so I went with the safer, softer route. That's why we did this. But down the road, we may in the future increase the stiffness of the bristles. So that is just one of those things. And you can also use it to get into your barrels as well because of the height here. Now, we do have the Ultra bottle kit, which is going to be an accessory bottle kit. It's going to have some labels in there and some other things for use with the Ultra Engine Blaster and use with the Ultra Air Blaster Plus. So you're going to have labels in there as well as the replacement bottle. So this is kind of everything you need to keep those going in case you do drop one of the bottles. Now, Ultra Safe Sponge. One of everybody's favorites here. So people love the Ultra Safe Sponge because this is going to be a fantastic, safe, easy to use sponge for almost all rinseless and soap and water washing. It's going to have the cuts in here, it's going to have the ergonomic design, and this was a change that we made within the last year as well, because going to the gray Ultra Safe meant that we were actually going with a softer sponge than the previous Ultra Black sponge. And so what I like about this is it contours to panels a little bit more, still has fantastic glide, and you get into a lot of nooks and crannies. This has been one of our best sellers, you know, in the Ultra line, and I think for good reason, because there's no seasoning that needs to be done. You can simply open it out of the package, throw it in the bucket, use it, abuse it. It can dry out. You don't have to keep it wet. None of that stuff. It's just a very, very easy to use sponge, and people love it for that. Now, I talked about the Ultra Clay Towel. These, the freaking ripping rags, man. I have to say freaking ripping rags because I'm so pumped on these things. These are like the best things ever. The ripping rags original. Awesome, right? But they're smaller, 12 by 12. They're going to be great for most shop settings. They're going to be great for spot cleaning some small things. This is a full-on towel, man. This is the full meal deal. This is the tomahawk steak to your dinner here, right? We're no longer the potato. We're no longer the casserole. I don't want to be the corn. I want to be the real thing here, and that's why we have the Ultra Rippin' Rag. So these are going to be a 70-30 blend pearl weave 16 by 16 towel that's ready to go right outside of the box. So whether you're using it for compound removal, polish removal, whatever it may be, these are going to be good to go. However, if you're going to be using these for coatings, I do recommend washing them. And people ask, Anthony, well, once I take them off the roll, is it still a ripping rag? Yes, it's still a freaking ripping rag. If I have to explain that to people, I'm not going to lose my mind. I'm going to keep explaining this stuff until I'm 90. So rip and rag right here. This is going to be the XL. We're going to find our seam, rip that thing off just like that, pull this out, and we have a beautiful 16 by 16 pearl weave in the Ultra Blue that's ready to go. So yes, if you're going to use these for coatings, rip them off, rip off 5, 10, however many you're going to need, throw them into the wash them, and then they're going to be ready to rock and roll. So we're going to have these in the Ultra Blue, and we also have these in Ultra White. So pick your color, whatever you want to choose. We did the white because we find that a lot of body shops that are still using a lot of solvent-based products and lacquer thinners, mineral spirits, and all of that don't want to pull out any potential dye from a towel, so we made it in white. I've done it. I can't believe it. So they're pinging me for Q&A because I think I'm overrunning my time, but let me just tell you really quick, 5 things I would start with. Ultra Rip and Rags, great starting point. I would also start with the Ultra Air Blaster V2. I would absolutely start with the Ultra Clay Scrubber. I would start with Ultra No Soak applicator right here. And then let's see, one more that I would recommend for people to start with. Oh yeah, the USS. If you haven't tried the USS, start there as well. So those are 5 products that if you're not sure where to start there in the Ultra line. You're going to get addicted and you're going to have them all. Dane, I hear you coughing in my ear. What do we got?
Oh, I've got so many comments, so many questions. People, they love when you're on one. You're on a bit of a microfiber bender today. They were complimenting that rip, by the way. They said it was a really crisp one.
I didn't even practice that. So
yeah, so they're calling you the master ripping, but they're wondering if you're giving Matt a run for his money. Anyway, looking down the list of different comments and questions I've got here, I'm thinking we can start with, boom, let's see, right here. Of course, Robert McCall, Anthony, I'm a fan of Ultra products. If I was starting out, which gun would you choose? Any chance we can get an OG blue one?
To be honest, we can do really any color we would want to do. Black just seemed the best because honestly, just how dirty these guns get, and people drop them all the time. I mean, like, dude, I have pictures of people tagging me and stuff where their guns, I don't even think they're black anymore. It's mostly just the exposed aluminum at this point because of how hard they are on them. And we've thought about doing other colors, but you know, you never know. I would recommend if you're going to start anywhere, start with the Ultra Air Blaster, the V2 2.0. Start here. This is going to be the way to do it. And you can run this even with a 4-gallon compressor. Just know that you're still going to be blowing through a lot of air, but if you're already used to maybe that of a different type of gun or that of a blowgun, then yeah, you're used to, you know, having to wait for that to refill up.
All right. Then let's see, we've also got Juice Free, always just throwing us with the clay comments and stuff. He's wondering if Rip and Rags could have a clay version. I imagine that would be a very different price point.
Oh my gosh, that'd be... Dude, that box, that would probably weigh a decent amount.
That would be a heavy box.
I'm not saying it's not possible, but I feel like that would be very wasteful. You know, I would feel bad for the environment at that point. I already feel bad for the environment sometimes with, you know, how I am with towels, but yeah, we'll leave that out of it.
All right, so then we've got Drew here. Drew is wondering as to how people clean their clay scrubbers and their no-soak applicators. Wondering if Rags to Riches is the answer. How do you take care of them?
So you can use it to clean with Rags to Riches. You can use it that way. I don't really recommend throwing these in the washing machine just because you don't want these picking up whatever that washing machine had in it, right? So if you're going to have some other contamination inside there, you don't want that falling into your clay material. The best way to do it is to basically go underneath your sink, get some nice warm-ish running water, warm to cold. You don't really need hot water. And you're just going to go ahead and spray an all-purpose cleaner into the towel. And you can actually just take the towel and rub it on itself to clean it, right? So you can build up a little bit of a froth there, and then you could also kind of just take your hand just to kind of dislodge some of that contamination and then rinse it from the back. Now the perforations are great because when you start rinsing from the back, all that is going to drain out in between the perforations where that is where most of the contamination is itself. And so I will tell you that these clay products, hundreds of cars these can do. They are so durable that they can keep going and going and going, and you're going to get your money's worth out of it. Because I mean, back in the day, you know, it was pretty acceptable to buy a $15 clay bar with a detail spray from your local AutoZone and just say, yeah, this is my one-time use of these clay products on this detail, and then you toss it, right? Well, now you're spending $30, $40 on getting a premium clay product that can now be used for 100 cars, hundreds of cars. So you're going to get your money's worth. Just make sure to maintain it. Little APC, scrub it every once in a while, let it hang dry, and then I tell people to roll it back up and preferably put it back in the packaging you got it in.
All right. Then I have Rags and Brushes screaming in all caps saying, make spare parts for the Ultra Air tools. I'm wondering if he means beyond just the replaceable bearing. He's probably talking about the other tools. He also, after this, threatened/offered to send his grandparents over because apparently they live close and they'd like to see TRC.
Okay, all right.
Oh, no, I'm just saying, can you elaborate on that?
Oh, gotcha, Dane. Gotcha.
It was an opportunity.
I think I'm picking up what you're putting down here.
Good.
Can we make more? Let us know. I mean, shoot us a message to customer service. You know, Lucas there, he gets a ton of amazing feedback from all of our customers, and he's got like his own little sheet of everything that he's been keeping track of. So if there's something specifically that you want to see as a replacement product, just shoot it to Lucas, tell him kind of what you're looking for, and dude, if we can make it happen, we'll make it happen.
There we go. Then Juice Free wants to know, does the mitt have clay on one side or both sides?
The mitt is going to have clay on just the one side. The other side is just going to be, it's kind of, I don't want to call it a knitted microfiber, but it's going to be kind of similar to that of a pearl weave. It's just going to be a little bit larger, but this is just going to be pure microfiber on this side, and then you are going to have your edge here, and then your perforated clay on the other.
Yeah, you can see the color difference on camera there. It's fairly clear. And then next up, I've got Exodus here. I noticed the wheel and body brush got moved to the clearance section. Is there a replacement coming?
So, again, we're probably eventually going to make a stiffer bristle version of it. This was not what I wanted to do, but just due to the bristles possibly losing their shape with really aggressive use, this is probably the right thing to do in the long term. So eventually down the road we will be making a stiffer bristle version of it, but in the meantime, while it's kind of in that clearance section, pick it up while you can, because it's a super affordable brush at just a premium feel, and I guarantee you that you're gonna get your money's worth out of it.
All right. And then Drew seems to have a lot of questions about washing and caring for. I get he wants to take care of these, so let's help him out. Wondering on the wool wheel mitt.
So the wool wheel mitt. So this is something you don't throw it into your washing machine. Don't do that. Matt's behind the camera. Better honor the source. And so Matt, how do you clean this? What do? You don't clean it. You don't clean it, right? So this is something that Matt loves, and I saw how much Matt loved it. I started using it. I loved it, and then here we are. Now we have our own. And so this. You don't need to throw it in the washing machine. Actually, you might actually ruin it if you throw it into the washing machine, so I don't recommend that. I absolutely don't recommend drying it. So really the best way to clean it is rinse it out completely, right? So you're probably using this with a wheel cleaner, an APC, or something similar to that very often. After you're done, take your pressure washer, take your hose, run water through it, scrub it with your hands, and then simply just let it hang dry. Now, depending on the cleaner that you're using, right, depending on the wheel cleaner you're using, it may be a little stiff, it may be a little crunchy the next time you go to use it. It just means that you didn't clean it out very well. So make sure to go back through and really give it a nice deep clean before letting it air dry, and you should be good to go. And then if you want to be crazy, you can take a Detail Factory, like an interior scrub brush, and you can brush the fibers, and then you can actually look and feel like a crazy person when somebody sees you next. So yeah, very nice.
Very nice. And then I've got Matt Eager here saying, do you produce a smaller size of the no-soak coating applicators?
So we actually produce a, so this is actually going to be one of the ones that we didn't have on the table here, which is going to be the suede kit that we have with the applicator. So this is not a ultra no soak, it's not a smaller no soak, but it is going to have the foam block with your suede applicators on there that you can wrap and tuck into the foam block if you prefer to do it that way. But maybe eventually, like a little 2x4 or something like that would be kind of cool to cut this in half and then have it be a little bit smaller than that for some small tight areas. I could see that being a thing. We do have something in the works right now, but it's in the prototype stage, and it's kind of a little bit different, but maybe next TRCMA we'll have something done.
That's fair. Then I've got Enthusiast here asking any issues specifically on the Ultra Utility Brush with getting it wet, that wood handle, just concerned about longevity there.
So the wood does have a sealer over the top, right, which is going to be water resistant, but it's not going to be waterproof because at the end of the day, it is still wood. And so if you do leave this in a wheel bucket and just leave it in there indefinitely, yes, the wood, it will start to penetrate that sealer and it will get into the wood, and you could have some cracking within the wood. We haven't had a lot of these break or any issues like that, but the wood may start to split at a certain point. And if that happens, then yeah, that just means it got too wet. So if you use it, abuse it while everything is wet and then just let it dry out, you're fine. You won't have any issues. I just don't recommend submerging this and leaving in a bucket for like a week on end.
No, that's very fair. And I love Juice Free just keeps coming up with more ideas, but actually some of them aren't half bad, I gotta say. You know, with the number of people who complain when we do like a wash segment and people are like, you're not wearing gloves and freaking out about PPE, I understand the concern, certainly, but there are some products out there we use. It's not always necessary, but if you want to exercise good, you know, safety, go ahead and do it.
Yep.
If we had gloves, though, how would you imagine that would be?
It's funny. It's funny that he's asking that. I have an idea. Actually, there's only a few people that know of this idea, but I don't know how it will come together. Give me time. Give me a little bit more time. Yeah.
Okay. And then I have, no joke, about 15 different comments of people all clamoring for us to make some kind of foam cannon. They're all demanding it. They really desperately want something.
Foam cannon.
They're all saying foam cannon. I have so many comments here. It's crazy.
TRC Ultra foam cannon.
Comments about it. Yeah, no, there were a bunch. But yeah, and a teal, of course, they're throwing it out there. So that was something. And then, of course, requests for a mitt on a stick. And then wondering about the clay towel. This is the last one I'll throw up there. Actually, a maintenance question for the clay towel. Wondering how you store it to, say, get it dry, protect it, all of that.
So I just go ahead and I let it dry out, hang it on a rack, let it dry, and then I roll it with the clay side in. There we go. I didn't kind of doing this on the fly here. I roll it. Oh God, that was a horrible roll. What the heck? Can I try that again, Dane? Can I do this again one more time? I don't want to waste too much time here, but I really want to get it perfect for everybody. So there we go. I roll it up just like that, and I slide it right back into its original box and store it just like that. After it's dry, I don't do this wet. I store it into it dry like this without the clay facing outward because I don't want it to stick to the plastic box.
All right. Well, that makes it simple. So yeah, the concern was with sticking, but I think you stuck the landing on that one. So good job, Anthony.
Thank you.
You did a great job here with the segment. People are always excited about Ultra. Any final words before we move on?
No, I mean, just again, we have, I can't tell you what's to come. I can't tell you, and not in this day and age, but we have so many cool things just soon. It's going to be amazing. I've been waiting for this for so long, and so give us a little bit more time. You're going to see my excitement here, and maybe just a few more months about something new that we've just been working on for well over a year, and I can't wait to show you. So that's all I got for right now. I'm going to leave you with that. So Dane, thank you so much for helping out with all the comments. Thank you for all the positivity in the chat, especially about the Ultra line. Again, this is just going to continue to get bigger and better. So from here, we are kicking it off over to our friends at RoadFS.
Yo, man, it is so exciting to be here. TRCMA 2025. Dude, it has been an amazing year.
Yeah, so far 2025 has been super amazing. And kind of to kick that off, we want to show you guys where we were in 2024. So,
well, here's the thing. I mean, we left here invigorated. Last year, Rod and I visited 8 countries. We participated in over 30 events, detailing events. Yeah. And so we thought we'd just give you a little taste of what 2024 looked like. Roll that film. Dude,
So
I
I'm
need an
tired
air
just
guitar.
watching it. That's insane. So I have so many air miles that I can probably fly everybody to the next training. But at the end of there, what did we learn with all that? And what we learned is that we needed to expand our offering for our software. So on January 3rd, we acquired Detail Bookie. So now we own Detail Bookie and RoadFS, so that we can offer from all ends of the spectrum.
I think one of the big things is we visited so many shops. I mean, we were at small shops, big shops, shops that were addressing high volume dealerships to the retail side. We recognized that as we were talking to people and engaging with them, that we needed to offer something a little more than RoadFS. And I say that in the perspective of we were doing this side of the market really well. We weren't doing this side of the market really well. And we just happened to have a weird conversation with Dustin Jackson.
Yeah, it was, Dustin's doing some different things, and he and I have a good relationship, and I literally texted him as a joke, and I said, hey, when are you going to send me Detail Bookie? And he said, oh my gosh, call me. So it took us like that long to make the decision. So we offered Detail Bookie, and to give everybody kind of to ease it, because people thought, oh my gosh, they're buying Detail Bookie, they're going to change it, they're going to make it all RoadFS. We are not doing that, and Dustin is still part of our team. And so the next portion of this, which is really cool, we're going to have actually Dustin do an explanation of Detail Bookie.
What is up, guys? I'm here with my good friends Rod and Jody at the TRCMA, and I'm excited to show you Detail Bookie, the ready-to-use, out-of-the-box, all-in-one detail solution software. And without further ado, we're just going to jump right in. Detail Bookie has two platforms, your back office and your booking site. We're going to show you the booking site as if we were one of your customers shopping your prices. Let's go check it out. First thing you're going to do is get an estimate. You got two options: bring your vehicle to us, or they come to you. Now, if you don't offer both, we turn those off. Whichever one you do, that's the one that shows up here. So for this instance, we're going to say that they're going to come to us. They have saved vehicles, and we're just going to use the white GMC that I saved earlier. Here we go. Customers putting in information, and they're going to see packages that are available to that vehicle. These packages come preloaded in the system with pricing, with package descriptions, and even better, services. All the services that you offer, all of your add-ons, they have suggestive pricing in here. Now you can edit everything. You can edit the names. You can edit the price. You can edit any of this stuff. But it does come preloaded. We want to help you guys get started faster by offering you a software that's already got some stuff in it. Now, customers choosing the interior. They're going to read through the package description, decide which one they like, see the included services, see the available add-ons, click away, and they're essentially building their estimate without talking to you on the phone. Here they are at the end of it. They can see all the packages that they chose, the add-ons that they chose. They can see some of them that are estimate required, because you may not be able to give them a price until you see the vehicle. Now, customers ready to book the appointment. They like the price. We're going to show them a calendar that has availability based on your shop or your mobile unit. If you got jobs going on, it's not going to show them availability. So here we are. We're going to choose March the 26th at 8 a.m. and we're going to confirm the appointment. First thing you notice is we integrate with Square. That's our payment processor. So they're going to be able to pay their deposit if you require deposits. If not, you would turn that feature off and they would just simply book the job. Now we're going to go through this process here with just some bogus information and place the order so you get to see exactly how that works. Once the customer pays their deposit, now they're going to get things like appointment reminders. They're going to get schedule confirmations. They're going to get follow-up text messages and emails. All of this stuff is pre-built. All the notifications are pre-built. Now the customer can go through here and do other things like cancel an appointment, reschedule an appointment. Of course, we have a time frame in which they cannot do those within, and that's flexible for you to set. They can do things like see previous jobs, see their previous vehicles, pay the final bill, all this stuff. So that way they can self-serve and they're not blowing you up all the time to call. This is the booking site. This is where your customers go. This is what you're going to serve up to them so they can help them get themselves a price, book their jobs, see your schedule, all the annoying phone calls that you take all day. We can direct a lot of that traffic to your booking site. We integrate with your website. We integrate with Facebook. We integrate with your social media ads. Anywhere you have a call to action, you can direct them to this booking site. And it's customizable. You can use your logo. You can use your business name, obviously. And then again, everything is customizable. So you can rename these services. You can rename the packages. You can change the pricing. All of that stuff is editable with ease. but it does come preloaded with this stuff, and we spend a lot of time building those packages and services out to help you. Now, let's go check out. All right, guys, here we are on the back office. Let's see what happened. First thing we know is a bunch of KPIs that we've added to the top of the back office that helps you understand how your business is going. Next thing you'll notice, recently updated pictures. Yeah, we do that. Pictures attached to the job tickets. Now, remember the job that we just booked, 2065? Let's go in there and check that ticket out. Now, you'll notice that there's the customer name, customer paid the deposit, they scheduled it, here's the scheduled date. Oh, look, we got job notes, so for a gate code or any specifics that you need to add, and then here's all the packages and the add-ons. Now, remember the estimate onlys, those are showing up as $0. We can go in here and edit those. We can add pricing in on the fly. We can edit any pricing in on the fly. If we don't like some of the pricing that was already set, we can make an adjustment right here, and this is a great place to do so. You'll notice the times out beside each package and service. That's how we know the length of time to build that detail out. From here, we can move it to scheduled or en route. If we were going out on site, it's going to tell the customer that we're on the way. If we're going to start the job, move it into day in progress, it's going to tell the customer that we're starting the job. And when we're ready for that customer to pick up, we can move it into pickup, and that's going to text the customer and email the customer and let them know it's ready for pickup. We can attach photos, just like I said, through our upload photo, where we can mark, put photos as before or after or marketing or any of those kind of things. Maybe damage, if you have some damage that you're trying to note. Now, we can also come in here, we can print the ticket. We can send a deposit request. We can rebook this as a new ticket. We can create a new custom invoice line. So maybe we're doing something one-off for $50. I don't know, maybe like change tire or something. Heck, maybe we're tire changers today. I don't know. But you can do anything under the sun there and add it to the ticket and the custom invoice thing. When it's time to send a final payment, we can send a payment request and then look for that payoff and hit send. Now, from there, we can also see if the customer's viewed it. And then if we're just curious about what the customer actually sees, of course, we have the tip option there, and then they could go view the full invoice if they wanted to. So the customer has complete control over what's going on. Let's go check out the daily calendar. Daily calendar is all drag and drop, so we can move jobs around to different bays, different schedules, different times, anything that we need to do. If we don't want to let the customer know, we can uncheck that box and hit reschedule. Maybe we're just making an adjustment on that job by a few minutes, and we just want to move it and not let the customer. Now, if we did need to move it and let the customer know, of course, we could check that box and hit reschedule, and that will let them know. We have a daily calendar, a weekly calendar, and a monthly calendar. Again, we do integrate with Google Calendar, so all these jobs will show up, or whatever jobs that you choose, and your staff members can add to their Google Calendar as well, maybe their specific bay, and only see their jobs, which is really cool. Let's go back to the dashboard and talk about a few other things. Recurring jobs, we have a great feature for recurring jobs that happen weekly, bi-weekly, monthly, that kind of stuff. We can see when customers are creating themselves. We can see the number of customers that are creating themselves and when they logged in. So really cool stuff here. Of course, we have full reporting in the back office, daily financials, so we can see what's going on a daily basis with your finances, your monthly reporting, of course, all of the jobs that you're doing on a monthly basis, you can see them, and then yearly, which is really good when it comes down to tax time. Your accountant can just come right here and grab what they need. We have sales tax report, money that's owed to you, open payment requests, tips, and then really cool is the package popularity to see when you're selling certain packages. So maybe you sell some packages more than others. You can see when you're selling those packages. And one really cool feature, if I can find it here, is detailing by vehicle type. So you can really see what kind of vehicles are you doing more of. This helps you when you're creating packages to understand what packages, what vehicles are you selling, what vehicle types are you doing the most of. So it's really, really cool. Again, I mentioned that everything is customizable. So all of your packages, your descriptions, your vehicle types, you can add, you can take away, you can edit the names of them. It's all customizable. We have a full customer list that's exportable by vehicle type. So you can search for your customers by vehicle, by name, by phone number, by email, anything you can imagine. You can search there, which is really cool. Let's go into setup. I want to show you one thing too. Here's the detailed packages that are available. We have all the vehicles, airplanes, boats, RVs, industrial, all of this stuff is preloaded. And then if you wanted to go in here and make a change, you could easily go change the types of vehicles that package services, the available add-ons, and we have a whole list of services that you can use. And then of course the pricing is really easy to adjust. And then if you want to see it all folded out in front of you, like a poster board or something like that, you could see them here. So, and then go from here to edit. So we made it really easy to get started. That was our biggest thing when we think about back office and Detail Bookie. What it's great at is helping you get started without overwhelming you with a ton of work to do. So just keep going. Right? We want to make that simple. So we feel like we've done a really good job with that. All the notifications are built in. So we have a notification engine that sends out text and emails, and it'll show you what it sends. You can edit some of those by going through customer notifications and going in here and changing some of the options that we give you, sending out your Facebook review requests, your Google review requests, all of those things that are important to you. Of course, that is included in the system. So when you think about Detail Bookie, you think about buying back your time. When we spend so much time on the phone with customers and we give them a place to go to kind of self-serve through their booking site. And then also, if we're on the phone with a customer, how many of you guys are guilty of not writing the information down, just rattling off the price, maybe $250 or $500 for a detail, and you never hear back from that customer? Well, Detail Bookie, you can book that job within the system. It's got an estimate follow-up campaign that's built in. That's going to nudge that customer to book that job. So this thing's going to go to work for you, really working to fill your schedule. And so it's helped thousands and thousands of detailers all across the U.S. And I know for a fact it can help you today. Like I said, we really tout that it's ready to use out of the box. It's an all-in-one solution for detailers. It does scheduling, it does payments, it does CRM capabilities, pricing, online booking, all the big things Detail Bookie does. That is the very fast walkthrough demo style. Of course, when you sign up, we really like to work hand in hand with you to get it all. So you guys around, I'm going to pass this thing back off to Rod and Jody. I appreciate them letting me jump in here and show you guys. Thank you all.
So man, we are super excited because Detail Bookie is essentially a detail shop in a box, a CRM ready to go for you. And it's been really exciting to bring the Detail Bookie family into the RoadFS family. Ever since taken it over, we've already rolled out 4 new updates, and we have a big one coming. It's in the works. That should be sometime summer, so look forward to that. And we are continuing to evolve RoadFS as well, because RoadFS is really designed for that more sophisticated detail business owner that's really growing and going into larger areas.
Yeah, so we really wanted to have something you could start out with and then it would grow with your business. So on the RoadFS side, we have customers that put 144 cars a day through the detail bay. On the Detail Bookie side, you could be a one-person operation and use that. And they're interchangeable. We can pull the data out of one into the other. And that's what's been really cool for me to see, is that we can actually take the data from somebody's Detail Bookie, put it into RoadFS, or vice versa.
Yeah, it's been pretty fun because ever since Mobile Tech Expo, we've been talking to a lot of customers both on the RoadFS side and the Detail Bookie side, and we've realized that some of them are a better fit for Detail Bookie and some of them are a better fit for RoadFS, and we've been able to swap them over to give them the right solution for their business.
Yeah. So the other thing we want to do is we want to jump into the RoadFS side and show you some of the new features we've got there, and some of the things that we've done in RoadFS that can help you grow your business as well.
So let's take a quick overview of RoadFS. You may, if you watched TRCMA last year, this may look a little bit familiar, but we're going to build on it. So RoadFS is a complete CRM for your entire business. You can manage your orders, your customers, your schedules, reports, and all of the buttons that you see there correlate with the tabs above. So we're trying to make it really easy for you to get to the data that you need to manage your customers in an efficient manager. Now, when you get RoadFS, unlike Detail Bookie where it's already preset, RoadFS is customizable to the max. It's kind of like configuration mode.
So we're going to jump in here. You customize it for your company. You put your detailing company's logo in there, your address and everything, and then you add in users. Now, your users can be employees and they have multiple roles. You could be a manager, a tech 1, 2, 3, just really depending on what your users are. So it's built for somebody that has employees, multiple employees, but it does work for the single person as well. The cool thing about that is you can actually put them on a location or in a region, and you can do all kinds of commissions. You can do a dollar amount, you can do a percentage, you can have them have an hourly rate plus a commission. You can set up a commission per service per employee, so it's really in-depth. It's absolutely the most in-depth configuration you can do. So I can go into this window tint and actually give a commission to this one employee that is basically the standard commission of, we're going to be like $50 or 50%.
And this is perfect for like if you're subcontracting or partnering with somebody in your local neighborhood that offers a service that you don't.
So we've got parts, services, materials, products, everything. So this is in the services area. We're jumping in here. We're going to do a full detail, a small detail. You can customize the prices for your individual customers. So if you're doing dealership work, or you've got a really good customer that's been with you for years, you can link a special price. The retail price is $300. We're going to give this person a price of $250, and you can see the little link on the side there that tells you you have a custom price.
And the nice thing about custom pricing is once you select the customer, all you got to do is select the service, and the system does the work for you. You can also identify the ones that you can make available to schedule on a website.
Yep. So in the products area, shout out to P&S Detailing Products because they helped us develop this years ago. But you have a full inventory management system. The RAG company was involved in this, and they really needed a true inventory management system. So you can go in here and you can have different inventories. You can work on boats, cars, planes, motorcycles. You can go to somebody's house. It doesn't matter. Industrial equipment, whatever you work on, you can set those up for your company. And then there's different settings that you change. So it's what they call a configurable application, allows you to really talk to us and say, what is the day in the life of your detailing business? Do I want to assign technicians at the line item? Do I want them to track their time so I can see how long they take to do a service? You know, you can limit those parts and services to the custom pricing, customize the printouts and the PDFs, and then down at the bottom, you've got the ability to put your T's and C's in there so that there's no denying when you don't take car seats out or you're not removing the tires and things like that. You're covering yourself by having them see those T's and C's right at the time that they're scheduling stuff.
Nothing like a little CYA.
You can configure your customers to have certain things. So, you know, if you want to run some campaigns, how did you hear about us? If you're using different types of media for advertising, you can track that to see how efficient that is. And then in the back, this is how you do our online scheduling in RoadFS. You put in the times and dates that you're available on the calendar, Monday through Friday, and then Sunday through Saturday. And then your online scheduling, we actually will show you what the behind the scenes are. You can put in a customized button that matches the color of your website. It has whatever message you want, and then here's some nerd speak if you want to see that. Don't put yourself to sleep reading that. And then you can copy this and have your web developer or us put it right on your website to do the online scheduling in RoadFS. We're going to show you that. Here's a schedule your appointment here. Your clients have to put in first, last name, and a phone number, so at least you have their contact information as a prospect.
And the scheduling is a little different in RoadFS than Detail Bookie. Detail Bookie, you're able to put in your set schedule, the available slots.
Right.
RoadFS is a little different. When we queried the customers of RoadFS, they wanted to be able to have a consultation time. So in RoadFS, you actually are, once you collect the customer data, you're asking the customer to select two preferred times that are ideal for them. So they select the services, they add any notes about the services that they want to in the service description, and then they select two options.
Times. And the reason they select 2 times is as we've worked with people, they've said, well, that way I'm 50% more likely to have an availability. And if somebody books 2 p.m. on a Thursday for a 1-ton dually Ford F-350, then you can say, hey, that's not going to work. And we'll show you how you do that. The customer gets a summary of what they have requested. And then once they complete this, they get a message from the system. Thank you very much. You customize this message, and it'll say, you know, someone will get a hold of you very soon. Thank you very much. When you go back into the system, you're going to be getting 2 different notifications that somebody has requested. One, that little online approval will light up, and 2, we'll show you in a second the notifications where you can get a text message sent to you that says you have a new online request. Here's the request from Mary. Well, we're going to go into her request here. Looks like there's those 2 times. They had the preferred and then their secondary time. You can decide on that. And then you can look at the vehicle and what they requested. You can assign a technician right then, or you can wait. Looks like the second time is a little better for these people. And then we're going to go ahead and hit scheduled. As soon as you schedule that, a lot of things are going to happen. One, it's going to ask you if that's an existing customer and you want to use them. Might be associated, maybe Mary's spouse is Tom,
or something. Yep.
And you're going to say, yeah, this is the same person. We're going to go ahead and do that. It's based on phone number. It's based on a whole bunch of different algorithms. And then once you've scheduled that, we're going to show you, we can jump in the back here and go and see what it exactly is doing. So what the heck is RoadFS
It's
doing?
actually jumping over to the schedule. So you can take a look at the schedule. You get a month view or a week view. You can narrow that down into a summary view to give you a complete agenda for the entire day, or you can look at it per week view. And then on that button click, you can actually set up notifications to actually get sent to that customer. We actually jumped in. Oh, I forgot about this.
We got photos. You can attach photos. Like this is prior damage to the vehicle. Here's the full-size image. We store a thumbnail. You can email it. You can text it. You can send it to those clients. And then on the fly do that. Print it, download it, whatever you need to do there to let them know if there's prior damage, or if you just want to capture the before and afters for their work order.
And those photos become part of the invoice record for you. And we have
they
a
also
mobile
do
app
that on the mobile. It's iOS or Android.
And that functionality is exactly the same on the command center. So a lot of times you're creating, or your customer's creating things on the command center, it's getting sent to the mobile, and then your mobile technician employee can take care of that service for you. They can also change the pricing. So maybe one time you wanted change a price on this service, and you can also add products if you're selling DIY products to your customers.
So we're going to sell them some bead maker here. Looks like 2 bottles of it. And then this goes in, and again, like Jody said, it's a permanent record. We track the vehicle through its entire lifetime, from the first time you've seen it all the way through its whole lifetime. We track that. One of the reasons that we like to do that is just so you can see what products you've used, what services you've done, and similar to what Dustin was talking about. Here's our notifications and reminders. So as soon as you schedule something or complete it, in this case, you complete it, it'll send them a message that says, hey, here's our payment link. Go out and do that. Thanks for doing business with us. You can send them a link to your Google reviews. This is one of my favorite ones. This is like a follow-up or your maintenance wash after a ceramic coating. And this is saying, in this particular example, you have a 6-month maintenance schedule, and here is where you need to go to. Call us, go to our website, schedule yourself in, and this is just those nudges to your clients that you don't have to worry about. It's happening 24/7, 7 days a week, and it is never going to ask for a day off, and it's never going to come in late. So that's what the notifications and reminders really kick it out of the park. This is what we call the on-demand, and this is what, like, you can do an April Fool's. Hey, we're doing a special, and you hit send notification. It will go to every one of your clients or to a specific group of clients based on whether it's your boat people or your ceramic coating people or whatever you want to do. We've had actually people tell us they've booked an entire month with one notification where they go out and they send it to their clients. So just a multitude of those. This comes empty, and you can put whatever you want in here, as many notifications, reminders, either to your employees, yourself, your customers. There's follow-up so that 3 days afterwards you can send them to Google. This is kind of one of what they get. Your vehicle's been scheduled for Monday, April 3rd. We look forward to you coming in, and then your detail company name is in there.
Yeah, the nice thing is you can send those to an email and or a text, and so you can communicate with your customers in whatever way fits them. And we've also worked very closely, as Rod mentioned, with P&S and the Rag Company to develop an inventory management system, so you can actually track every piece of compound, wax, towels in your system. We give you a real dollar value at that point, and we keep track of every item in there. So you can set par values of when you need to reorder that product, so that way you're never without that ceramic coating. or towels.
Right. So you set this, we're going to create a purchase order, it looks like here, for the rag company. We're going to order some ballistic compound. We're also going to add something else to this order. And then one of the things that we got requested by Sydney Brigwin was to be able to save that and come back later and be able to add to that order. It sends it directly to your distributor. So if you want to always have the Rippin' Rags on hand, or any of those awesome Ultra tools, the freaking Rippin' Rags, man, or you want to have some Ultra tools on there, whatever it is, it creates a purchase order. Then when those items come in, the little red dot on the right says you received those, and you go in and you receive those. So this is that higher level. You're managing your inventory, you're managing what you're spending. The other thing it does is it gives you that value of your inventory so that you can take that to your insurance company in case something really bad ever happens, like somebody steals a van.
And then you can set up unique things for your customers. So you can actually set up automatic email sends of payment invoices. And then when they send you a big check, like $10,000 or $3,000, you can go in, record that payment. You can split that payment between multiple invoices. So that way you're keeping track of your AR, your AP, consistently to manage your business to success. Right. And then we have a slew of reports. Yep. We have a line item statement report, a statement report. We have the customer order reports.
Commission reports, so you can do payroll. And it's got so many different reports. We're going to show you in a second here. This is just running a statement report for one dealership. It tells you what you've done, how much you've grossed, how many payments are there, what the balance is, the dates you did those items. And then you can turn those reports on and off if you don't use a specific one. You go in there and turn those on and off.
And then you can also customize this thing. So anywhere you see a text label, you can customize the descriptions, and those descriptions can be in English, French, Spanish, whatever, so that the customer experience is in the language that they speak. So RotaFest is written in English, but if you are in Mexico or Spain or Quebec, you can set all of your descriptions to match the language of your country.
And it is also connected into your back-end accounting, so that your invoices go into, in this case, this example is QuickBooks, so that at the end of the year you can go to your tax accountant and just say, here's my books.
Here's my books.
So which one is right for you is going to depend on your business, and this is one of the most awesome parts about this is that right now, because we have both of these products, we are able to do a side-by-side comparison. So here's that side-by-side comparison, and there's not, it doesn't mean because RotaFest has a lot more stuff that it's you know, you should use it only, but it's the ideal for both of these is set up on which one you want to use. They both have online scheduling, they both have notifications, they both have payments, but one of the things that we're really excited about is on May 1st, we are rolling out RotaFest payments. We actually will have our own credit card processing. We've been working with companies for about 2.5 years, and it will be integrated into the system so that your customers can go to a link and they will actually have credit card, and you can do that.
So that is something really, really exciting. I mean, we've been, the nerds in the background, they are heads down working on developing RotaFest payments. As Rob mentioned, we're rolling that out first to the RotaFest customers on May 1st, followed shortly by Detail Bookie, because we're trying to give you an all-in-one system, whether you're a detail in a shop or you're a more sophisticated location with operation with multiple locations, multiple employees, maybe even some subcontractors. So which one is right for you?
Yeah,
call us and we'll figure it out.
It really depends on what the day in life is. Now, one of the things is with RotaFest is RotaFest is the only software that is approved by the aviation detailing industry as an approved software. And because of that, we have inspections, pre and post inspections that you can use for a vehicle as well. So let's say I go to this beautiful Raptor and I find a paint defect in it. I can go in there and do an inspection, take a photo of it, then let the people know that. But on an airplane, it is very, very important to do a pre-inspection and a post-inspection to make sure that you've removed all the tape and you haven't done anything incorrectly. We're the only software that has that. We've been working really closely with the ADA on that. So go to either website, go to rotafest.com or detailbookie.com, and you can sign up for trials, you can have a walkthrough, we can do a demo with you. We're a very hands-on organization. One of the things people ask software companies is, where's your software built? How big is it? All that kind of stuff. We have 14 employees right here in beautiful Boise, Idaho. One of them's actually moved to New Hampshire, but we have 14 employees.
And we have one in Minnesota.
Yeah, and we have one in Minnesota. So this really, this is one of those things where when we started this in 2009, people were like, we don't need any of this electronic crap. But now at this point, it's an imperative for you to handle your company, to look at your books, to know where your employees are going and where your products are going and where you're spending your money. That's the big keys, where you're spending your money.
Yeah, and you can get crazy creative with RotaFest, and Detail Bookie is super affordable. It has a 14-day free trial. Mitch and our team are there to help you. We have a bunch of little training videos that will help onboard you. It's only $99 a month. RotaFest starts at $65, and it's based off the number of users. So depending on your operation, we will work very closely with you to dial in the subscription that meets your business.
Yep, and you can switch back and forth. It doesn't matter. There is no penalty. There's no long-term contract. We just want it to be easy to get in, easy to get out. We've got a number of customers that have been with us since like 2009 or 10.
Yep.
Our first 2 customers are still with us, and Detail Bookie, the first 2 customers are still with that too. So we're very proud of that. And let's go right into some questions if people have some.
Right. So thank you very much, guys. You guys always do such a great job with the presentations. Extremely thorough. So thorough to the point that you don't really leave a lot of room for questions because you answered all of them before they had a chance to ask them. But I do have one.
Okay, good,
let's have
good.
it. Let's hear
So
it.
let me pull up Neil White here. Neil White asked a good question. Very good presentation, he says. Do you guys work with large and small shops? This seems like it's suited for that like mid-large scale shop. So,
So this is exactly right, Neil. So RotaFS is good for that mid to large. Detail Bookie is perfect for the smaller shop. One man or woman detailing shop, mobile, that kind of stuff. Detail Bookie is perfect for you to keep track of all that stuff. It does allow you to grow into multiple employees, but at a certain point it gets to be not enough. RotaFS can do both, but it is really suited, like you said, for that mid-level to large organizations.
Okay, excellent. And just off the top of my head, I'm wondering, at what point does somebody who's just kind of like dipping their toes in the water detailing, they're starting to get more serious, when do they start talking to you guys? When does that happen?
As soon as they take off their socks and start dipping their toes. Because if we can get in it, at the starting, we can help kind of walk through a day in your life. We've been involved in this industry for a very, very long time. We have lived, I've worked in shops in my earlier career, and we can help you walk through some of those inefficiencies and some of those things that people trip up on.
So I think this is a big thing. I love that question, Neil. Thank you for that question, because let's be honest. Software, CRMs, it is not the sexy part of your business other than Rod and I.
You can just look at that, like tell that looking at us.
It's just not the sexy part, right? Everybody wants to polish the car. They want to make it bright and shiny, but a lot of times we neglect the most important aspect of our business, and that's running our business and putting systems in place. So that's why we brought on Detail Bookie. Detail Bookie is perfect for the smaller operation, as Rob pointed out. And if you're getting more sophisticated and larger, mid to large shops, even enterprise, RotaFest is your solution. And that's why RotaFest requires us to be a little bit more on hands on the consultation side of things, so that we can really help you dial it in to meet your business.
One of the key things I think in the detailing industry that people ask us is, when do you pass something off, right? We all can't go produce our own compound. Maybe 30 years ago, I could just use sand and rocks that McGuire's had, and that was my compound. But you can't produce your own compounds, and so what you need to do is you need to know when to pass off that business part. And RotaFest is the company, and Detail Bookie is the company to pass that off, because we treat your company like you want someone to treat it. We know that it's your baby. We know that it's your livelihood, your bread and butter, whatever analogy you want to use. And so we make sure that we are there for you. You have direct access to Jody and I and our entire team.
In fact, I'm going right to do a demo right after this. So
and then next week I'm flying to Arizona
scenario
to help a big company in Arizona get their stuff set set up. So we are super proud of where we're at. We've been in this industry longer than anyone. We're the very first detailing software that was on the market, and we're still around. And we plan on being around for a long time.
No, thanks, guys. That's very helpful. And I also want to point out here, just kind of imagining scenarios. When it comes to, say, the software, you guys are data-driven guys. You're into the geeky stuff, like Neil said here. You must notice, you must have some kind of numbers to reflect, like the increases in efficiency, just the way people handle their business with software versus without, and just trying to like write the books, do the. How does it compare to old-fashioned ways of handling things or the DIY method?
Man, I'm glad you asked that question, because we have a real live customer here in Boise, Idaho. They have about 15 to 18 techs. In his first year of using RoadFS, he increased his revenue by $80,000 the first year.
Yowza.
So it is a huge benefit to you. There is a very well-known detailer that has used RoadFS, and he wanted to buy his shop. And we took 1 year's data out of RoadFS, printed them out. He actually printed out the RoadFS reports, took it to the bank, and he got a loan for the building. So it can help you in so many different ways. If it's just tracking product, I mean, if you've got employees that are taking their van home at night, sometimes they're going to do that mystery detail and you may be running out of products. All the way down to running a more efficient shop so that you can get 1 or 2 more jobs a week in. And that's how you increase your revenue. Make sure that you are charging for your products. If you're not including the cost of your towels and your product and your wear and tear on your polisher in your service offerings, we can help you set that up so that you make sure that you're including that in the cost, because that increases your margin, and that's really where RoadFS comes into play. It's let's increase that margin that you're making so you can get your business to wherever you want it to be.
All right, no, really appreciate that, guys. I was also going to ask, for the people who are curious and getting to know a bit more about what it is you guys do, what you have to offer, where can they find more information about you guys? And I know you do some podcasts and stuff, too.
Yeah, there's this little podcast, YouTube /@RoadFS. We've been doing it for about 5 or 6 years now. There's well over 600 episodes. It's all about detailing and how detailers built up their shop. It's not about software. It's about detailers. And we asked the detailer, how did you get there and what did you do? The other side of that is they can go to detailbookie.com, roadfs.com. You can look for @RoadFS or @DetailBookie on every platform out there. We're on both.
The podcast is everywhere.
Yeah, and we have good user groups. Once you're on board, there's a really active user group on Facebook for Detail Bookie. We've got some of the best people in the industry that are out there helping people learn from other details using it. So just look at it, Detail Bookie or RoadFS on every platform, and you can get a hold of us.
All right. Thank you so much, Rod and Jody. Really appreciate it. Always love when you guys are here. But see, you guys are too good at this. Like, you end up with no questions once again because you answer them all before people have a chance.
Well,
even think of any new ones.
That's right.
Then it's up to me to come up with some new ones.
I know. It's so fantastic that it's dumbfounding. I can just tell. They're all just sitting there like, what do I need?
Either that or they're just glossed
That's right, or
over.
they're bored to death.
Yeah.
So we don't know. It doesn't matter. Either way, we're going to take the win. So thank you guys for tuning into this. Really go out there and follow TRCMA and all the vendors that are here. We love doing this. Every vendor loves doing this.
Oh, gosh.
All of us have
so
a really good
fun.
time in the green room and after hours and all that stuff. This is a fantastic event. I'm so glad that you guys put this on every year because it is one of the highlights of our year.
I'm just bummed. I only have one thing that I'm bummed about. I did not get the pink hair memo with Nick and Glenn because I would have matched you. It would have been fun.
I couldn't have, so I'm out.
No, we really appreciate that, guys. And hey, maybe next year you can show up with it and they'll have something different going on and you'll be the odd man out again.
There you go. Exactly.
I like this question, and I'm going to prime this for 2026. Man, I wish they'd have more time to talk about helping businesses scale up. We've actually had that discussion at a lot of the detailing summits and other trainings that we've been to. So, yes, we will tailor that for next year.
Sure, and Neil, get a hold of us and we'll get you on the podcast and talk about some of the stuff we can do to help you out with that.
Yeah.
Excellent. Thank you so much again, Rod and Jody. Really appreciate you guys.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks
we
a lot,
love
guys.
being here.
Thank you.
Bye.
All right. Now, guys, gals, everybody watching, if you haven't hit that like button, please do so. Helps us out in the old algorithm. Now, we've gotten through the morning. We've seen everything from P&S to Ultra to now Road FS, but we've got the mid-show coming up. That's right, the detail desk, coupled with late mornings and early afternoons with Aaron. You can always enjoy that. And then, after our wonderful halftime programming, we go into the afternoon, where you will find the lovely Rupes polishers, as well as the Wrap Institute with a killer presentation by Justin. You can always count on him to blow some minds with how easy he makes something look that, frankly, you try doing it yourself, forget it. But that's not true. He's going to teach you how to do a good job, and you actually learn to do it yourself. Anyway, moving beyond that, we also have card candy to round out the afternoon, so don't go anywhere. We've got a full half yet to go, and we'll see you in the halftime show.
Terribly sorry about that, Dane. You know how day 3s can go. Speaking of which, welcome to day 3 of TRCMA. I'm so happy we have another blessed day together. Thank you guys so much for tuning in and hanging out with us. Good thing I was able to find the right towel for the job. Let's see if our detailers can do the same by touch. Welcome to Guess That Towel!
I'm Lucas from the Rag Company.
My name's Carson. I work here at the Rag Company.
I'm Dane Hennon, son of the owners of the Rag Company.
And we're doing Guess That Towel. Okay. Got some fluffy action going on here.
Ooh, very, very soft. Don't feel an edge, I should say.
Of course, it's wet. Why wouldn't it be wet, right? Okay. This feels to me like probably an Eagle Edgeless. Of course it's wet, so it feels heavier than it actually is too. It's meant to mess with you.
Blue Eagle Edgeless 500, but it's an Eagle Edgeless 500. Final answer.
I'm gonna go with the final answer, the Eagle 300.
I'm just gonna go Eagle Edgeless 350. I don't know if that's actually what it is though.
Wrong. Shoot, dang it.
500,
dude.
okay.
Did I get it?
Well,
dang it.
You already know. And I got the color. I'm just kind of built different, what can I say? Towel number 2.
Whoa, that's a big towel. That is a big boy drying towel right there. I can feel it.
I recognize this texture. This is twist loop. This could be a 1500 or a liquidator, depending on how much material is there.
1500, final answer.
Final answer, 1500.
Either liquidator or 1500. My money is on 1500.
Yeah,
all right.
Let's go.
Guys,
Cool. See, it's the best drying towel.
this was a mistake putting me in this game. Towel number 3. What kind of tomfoolery is this?
Oh, come on, guys. Really?
Oh, that's water. Okay. Oh, that's cold water. So am I fishing around for, I'm fishing around for an actual, I used to pass these out at SEMA all day long. I know what they feel like, even if you get them wet.
You know what this is right here, guys? This is a TRC lens cloth. So if you actually place an order on our website, you will get one of these bad boys in your order.
Ultra suede, soft, little guy, right? Comes free with every order. I'm going with the TRC lens cloth.
I gave one to a person marching with a sousaphone. All of a sudden around the corner, all their other bandmates, like 100 people, saw they got that lens cloth and they all just started taking them. And then I ran out of lens cloths for SEMA that day. Am I right?
What can I say?
Absolutely. These are great to clean your glasses, clean your phone, so.
I think this is pretty easy. You should never put me in this again because all I'm gonna do is win. This is kind of all I do for a living, so, you know, it's pretty self-explanatory.
I guess that towel was very fun. I'm not a paid actor, and so this is my real testimony. No, it's very fun. I'm really excited to see what other people's guesses were, so, yeah.
I thought Guess That Towel was actually pretty fun. I know I kind of fudged it on that first one with the GSM, but to be fair, you did make it easy.
Dave, what if I told you that only your towels were wet?
You would do that to me, wouldn't you? Yeah, you would. Okay, so maybe I operated at a disadvantage. The bucket was unexpected. I didn't know I was going to be dipping my hand into a full-on just tub of water. Somehow I think there's still room left in that towel. I could probably dry my hands. Ooh, that's a heavy boy. You know what? I think this is as saturated as this towel can get. So really, I'm just carrying around a lead weight. All right, see you guys.
Wasn't that fun, Dane? It's now Anthony's turn to get his hands wet. Pay close attention. In this video, Anthony washes from blank to blank. This one's gonna be a little tricky. Let's find out.
Hey guys, Anthony the Rag Company, and in today's video, we are giving Matt Armstrong's RS6 Avant its first rinseless wash. So we are here visiting our friend Tavarish in the Sunshine State of Florida. And while he's in the other warehouse struggling, working on a different project, we stumbled across this warehouse full of awesome and familiar cars. One or two that we've had in our very own SEMA booth. And then we saw this right here, Matt Armstrong's RS6 Avant, and this thing was pretty dusty. So we thought in celebration of him just getting this thing running, why not give it its first rinseless wash using P&S Absolute, the multi-towel method, and other premium microfiber products, and get this thing looking glossy and showroom ready. So with that said, let's jump into it. All right, so jumping straight into this, we have our IK Multi Pro 2 360 filled with Absolute 256-1. Now, this RS6 is pretty dirt nasty. I'm not gonna lie. I backed this thing in here, gave it a couple revs. It was pretty insane. So what I can see so far is that this car is, I think, mostly wrap. It's got this kind of gray, I believe, SunTech wrap on it, and then it's got some matte black on it, and then I think the roof here is still technically paint because this matches the same color that's in the door jambs. But overall, I asked the guys about the car. They said this was not coated. It doesn't have any protection on it whatsoever. So Absolute will be good, but we might find something back in a cabinet somewhere to add some protection because, to be honest, we packed a lot of things, but not any protectant products, weirdly enough. Now, with the multi-towel method, there's a couple different ways to do the multi-towel method. You could literally have enough towels in the bucket to be able to wipe down the entire vehicle and then set one aside as you go along, meaning you'll use all 8 sides of the towel, then set it aside. Me, I have 4 Eagle Edgeless 500s in my Absolute bucket, and what I'm going to do is basically use several of the towels, flip through all 8 sides, go back in the bucket for each section. But once we start getting towards the lower areas of the car with all the carbon fiber and most of the dirt, I will be going through the towels one by one using all 8 sides and then setting them aside depending on what's dirtiest and what's cleanest. Does that make sense? It's kind of like a demotion process as I'm going along. All right, so as far as rinseless towels go, there's plenty of awesome towels that we have that work well for rinseless. The Eagle 500 is great because it's very spongy and it's very absorbent once you dunk it into water, right? So you're gonna have this kind of cushioning effect as you're going along. What I'm gonna do, fold this into fourths here, come over to the roof, and I'm going to work in straight lines, just like that. I'm gonna be pulling that dirt. Now, depending on how dirty the towel is, I will then kind of change how I roll this. So I can see that most of the dirt collected towards the front, so I'll still use the back of the towel, continue to roll it forward, and then about finish it off. And then what I can do, flip to my other side over here, being clean, same process. Go through, roll the towel away, and that side actually looks pretty dang clean. So I'll make another pass with that. So how this will typically work is, depending on how much dirt you're pulling in your towel washing process, is how often I'm gonna flip the towel or how often I may reuse that side. So if I do an area and I look and I go, okay, didn't really pull any dirt, the towel looks pretty clean, I'll go back through and reuse that side all day long. Now, because glass is much less likely to mar, I will typically take one of my dirty sides of the towel here and knock out my glass with all one side. So no flipping of the towels is necessary. I'll just go through, knock out the glass, knock out the window trim, all in one run. Flip my towel to the other side. All right, so the glass is done. So this towel, let's go ahead and look at it. We've got dirt buildup here. We've got a relatively clean side over here. So at this point, it's up to you or up to me to say, should I put this back in the bucket? Do I agitate it on the grit guard? Do I allow it to release the dirt? Now keep in mind, I have 3 other clean towels in that bucket. So do I want to contaminate those towels with this towel? Well, looking at this towel, I don't think it's that dirty. I think it's actually going to do a pretty good job releasing and falling below the grit guard. So I'm going to say, yes, this is going back in the bucket. I'm going to let this soak and pull out a different towel. You know what's crazier than the arrow on this RS6 Avant? Not subscribing to the Rad Company YouTube channel. What are you waiting for? Subscribe down below for more and watch me struggle cleaning this car. I'm gonna come over here, start somewhere in the middle, make my way down, roll my towel out. We can see we've actually picked up quite a bit of dirt. So flip my towel to the other side and work in straight lines like this. Now this is a wash method that anybody can do in their garage. You can do it in an apartment complex. You could literally do this anywhere. Now I am noticing that this wrap is pretty delicate though. It's got plenty of swirl marks on it. I am not sure if you can polish Suntech wraps. I have no idea. Hood is done. We're gonna go ahead, finish the front end, and then we'll talk about what I'm gonna do for the doors and all the carbon fiber. All right, so how I've been doing this is going from least dirty area to the dirtiest, obviously. So starting with the roof first, you saw some light dust on it. We did the windows here, the mirror, did the hood. Hood wasn't bad. Front bumper wasn't bad at all. All the carbon fiber canards, not bad at all. Now the sides here, this is gonna pick up quite a bit of filth, and I can tell because here on these brakes, these things are massive and they're kicking up a ton of brake dust, but he's also got ducting here, which kicks out here along the side of the car. So I know that from pretty much here downward, everything's gonna be pretty filthy, and especially the back because it's a hatch and the back of hatches get absolutely just, they're bad. So what we're gonna do from here is work on the doors, and I'm gonna work to about right here because at that point in time, all of my towels should still be relatively clean. And so I'm gonna save everything below there and then the hatch for last. So it's gonna be the last things I do with those 4 towels. And the wheels are a different story, but we're just gonna focus on the car itself. I'm gonna show you something right here. So remember when I talked about that halfway point? Watch this. Oh, I can feel it. Is that not the dirtiest side of the towel that we've seen so far in the detail? So we're probably gonna stop there. I'm gonna flip the towel, clean up this area around the door cups, and then leave everything else for the bottom here. So we're gonna move on to the door here, this rear quarter, then knock out the other side. All right, so staying on this side of the car, we're gonna go ahead and continue on with the lower portion here. Unlock my trigger. Absolute's doing an awesome job, so go ahead and pre-spray. And you can never really pre-spray too much. Some people kind of, you know, may not pre-spray enough. And this is where I don't really know the best method for this, right? I've never been like a canard person. So what I didn't want, and what's happening here, picking up a few different rocks. I knew that this thing was gonna kick up a ton of rocks. So I'm gonna try to just be careful here, be mindful of that, and kind of cut it to where I'm not going to pick up anything that's super abrasive. This is where, you know, if you do have, not that many of you probably do, have crazy aggressive canards, you could also just pressure wash it and pre-spray it. What I did off camera was take an ego blower and blow away a lot of the rocks off camera. So we've pretty much hit everything over here. So I'm not gonna put this towel back yet. I'm gonna set it right here on the edge of my bucket. And if I do need to pull this out, I will. But what I'll do is just pull a different towel out. What even is this diffuser? This is insane, dude. I mean, I've seen some diffusers. That's so much surface area. That's insane. Okay, so same process here. We're gonna be working from top to an endless bottom. Come through here, back to this carbon fiber, flip the towel. This is where, dude, it's gonna start getting, I think it's gonna start picking up quite a bit. All right, so last but not least, we have the lowers on these two doors, and that's it. Actually, that is it. So we're gonna go ahead. All right, so we're gonna handle the drying process, but what I wanna do for right now is we're gonna go ahead and pull out all of our Eagles. So there's 4 towels in here. Whatever liquid is left over, the Absolute, which actually still looks pretty good in my opinion, we're gonna use for the wheels. So let's get these out of here. Let's get to the drying process first. All right, so for the drying step, we have more Absolute mixed up, 256:1. So for any areas that have dried, don't fret. Absolute doesn't leave water spots. So we go ahead and spray our areas once more. Take our towel, simply dry everything off. It's going to dry to a very nice, clean finish. Absolute does feel awesome. But there is one thing though. This thing doesn't have any protection, so I think it's time to find an old friend. All right, so remember when I said we didn't bring any type of protection products? That was true, we really didn't have anything. But fortunately, Rex had some Hyperseal on him. So we threw on a Tolco sprayer and we are ready to add some protection. Easy as that. So we're gonna go ahead, spray the whole car down with more Absolute, and then use Hyperseal as our drying aid with our liquidator. All right, so now it's time for the wheels. The whole car is cleaned, it's dry, it's looking glossy. So the wheels I can do separately. The reason why is because I'm doing everything rinseless, so I can keep everything pretty isolated. So we're gonna show you one here as an example, and then do the rest off camera. So I have a dirty wheel here. So how I'm gonna start this off is Green Star here. I got this in here at, I believe, 20:1. So a relatively light mix, but it's still gonna have some pretty strong cleaning power. I'm gonna go ahead and pre-spray the wheel here. And since I don't have any barrel brushes, we are just going to do the faces the best we can. So I'll usually let that sit for 20, 30 seconds or so, but I don't want it to dry. And after I let that sit, I'm gonna grab my IK sprayer full of Absolute at 256:1. I'm gonna follow up, and everything at this point is just melting off. You can see that we're actually making quite the mess there. So now I have some cleaning power, and I also have lubrication. So what I need from here is a towel to do the job. So here is a Pearl Weave that we were using earlier that's still relatively clean, and I threw this in with the Absolute. See, it looks pretty good. This is a great job for towels that have been used or towels that you've demoted over time. So go through and, you guessed it, we're just gonna clean the wheels and dunk back in the bucket as needed. Now after I'm done here, what I'll do is I'll rinse with Absolute one more time, and then I'll dry the wheel just to dilute any of the APC that's left over. So we're gonna do that process, knock out all 3, and hopefully wrap this thing up. All right, so we just finished up with the wheels, and this thing is looking significantly better. Now keep in mind, this is wrap, and this wrap is not perfect. There's still some minor swirls and things like that in there, but for the most part, this thing does look pretty dang mean and pretty dang glossy. So Hyperseal did add a ton of gloss. Absolute made it a breeze to wash. Hopefully you guys learned something new, and hopefully Matt Armstrong enjoys his glossy RS6 Avant next time he's in town. So thank you, Matt, for letting us wash your car, whether you know it or not.
Did you guys get that? Anthony washes from the least dirty area to the dirtiest, obviously. And I myself never tire of watching Anthony wash a vehicle. That's for show. All right, guys, day 3, it's going super well. The morning's coming to a close, but really appreciate you guys being here. Looking forward to relaxing and getting into the afternoon segment. And what do we got right now? The Detail Desk Halftime Show with Alex and Joey. Take it away, gentlemen.
And welcome to the halftime show of day 3 at TRCMA 2025. How are you doing, Alex? How are you feeling about this morning's announcements?
I'm feeling absolutely fantastic.
We had an amazing lineup from P&S.
And this is only a small fraction.
This is only a small fraction, but yeah. the P&S announcements, the Ultra line,
yes,
just the rundown, and the Road FS presentation with Rod and Jody.
Yes.
What an amazing time. But we're here while everyone else is having lunch. We are here to hold down the fort. So what do you say? We get going.
You know what? It's all about making sacrifices in life, okay, Joey?
It is. That's what we're here for.
You know, we don't need to eat right now. I mean,
no.
We can wait.
No.
Giving the people what we want. You know, it's provocative.
It gets the people going.
It gets the people going.
Yes, it does.
You know what gets me going?
Tell me.
A sale.
What kind of sale?
About 20 to 25% off on various miscellaneous
It's
items.
25% off the rag company, microfiber and accessories, and it's 20% off nearly everything else.
Yeah.
No code needed. I did hear the people in the shipping department saying no more sales. So I apologize. I will keep promoting it for another day or so, and they're some of the most hardworking people out there.
Oh, absolutely.
Shout out to the warehouse team.
But just because they're hard, just because they're hardworking doesn't mean it's like organized chaos. Like it is like a well-oiled machine.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Very well-oiled. But it has some oils that kind of helps you like correct paint and stuff like that. We have a whole new therapy.
We've got some gems here. We've got an entire, they're calling it the Paint Recovery Series from P&S. And we've got the first step, which is intervention.
Yes.
It is a heavy compound.
Mm-hmm. It's having a little chat. We're having a little chat with you. So, you gotta talk about what's going on. I mean, Anthony almost needed an intervention when they went to raw dog that Ford Raptor over
He
there.
came out running so fast because he thought that polisher was going to touch his paint, and it was such a sight to behold.
I'll commend him for running so fast, even though his back is extremely broken.
Yes. He's a trooper, and we promise not to. Do we promise not to do anything to his truck?
I don't promise anything. I just promise you that rehab is going to smell and work amazing. It's been a big favorite of both of ours.
Rehab is amazing
for a while.
So my understanding here is we've got intervention. That's going to be. You've got some heavy defects in your paint. You're going to use this. You can now jump to therapy if you want to do a little 1-2 step.
Yes.
Or the big bad rehab if you want to just do a 1-step.
Should we do a little 2-step dancing tomorrow, maybe?
Maybe not on camera.
That mid show's a banger.
Yes.
Banger.
Hello,
sorry.
friend. What are you doing here?
What is this?
Hi.
Is there something on your shoulder?
What do you got here?
Well, I brought my arts and crafts bag.
Oh.
But I don't want to interrupt you guys.
No, that's
you're
totally fine.
You're here
keep
just
doing
in
your
time
thing.
for the
keep doing your thing.
stuff.
I'll tell you when.
But
I'm ready.
Joey,
when you are.
I have something to tell you.
Tell me.
It's a little bit personal, but I have made so much money from rehab.
Yes.
That I can afford therapy.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yes.
That is awesome.
Sometimes some people don't like the 1 liter bottles.
Correct.
Shout out to the metric system. And you can get the little 8 ounces. So, Sydney, this is kind of a great segue because the smaller bottles, people, it's what they wanted.
They
right?
like this. Yeah.
Yeah.
All things, they're so cute.
What I like to do is I like to take from the gallon or from the liter, and I put in the little 8 ounce, and I carry that around in my pocket.
That's what
really?
I do too.
Do you take it to work, or do you just go to the grocery store?
Yeah, I take it everywhere, not just around the car, everywhere.
Okay.
You never know when you need a little rehab.
Oh, definitely.
Correct.
But
you need to take a little sniff of it. It smells so good.
Yep.
So and I love the kind of strawberry scent of rehab.
Yeah.
And it's a nice, scent when you're actually in the garage and you can correct the paint and be in kind of a happy place too. It's not kind of the nasty solventy gross smells.
Can I give the people a little tip that may involve another brand?
Oh.
Is that okay? Is that okay with you? It is a brand sold at the Rag Company, and it will be the Armored Detail Supply Hero.
Yes.
What I like to do is
geez.
I use Hero in my pad washer along with Rehab, and it's like strawberry fields in the garage. It's
Fair
amazing.
enough. Yeah.
Jeez.
Yeah.
Yes. So
I like
Fair
that.
enough.
I like that.
Have you tried strawberry colada?
Strawberry colada? No. What do I?
Absolute.
Oh my.
In your pad washer.
Why
you
haven't
get
I
strawberry
tried
colada.
There we go.
Doing that as soon as I get home.
Yes.
As soon as I get home.
But you're not leaving any sooner than Friday.
Right. Yeah.
Correct.
No,
Right.
it's
Can't leave till Friday.
It's rough to leave this place.
It's going to
It
be
is.
heartbreaking.
We've been
I will say that.
been surrounded by amazing people, hardworking people, also in the media studio. But again, just like yesterday, if you caught our mid-show, there's no one in here with us.
Yeah,
Because
everyone's
they know-
gone. They trust us somehow.
Everyone's
they do.
eating.
I mean, that's all right. I mean,
But we got stuff to do.
we do have some stuff.
Yeah.
We
So
have
you tell me when you're ready.
We have one piece of business that we really want to take care of,
Okay.
and that's the giveaway from this morning.
Oh my goodness.
Holy moly!
Oh my goodness.
What a giveaway!
This giveaway is so hot. I need to wear my oven clay mitt.
Oh my
That's
gosh.
not.
Oh my gosh!
It's just
These are like Gabriel level jokes.
These are
Okay.
Gabe level jokes.
So this is so hot. It's so hot that it's in fact
Reiterate what the giveaway was for
Yeah,
the
what
folks
was it?
here.
$1,400 US worth of stuff.
$1,400.
Is there P&S stuff in there?
Yes.
Oh my goodness.
There is, and
Wow.
we couldn't tell you earlier this morning because it's kind of on the
right.
table.
Yeah, nothing was officially announced yet, so we had to keep it a little hush hush.
So we're doing the full gamut. We're doing rehab, intervention, and therapy.
Oh my goodness.
And you know, we have this guy right here.
Yes.
Joey's certified.
I am certified in stout.
You got certified too?
I did.
We are.
Yeah.
I did.
Yeah.
Look at us. Look at us.
Can you believe
Look
it?
at us. Yes.
How come I feel so short right
Well,
now?
I don't know.
Huh. I guess I've never looked at us standing up.
That's okay. That's okay.
We usually just talk to each other in a group chat,
but you
not
know,
necessarily next to each other.
Yeah.
I think the most important thing is that we got certified by DBG.
Yeah.
Yes.
You know,
those that don't know, that is Delaney Breakwin.
Yeah.
Breakwin.
And
Not
I
Sydney
thought it was
Breakwin.
kind of weird that like you had like I had my certificate folded up in the new purse.
Yes.
I got it from there.
Yeah.
Oh.
So, but I mean, it's
you know,
fine.
maybe someday she'll get the bigger purse.
That's
and then
right.
she won't have to fold the certificates,
Baby steps.
right?
Baby steps.
Yeah.
You gotta start somewhere.
Yep.
Speaking of baby, like there's baby wipes. I prefer the express wipes for the interior.
Yeah.
And
I do too.
And I think, you know, stay tuned. We're going to have a little bit of a situationship going on.
What
there.
else is in that giveaway?
So you got a gift certificate
I did.
for the Heart of TRC thing.
I did.
Someone else is going to be getting one of those bad boys.
$250 from the Rad Company. You can get some good stuff there.
Schmackin', as you would say.
Schmackin' bucks.
Schmackin' bucks.
That's
Man,
amazing.
Is that the TRC currency?
It might be.
It might
I'm
be.
going to push for
Okay.
it this week.
And you know, the elephant in the room is you know, you also get a Viper chair.
No big deal.
No
You
big
get a
deal.
Viper chair,
Like-
and you do get to choose
What?
which chair you
Yes.
like.
Oh my
But
gosh.
asterisk to that is
There
that
is.
you know, you guys are going to have a little chit chat with the team over at Viper and TRC. You guys are going to, you know, work out some magic to
Yeah,
to get
the
that sorted out.
details are not fully fleshed out,
That's
but
nuts.
you will get that chair.
But I think we have some other fun to do. But we're going to go ahead and pass it off to Nate to see what the forecast is giving us.
Let's do it.
Can you hear me? Hello. All right. Hey there. It's Nate from the Rad Company on location for the great sale of 2025. This is one you don't want to miss, folks. Up to 20% off almost everything and 25% off TRC microfiber goods and accessories. No coupon code necessary. Look at all those packages that we're unloading. I mean, and we got UPS, USPS, FedEx, you name it, we send it all, baby. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Nate. That was wonderful.
So good.
Look at that.
So good.
Thank you for the update.
So there's actually a big secret that TRC did not drop. I wish this would have happened yesterday, but they do have TRC branded water now.
Oh, yeah.
They do,
Which is
super
better
cool.
than the Target water. So, guys, this is our third year of arts and crafts,
Yes,
and
I
I
can't believe
absolutely
it.
stinking love this.
Yes.
So I put together a whole bag of like little Mary Poppins. I
Okay.
thought,
It's like a Barney bag.
Yeah. So we're gonna unload everything. It's gonna make a mess. It's fine. So the things we're gonna be working with today is express wipes. You know,
Can't
my
wait.
favorite, and then we're gonna this is gonna be like a clown car.
Oh my gosh.
Right?
How much
All
does
the
this bag
scents.
weigh?
Oh my goodness! Look at that.
I think
Holy
this is going
cow.
to weigh as much as people's carts with that 20 to 25% off.
What in
Do
the
you think
world?
Anthony is going to like the combination of
Yeah.
all these scents in his car
Look
at one
that.
time?
Yeah. And then we've got like this fun bag. We'll figure out what that is
Oh,
later.
oh,
We've got
what's going on
this.
with
There's no bottom
Yeah.
to this bag.
So we've got
Oh my.
this.
Okay. Yep. Okay.
This.
Yep. We're just. Oh, it's
This.
still coming.
Yep.
Oh my
Well,
gosh.
What are we at? 4, 5.
Oh boy. Oh boy.
6.
Oh
Whoa,
my.
geez, don't
Okay,
break
yeah,
one.
there it is.
7.
Okay.
And then we have a little baby funnel.
Lucky
and
number
let's see. I
7.
know that I
That's
had
so
something. Okay. Secret in there.
Oh my
Okay.
gosh.
I think that's everything.
I have no
Okay.
idea where we're going with this,
All right.
folks.
So first,
Yes.
Let's go.
this is my favorite. So we're
Okay.
gonna do the fragrance bar. I'm gonna show you guys how to make your own fragrance bar.
I think people are going to be
Okay?
excited about this.
I'm super excited because like you guys had experience at SEMA with
Yes.
this.
Yes, we did.
And it was a hot hit, wasn't it?
Yes. I'm
Honestly,
gonna set
like
these
people were
over
just
here.
stopping by the P&S booth
Okay.
to smell the strips that Sydney had
Yep.
laid out.
And
Yep.
Joe, you had
Did someone run off with one?
I'm trying to find.
Joey,
I think I lost
you
something.
had a shift at the P&S booth. Did you?
I
not?
did. I did have a shift at the P&S booth.
Did you,
it was
Did,
it
yeah.
was a wonderful time. I didn't necessarily have all the answers, but
Yeah.
everyone around me did, and
Yeah.
I was able to assist in getting those answers. It was really cool.
That's
It was a
okay.
good
A
opportunity.
Louis SPG collab. I think
Yeah.
that's good. But the collab you guys want is all three of us here.
Yeah.
And like how amazing do we look? In these
Look at
flannels?
us. We're twinning.
And you know what?
Tripleting?
And triplets. And I was so worried because when we talked about doing the flannels,
Yeah.
it was 80 degrees in Boise last week.
Right.
Yeah.
It's like 20
Yes.
something.
I'm not built for this.
I mean,
None of us are.
I'm still in shorts.
And then next week it's going to be 80. So then I was glad that we weren't in here
Yeah.
dying in our flannels.
Yes,
so
yes.
it's actually like, it's quite nice
Yeah,
to
it's
be in here
pleasant.
in a flannel
It's pleasant.
shirt. Okay, so let's talk about the fragrance bar, right? So they're so cute. I know everyone's like, how do I get that? Can you guys sell them?
Yeah.
The answer's no.
We're here for fun,
Right.
okay?
I could go into a million reasons why that's just not going to happen,
Yeah.
but so I'm going to teach you how to make your own because this is honestly super easy and it's kind of fun, right?
Yep.
So these are off Amazon,
Yep.
right? So
Excellent.
we've seen the clear bottles. I thought it would be fun to buy the frosted bottles.
I can't wait to see
so
what the colors look like
We've
in
never
there.
done this. We have no idea how it's going to turn out,
No.
but I think it's going to be fun.
Yes.
I think it's going to be fun.
I like that we stuck with the theme of like, this is how the car windows are in the morning, nice and frosted.
Yeah.
You know, 'cause
Yeah.
clear is boring. We like
Yeah.
to spice things up.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. So first thing we're going to do is we're going to mix these a little bit strong because I like them strong, right?
Same. Yes.
This is the beauty is you can do it however you'd like.
Yep.
So I think what we're going to do is we're going to do one at a time. And how about if we do, so let's take these apart.
Okay.
Actually, we're going to use these though. So
Okay.
we're going to take these all apart. We'll put the
Okay.
sprayers back in at the end.
Here,
So
Joey, I'll give you two to take open.
Thank you.
I think what we're going to do is we're going to measure out, what do we think? We like,
Can I tell you what I like?
yeah.
I like 3 ounces of water, 1 ounce of solution.
That's crazy, but you know what? I love that. So we're gonna do that.
That's crazy.
We're gonna call this the Joey level.
Is that too strong?
Joey
No,
level.
I think no. I do like 1 to 6.
Oh, no,
but-
no, no, no.
No,
I
no.
like the way it smells.
We're gonna do 1 to 3. So, we're gonna do that. So here's what you're gonna do.
Okay.
So this is a small measuring cup, and
Okay.
I thought there was ounces on here. Here we go. So there's 1 ounce.
Okay.
So here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna fill all of the 1 ounces, and then
Okay.
we're gonna do the water all at the same time.
Okay.
Okay, so we're gonna fill up each concentrate to 1 ounce, and then we're gonna use the funnel, and we're gonna fill up each one.
Yeah,
And
okay.
in between, because we don't want to mix
You don't
scents,
want
right?
cross-contamination,
We're
yeah.
gonna
No.
use the express wipes to wipe
clean
out
the
the
funnel
measuring cup.
and the measuring cup.
Yeah.
this.
I love this.
Yeah.
Look at
okay.
this.
Yeah, this is like Martha Stewart level arts
Yeah,
and
and I
crafts.
like it.
Yeah. So let's move this
Yeah.
so that everybody can see. So I'm going to let you guys do this. I'm just going to guide you through it because I've
Right
done it
on.
a lot of times. I've made like 30 of these.
So
There you go.
Right?
while Joey's getting some stuff
I'll
together.
get it. You work at the comments and I'll
Two
I'll do
Steps
that.
Yeah.
Aesthetics does have a, how did they get one of the P&S shirts? I think these are on the website.
I think they're on the website. Yeah, I think they're on our website.
And shameless plug, I think Joey and I may have codes over there.
Yeah.
But, you know, DM us
Right.
for those.
Whoever wants to say theirs first is going to win.
Bucky BW. Haha. But if you want to win, this afternoon there's another giveaway happening.
So which one are we starting
know,
with here?
we-
Strawberry lemon.
Look how thick that is. I love that.
This is going to be good.
Do
Yeah.
you want to smell it straight up?
I like that.
Yeah?
I like
Go ahead and
that.
pour
Pretty
that
fun.
in that funnel for
All
me.
right.
So right in the funnel.
right
Yep.
here.
Mm-hmm.
Right here. Got to get the people going.
Oh,
This is like a cough
there
syrup.
it is.
Oh wow. Okay.
Please don't drink this, folks.
That one is a little cough syrupy, but I don't think they're all. I think it depends on the
Give that a
the
little
scent.
Give
Yeah.
that a little minute to go in there.
Yeah.
You can take a minute.
That's
Joey, where
gonna
can they
be-
go over to
that's
buy
gonna
some of
be
these amazing
strong,
scents?
yeah.
Well, while you're waiting for this to drip, go on over to
You know what, if you
theredcompany.com
lift
and
this up,
save
watch
yourself
this.
25% off of
It makes it go
all
faster,
TRC and TRC accessories. And
That
20%
seems like
off almost
more than 1
everything
ounce of
else.
these, doesn't
Got the
it?
website popped up right there. You can
Yeah, we'll
see the new silk dryer. Looks like it's still in stock. Money goes to a good cause. We can get that order in. We've got some new brushes from Coach Kemi.
And
Polishers. Look at all this stuff.
You know what's kind of cool, Joey?
Yes.
Over in the green room, where all the greatest minds in the detailing world are this
Yes.
week.
Yes.
There's a few packages already on the table asking to be signed.
There
And,
are.
I mean,
if you would like your packages signed in the comment
Yeah.
notes, in the what is it called? What are they called? The order notes.
order notes.
Yes.
Yeah, in your order notes, just let us know what you would like signed and by who.
All right. So guys, I'm going to cheat here. So that looks like a lot, right?
Are these bottles smaller
No, they're
than what I
4
used
ounce
to?
bottles.
That does look like a lot, but let's go.
It does
for
look like a lot.
That's
So
okay.
we're going to see how good I can pour it because I'm thinking
Just gonna
that's going
eyeball
to
it?
take forever, right?
Yeah.
So
I'll go
we're
ahead
just
and
going
do
to
that too.
eyeball it, right?
Joey, would you mind pass me an express white, please? Thank you,
So
sir.
I'm thinking that much.
That looks good.
Right? Okay.
That looks good.
So there, look how these are so pretty. Look at that. Oh my goodness. Can you guys see that? That is
like that.
beautiful.
Look at that color.
Oh my goodness.
That was like Joey and I did that. He had a teal hoodie on and he had a pink hoodie.
Yeah, we went out to dinner. We looked like a gender reveal party.
That was pretty funny. Oh my gosh, look at this, you guys. Look at that.
Colors.
Look at
oh,
that.
creamsicle looks
Holy-
nice.
Holy moly.
And the good old mango. You know what I got to smell today for the first time ever? What? Blue bead maker.
What?
Oh. Did somebody tell you to say that just to watch my face?
Well, I didn't like it either.
To preface everything, people, Blue Bead Maker is no longer available. It's you got if kind of you know.
Did you
Mr.
smell it at Lucas's desk? I think
I
he
did.
might. I think he might have
Yes,
my old
Lucas.
gallon.
He has 2 gallons at his desk.
Yeah,
of
I think I gave
That's where it all
somebody
went.
And
the
leather,
gallon. Yeah.
which I must say,
Okay.
Look
I
at
must
this.
say,
This is like Dexter's Laboratory.
This is so. This
this
is
is
so
fun
pretty.
looking.
Oh my gosh!
We've got
I didn't
Easter
see that.
coming
I'm
up. It looks like we're going to dye some
I
eggs
love
too.
This. This is my.
This is
Super
the best leather set in the game.
Are we still dyeing eggs? Or are we going to do Idaho potatoes?
I'm bringing potatoes home.
Okay.
I'm gonna paint some Idaho potatoes for Easter.
You got to switch these up and make it look like.
Yeah.
There we go.
fun, right? Yeah.
There we
There
go.
we go. Here we
I
go.
like this.
Okay, guys. So now we will use our funnel for the
Okay,
water
perfect.
because that could be a little bit dicey.
Perfect.
That's right.
Okay, so we wow these whatever that first one we used was literally
Yeah, maybe I should have done the thick
cough
one
syrup.
last. What was
Yeah.
that? The strawberry, right?
Strawberry lemon, yeah.
Why is it so thick?
I don't
Jimbo
know.
Slice says we need some smell-o-vision. I want to stuff the purple
Oh my
stuff.
gosh, you guys, you have no idea. It's
I think,
crazy.
And you know what? Like, I know on the back it does say usually like one of these 16s to two gallons of
Yeah.
water.
Yeah.
I think if you just buy
I like
like
it
a
strong.
gallon of distilled or even anyway, I like the distilled because like
Yeah.
you're not going through super quick.
Right.
Yeah.
But just like pour
out a little bit.
people who like really
Yeah.
struggle with measuring,
Yeah.
literally just like pour 16 ounces out and
Right.
then,
And then pour
replace
one of
it.
these in.
Yeah.
You don't have to do this.
Yeah.
If there's one scent that maybe you like out of all of them
Right.
better, you don't need to get all of them. Get your
Yeah.
favorite scent, dump it in a gallon, and
Yeah, so a
call
couple
it a
years
day.
ago we did that.
Yeah.
We showed them how to dump it into
Yeah.
a gallon and then we did all that. So now we're on to the water. So who's good at pouring? I wouldn't say that that's necessarily me.
I'll do it.
Yeah.
Okay.
We'll
do it.
let Joey do
Okay,
it.
I'm
so
the new
I'm going
guy.
to have you take the middle and you're going to, I'll help you
Do you want me
move
to support
this.
this, Joey?
I think I got
Okay.
it.
Okay.
He's got it.
I think
So
I
now
got
we're
it.
going to fill them all up with what? They're so cute. Oh my gosh. Okay,
So,
so you're going to stop a little ahead of time, right? Because, yep, there we go.
Perfect. How did I do?
So good.
I like
so
that.
good.
Leave a comment if you like the frosted bottles.
Oh, I love them. Do you guys see how fun this is? Literally, it's like you feel like you're in a lab, like making your own little stuff here.
This is what Dave gets to feel like every day.
Yes. Yep.
That's amazing.
These frosted bottles remind me of Dane's frosted tips in the early 2000s.
Remember those?
Yeah, I do.
Drop a comment if you want Dane
the,
to get frosted tips again.
I wonder if Dane still has his puka shell necklace somewhere.
He's got to. But you know what I noticed though? This is my first time meeting Dane. Dane's got a great head of hair.
He does.
Yeah.
And
Did
you know
you
what's
see his
better?
parents? Yeah.
Oh, I know. I
His-
can see where he got the hair
Yeah.
from. His
Dane's
brother's
hair
got
is really
great hair,
good, especially
too.
when the top's down in the Miata. That is my absolute favorite. But Sydney, there's
Oh my
actually a
God.
question here,
Can't
here
eyeball
for
it.
you. The one who shall remain
There we
nameless,
go.
who did have an order. Sydney, we didn't get this to earlier. What are the differences between paint gloss and pit stop, and can they be used interchangeably?
Not a whole lot. So definitely one was created for the off-road line, but it's very similar. So it's basically just a quick detailer. So it's going to be used very similar. So you can honestly choose either one, no problem. Okay, now I am a little bit confused here.
Why?
Why is that?
I feel like two of them are the exact same color.
That's okay.
That's
Well,
that's
not
what
really.
makes it fun.
I think it's the Absolute is a different color, right?
Our favorite hunter, unfortunately, he had to go home the other day. Joey Endure Eucalyptus Fire.
Eucalyptus is a very good
Yes.
scent.
Yes,
That
it
is a
Very
great
good.
scent.
Which two look the same? These two?
Well, no, I think this must be the Absolute, right? How come the leather and the Absolute? But I think,
I mean,
this
there's a big difference if you sniff it.
but that, yeah, no, that's the Absolute. Okay, cool.
I have made a mess.
Okay.
That's okay.
Yep.
We have towels here.
I
Okay.
think there's some towels in this
Any
facility.
towels around this
So
facility?
now we do need to pick these all up and dry them off.
Okay.
So
Okay.
we're gonna put all of our caps in, right?
And you know what I'm gonna do? While you guys are doing that, I'm gonna go grab a big towel. And then,
Perfect.
we're gonna get
That'll
Right
be
on.
great.
Thank you. I appreciate
Now
that.
okay, there's some more.
See the comments
Perfect.
here.
All right.
Yes, I have a gallon of pit stop. The one who shall remain nameless has a gallon of pit stop. Pit stop's some
Okay,
good
yeah.
stuff. I love
Yeah,
the scent
yeah.
of pit stop.
Yeah. You're good to
But
use all
pit stop doesn't have the same kind of. Ooh.
I'm gonna bring you guys
Oh my
something that
goodness. Okay.
is a personal favorite and underrated, if I say the
Did you
least.
know where that was?
I may have landed it there.
Okay.
This is the Mixture Royale, folks. Okay.
Oh my gosh.
This is a coral net weave. I sound like Dane Hennon in the Ray Company
coral net
microfiber
weave.
skit, but this is 25% off.
It sure is.
Don't buy just one though. You can buy, 4.
May I see it?
12.
Okay, we got to dry these
75,
off.
whatever you like.
We got to get these nice and dry for the next step.
That's right.
Okay, so we're going to shake them, give them a little shaky.
I know what the next step is.
Do you?
Yeah. If I have to get the bottles dry, I think I can tell.
You're
Oh,
smart.
baby.
You're smart. Okay.
Joey's smart.
He is.
Well,
That's why we like him.
debatable.
That one was the one we a little overfilled.
This was a little overfilled, but
Little bit,
you know,
it's
it's
fine.
eucalyptus, so
Yeah.
it's the best. It's the best one.
Yep. There's
Not
that
the best one, but one of the best. They're all the best.
There's a lot of comments here in regards to paint gloss, but I think what's even cooler than paint gloss, especially if you're into like the carpet cleaning game, is the release.
The release.
Release
Oh
is
my
so
gosh.
good.
Yeah.
I tried that the other day. It's a vacuum aid. So I mean, if you are doing, let's say, pet hair removal, whether you're using it for real or not, or if you have confetti or chicken nuggets or glitter.
Chicken nuggets.
I love
Chicken nuggets.
I love chicken nuggets.
Yeah, I often need help.
Release will release the chicken nuggets from the carpet. Is that what you're saying?
Probably.
Okay.
Probably. But if you
It is a common thing to find in cars.
It is.
Chicken
Yes.
nuggets.
French
actually
fries,
is.
too.
Yeah, it actually is fries.
So with release, what I found really neat with it is that you can simply, you know, if you do your initial vacuum or kind of your second vacuum, if it's not too bad, what it is kind of like an anti-static spray to essentially
make that job easier.
A lot easier.
A lot easier.
We got to test it the other day on a floor mat, and you know, if you spray it on, I found it best if you spray it on a little bit, like a few spritzes. You know, these new sprayers that P&S have atomize beautifully. Leave it for probably 10 seconds or so, and then just knock it
vacuum.
out.
It's pretty crazy.
And, it's great.
Yep.
So
It's pretty crazy.
Yep.
I mean,
One of the things I like about these sprayers, instead of just using, you know, a big sprayer, is that it atomizes it nicely. I like to spray these in the house a lot, and if you use a full sprayer, a lot of it will like fall down to the floor. Where this is a nice mist, and it makes the house smell really nice too.
I do feel like maybe these are smaller bottles, but anyway. So now we have to match the scent to the sticker.
Ooh, this should be fun. Do you think we can do it without smelling them?
I think so.
Okay.
I know I could.
I could too. I don't know if Alex can.
Which one do you think is strawberry lemon?
Pick strawberry lemon.
I want to say this is strawberry lemon.
Maybe.
I don't know.
I think you're right because I think
that one has a slight orange tint.
That,
I think that's
so
mango.
I think that one's going to be the mango.
That is strawberry.
Yeah.
All right, so I'm going to show you guys how to put these on. Okay, you're going to put it in the middle first, right?
Okay, start in the middle.
Yep, start in the middle first, okay? And you're going to tack that down with your finger, and then you just wrap it around. This is going to keep you from getting bubbles. See that?
Wow, look at that
Look at
technique. Do you think
that.
you can do it like that?
So adorable.
You know
oh
what,
my
Joey?
gosh.
I think I could because I've become quite the
I wanna try one.
I've
Okay.
become quite the cricketeer. So I think I could.
Oh, you are good with the stickers. This is leather,
give it
right?
to
I'm making sure this is leather. This is leather.
Okay.
It's leather? Okay.
All right.
That's leather in the game. Oh boy.
So
oh,
try
no
to
pressure.
show the camera
I have to do
at
it
the
backwards.
same time. Do it backwards.
Okay. Okay. We're gonna center it.
Okay. Good.
Ooh,
good.
I like it.
Yeah.
I like. Hey, that's
I
not
love
too
it.
bad. That's
oh
not too
my
bad.
gosh.
There we go.
Look
there we go.
at that.
Wow.
Is
My
that-
first label.
Is that so?
I've never done it before.
Here. Let's undo that. You can just tuck that right in there. Okay.
I
there we
mean,
go.
how cool is
Carry it
that,
around
right?
with me. That's all. Yeah, that's my first.
mean,
That's my first label. I'm so
Amazing.
proud of myself.
Okay, Alex, your turn.
Okay.
You got to find the eucalyptus. It's
Well,
the
that
essence
should
of
be
cockpit.
easy.
I think we can say that on this show.
I think we can. Is it this
Okay.
one? It's this one. I can't get over these scents. These are so good.
It's still a little full. A little full.
A little full. That's okay. Oh God, has that ever full?
Jeez.
All
Okay,
right.
there you go.
So we're gonna get nice and hot and ready like a little pizza here. There.
Okay.
So we're going to gently place that on as I massively probably screw this up. Then go here.
I think you got a little crooked. I would start over.
Oh, okay.
Uh-oh.
Look at that. Oh yeah.
I just say that because these are going home with me. So
Okay.
I like a straight label. I like a straight label.
And we know our recently our certified stout validator
Right. Yeah.
will not approve
Yeah.
of the crooked
No.
labels.
Right.
So
We've been doing a lot
There
of
we go.
stickers with you lately this week.
Yeah. Heck
We
yeah.
helped label your garage
Yeah.
cabinets.
Yeah, we also still have Bob Phillips here, and he likes a good straight sticker too. So
Okay,
we got to make sure
perfect.
We got to do that.
But I will give a
That looks
shameless
very
plug.
good.
I will give a shameless plug to Sydney's Garage Tour on the Red Company YouTube channel. That thing is a.
Oh, that's my favorite scent. Let me do that.
Oh my
Please.
goodness!
Thank
Look
you
at
so
that.
much.
Look at this hippopotamus stew.
Hip hop.
JB
Hip hop
is
is
yes.
What? Putting labels on?
Yeah, that's
this
right.
is sweet. Don't
I
let my
love
wife
it.
see this
I
though. She'll
love
start putting me to work.
So, Sydney, we have a question directed at you from the one house who shall remain nameless.
Okay.
Sydney,
Did he have a name today?
Sydney, how many emails?
I saw his name on the
what are we
order
naming
sheet.
him?
I saw his name on the order sheet. His real name.
Yeah.
Oh, you did?
Yeah,
oh
but
my
we can't
gosh.
use it.
Okay.
Can we name him Eucalyptus today?
If we want.
Or we could
It's
call him
relevant.
Cockpit. Yeah.
So straight.
Okay, there we go.
Yeah, that looks pretty good.
How many
Okay.
emails does the audience need to send to Bob to get him to say yes to making us labels?
Well, let me tell you, we've been waiting. Can't answer this question. For the little labels, I just think, yeah, keep asking, for sure. Go on Beadmaker Coffee, ask for the labels. This is why we're doing this. We're really trying to like hype these up so that we can get Bob to make them, right?
Why does he want to do them? Why wouldn't he want to?
It's not that he doesn't want to. I just think that he likes. I think he just likes that we like them. And he knows he's the keeper of it.
He
so
is.
yeah,
He's got the power, and I think he likes that.
Yeah, but I think he wants to make them.
And you know what though? I mean, these are the kinds of things that, like, hey, it's like.
But how cute, right?
If you're trying to justify the
This
16-ounce
color
bottle,
looks very nice. And
this is one of those things that it's not going to last you forever. It's like a couple days, but it's especially with these, they're so convenient.
Yes.
You can just kind of keep it, in the glove box, cup holder, little console, because the new cars nowadays, they just have cubbies everywhere. And hopefully in those cubbies you can find some spare change.
Yep.
And
what are you going to do with that spare change?
I'm going to head over to the Red Company.
You are.
Well, first of all, I guess I'm going to deposit it into my bank account, then head over to the Rag Company, then never use a code this week at least.
Yeah.
And get 20% off on almost everything.
Yeah.
And 25% off any of the Rag Company towels. So, if there are any Minx Royales sold this afternoon, put a note in there. I will sign the towel package.
If you want Dewar to wipe his sweat with it before it gets in the box, let us know.
Okay.
So here's the deal. There's one without a label, right?
Yeah.
So if anyone out there in the audience is listening and they felt like running to my car and in the back seat, Dave printed and brought me labels for the orange creamsicle. And they're sitting in the back seat of my car.
Oh,
so if anyone out there is listening, would like to run before we're done here and grab us the orange creamsicle ones out of my back seat, that would
Sydney,
be amazing.
I don't know if anyone is listening
If
because
anybody out there
no
is
one's
listening,
here.
that would be great.
I will
no,
say,
but maybe there's another building that has people watching us.
think so.
That
Oh,
maybe one of
maybe
them would
stuffing
run and
their
grab
faces.
them. And we could use a set of scissors too, please.
Yes. But with the,
so if anyone's listening, but look at how amazing these look.
Look at them.
I mean, they're
Who wouldn't
so
want that on
stinking cute.
in their garage?
I mean, usually you have to like go to the mall.
We forgot part of it though.
But you can just stay at home and buy these.
Yeah.
Not
so,
this, but
right. So we did forget part of this,
Yes.
right?
Okay.
So the little tester strips. So if you have a shop and you want to use these, you can buy like 480 of these little perfume test strips off Amazon for like $5. So this is extra. Like this is me being
This is next
extra.
level.
This is like
bougie.
you might have a problem.
Hold on.
You got the punch
Oh
stamp?
my gosh.
Okay, hold on 1 second. We're gonna stamp it right here. Here, I'm gonna go just like this.
Okay.
And I'm gonna hold this up so we can get.
Okay, so this is next level. So if you can make your own stamp on Amazon to say whatever you want.
What?
So it says P&S fragrances. So then if you want, you could put your shop name,
Your logo,
You could
maybe?
put
You
How
know what?
cool
You know
is
what I
that?
would. You know what I would put right here? Like and subscribe.
Yeah.
That's what I would
Yeah.
put.
And do you know how much this costs?
Free.
$10.
Okay, it's $10.
$10, even with the customization. $10.
That's not bad.
That's
that
a
crazy?
small
I
investment.
like that. You could probably do whatever color you want too.
That's
Right.
a small investment
Yeah.
to give the customer that level of attention to
Right.
detail.
And so when they come in, so mine are lined up in my shop, right? And when they come in, and if they want a scent to leave behind, then you give them the scent strips and it creates this whole experience for them, right? And I did this at SEMA, and I think the boys all laughed at me. They thought I was crazy.
It's okay.
But then when it got out, they were like, oh my gosh, this thing
It was
is
a hit.
amazing. It's amazing.
How are you going to top
Yeah.
yourself at SEMA?
I don't know. I'm going to
You better
figure that
start
out.
thinking.
And we have a
I'm gonna
comment
figure
here
that
from
out.
Juice Free.
Oh, yes.
I couldn't find the TRC water on the TRC website. Just found it on a third-party site, $20 a gallon.
Perfect.
Order 3. Thank
There you go.
Free.
That's what you need to do.
I mean,
Perfect.
That's
The
absolutely
distilled water really does make a difference because,
does.
especially if you're going to make a big gallon of it.
Yeah.
Right.
If your water's not pure and there's
Oh,
some
yeah.
I do
stuff
have
in there, it might throw off the scent.
Yeah.
I do have to admit, we have to thank Tony
Yes.
for going to. He borrowed the Mini that we
Yeah.
borrowed from Sydney.
Thank you so much.
Third party borrowing.
this week.
Yes, yes.
We
And,
put fuel in.
Perfect.
Yeah,
It was the correct one.
Yeah.
Only the finest Treasure Valley 91 octane.
That's right. There's a big yellow sticker on Sydney's dashboard that says 91 octane.
If anybody out there wants to see how to give me a heart attack in 2 seconds, say, I put gas in your Mini Cooper.
I did that at dinner last night. She was like, "You did?"
I love it. I love it.
Yeah.
But
Hilarious.
yeah, I love these, and I mean, like, you know, if you want to go like full P&S, you know, you guys do have coffee that you can smell to cleanse the
And
palate.
we did that at SEMA. Yeah, we
Yeah.
have. Okay, so you guys haven't smelled this one in its real form yet, right? So this is a little heavy on the right.
Should I go first? Do you want to go first?
You go first. I actually have smelled it.
I can smell it.
Oh man. Oh, I'm getting a whiff already.
That's gonna
That
be
is
hard
like,
not to drink.
you know what it is?
Oh,
It's like
it's so nice.
it's like a classic ice cream store.
Yes.
It's
creamsicle.
exactly what it
I mean,
smells
it's
like,
not like
100%.
it's not like the cheap Safeway creamsicle.
No.
Yeah.
It's like, right?
The vanilla,
Yeah.
and
It's hard to
the
describe,
vanilla's
to be
like
honest.
warm, but
Yeah.
you still got that that brightness of the
Oh my
citrus
gosh.
in there.
Yeah. So here's what we're gonna do now while we're waiting for somebody to bring us the label.
Yep.
Is here's a good way to do it if you have somebody who's maybe just a little bit OCD and doesn't like stuff sprayed on their carpets.
I think the owner of this Raptor might be that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
that fit.
So here's a good thing. You can take your rip and rag, right?
Okay.
Little cute little
This is
disposable.
one of my favorite things to do.
Yeah, so this is awesome. So we are going to give him a treat when he gets back in his car. So we're going to load up this towel.
Should we just
we
pour
can lay it on here if you like, and you can spray it.
And we will get this nice and wet with the orange creamsicle, right? And then let's do this. Let's actually, we really want him to be full.
Yeah, we want him to smell
We want him
this.
all in. We're all in on
I
this.
can't wait for Matt Mormon to get a ride on the truck.
I know.
Oh, I know.
Okay.
It really smells.
He's
now,
gonna say, "What the heck is
what do we
this?"
do with it now?
I want to rip out whatever's in the truck, and then
What do you think's in the truck?
I have no idea.
Should we open it?
Does it smell? Let's see.
I think we could.
I don't know if I'm allowed to do this. It
He
smells
probably-
okay.
He probably has cameras in there.
Let's take a look.
I
While
guarantee
they're
he's
getting set up,
probably in
I'm
the
just
back
going to
seat.
answer one question real quick. So,
Okay.
how long does the scent last in the little bottles? I've heard it might get a week in a larger bottle over time. This is something that the bottles are relatively affordable, especially today.
Oh, the bottles, it's going to last forever.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
So
once
that's
you spray it in the car, maybe a couple days.
You just got to use the finest distilled TRC water.
And you know
That's
what I honestly love about this though, and I love that they only last a couple days because I'm not one that likes the same scent over and over.
I changed my mind.
Because
You get nose blind.
your scents get used to it, right?
Yep.
And then you can't smell it. And I like to really smell it.
Change
so
it up.
I like to switch it up. So what we're gonna do is we are gonna tuck this and hide this underneath Anthony's seat. And then we're gonna move this back forward so he doesn't know we put it under there.
Yeah.
And we're gonna see.
He's definitely not watching.
Yeah. And we're gonna see if, I'm sure he's not watching. We're gonna see if he notices that later. And then that gives the whole aroma of the truck. It's gonna be great. So super fun. All right, so we covered the stamp, we got this. How fun is that? So easy to make. And I would say that total investment here, I mean, besides having the scents, right?
Yep.
But the bottles, I mean, I got 24 for $12.
Yep.
And then the water was what, 20 cents on a third party?
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah.
And
Juice
then
free. Shout out to
No,
Juice.
no juice in this water, baby.
No.
yeah.
pure.
And then I mean these are cheap. This is $10. Get crazy, guys. Do your own thing. Here's what I've learned in my shop is that my customers like when things are personalized. They like when they can tell that I've made them. They can tell that I've thought about it. So this is such a fun thing when they come in and they say, "What are those?" And I tell them, and then I go, "Would you like one, on your way out in your car?" And they pick out which one is their favorite. It's great. So fun.
It's a small little value add.
So fun. Yeah.
Small little value
Yes.
add.
Yeah.
But that's the thing, that's what they remember.
Right.
It's the little things.
Yeah.
It's also just very pleasing to the eye to walk into someone's shop and see this professional variety of scents for their vehicles.
Yeah. So fun. So fun.
Oh boy, everyone's
Look
coming
it.
now. Oh,
nice.
thank you so much.
I'm glad they were where I left them. I'm picturing somebody out there searching my car. I was like, no, I'm sure that's where they are.
Do you like creamsicles, Anthony? Yeah, you a fan?
Did you smell it? Do you want to come smell any of these? Here, I have test strips
We have test
for
strips.
you. Here. I just didn't, you know. While I cut out this one.
We didn't spray anything.
Oh, you didn't spray?
This one
No.
has. This one's got creamsicle on it.
I'm not mic'd up, so I'm gonna do this really fast before they
That's
yell
fine.
at me.
Oh, it's fine. It's fine. They smell so good. Aren't they so adorable? Look, we switched to frosted bottles.
This is fancy.
Which
Is that
one
the
do you
strawberry
have?
lemonade?
Strawberry lemonade.
That's a good one.
Oh man, we did do them
What do you
pretty
think, Dane?
heavy-handed. Not gonna lie.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, we putting that in the flex later?
Yes.
Okay, we got you.
Yes.
We got you.
Right over top of the. Right over top.
Dane's
of the
got a wonderful carpeted dash mat, and we're going to just saturate it with the strawberry lemonade scent.
And Matt, okay,
Okay,
that'd be
let me give it
interesting.
back
I
to
don't
the
know if
pro.
that's- I don't know if that's going to off gas.
I'm
at
the
all.
pro.
You are the pro.
Wow, check me out.
What do you think?
These are legit. The bottles actually are like help immensely. That looks
Yeah.
really good.
Aren't they amazing?
Yeah.
You know
So
what, Sydney?
cute.
I'm glad we went the frosted route.
Yeah.
You know, I know we talked about this the other day. Deciding
Yeah.
like, hey, do we want to do clear? Do we want to
Yeah.
do frosted?
Look how good.
Oh,
It's a
that's
nice,
so
it's a nice
cute.
little
Oh my
aesthetic.
god.
Look at that guy. The newest.
So cute.
Look at that.
Man.
So cute. Oh my gosh.
I mean, I think.
I'm going to spray my
Do we-
favorite.
Oh my lord. We got
Fisher the Sniffer.
Oh my
You know what?
goodness.
That's such a good name for him.
Oh, I love that.
That is
do I
such
smell
a
good?
name.
Do I smell like
amazing.
Absolute?
You smell
Oh my
amazing.
gosh. But see, why couldn't you just spray them on yourself, right?
Right?
You know, you're working, you're sweaty in the shop.
Some got on my face, so I'll let you
Before
know
your
if it melts
customer
off
comes to
later.
pick you up,
Yeah.
you know,
We'll
just,
have to-
yeah.
No, that smells very nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like that. That's cool.
So good.
Fisher the Sniffer.
All right, are we ready for the next arts and crafts projects? I hope everybody loves this. This
think
is
so.
Yes.
This is just amazing.
Here, let me slide
That's
this over.
just amazing.
And let us know
Love
if you've
it.
got any questions so far, or any comments, anything that you guys
Yeah.
do specific with your scents, or
Yeah.
I don't-
what your favorite scent is.
I don't know the logistics, but I mean, if we have an auction situation going, I mean, you know, everything's for sale for the right price, I guess.
That's true. That's
we
true. They didn't tell us we
Well, they
couldn't.
might get my old shop set
They didn't
because
tell
this
us we
one I
couldn't
might
sell
not
the
get
store.
up. So
You can hit us up in the DMs and we can take a look at this. So
That smells dreamy.
I didn't know they gave Anthony access to the Right Company YouTube
Yeah,
channel.
I wasn't sure.
I mean, but like the Right Company YouTube channel.
Oh, it's Dane.
I think it's this guy over here.
How do you, Joey? How do you subscribe and learn about new videos on the Right Company channel?
How do I subscribe and learn about them?
How do you do that?
You could subscribe to the Rad Company newsletter.
Okay.
And the newsletter is not going to spam you, but it's going to tell you anytime that there is a new video that you might be interested in.
Okay.
And
Yeah.
maybe any sales that might be going on.
Yes.
Like today at theradcompany.com, you get 25% off all TRC microfiber and accessories and 20% off nearly everything else.
So
look at this. Look at this website. We've got 4 days of fun.
Look
You've
at
got
that
8
beautiful-
chances to win the giveaway.
Look at that beautiful raptor owning face.
Speaking of the giveaway, let's reiterate it before we get to
Yeah.
the winner a little bit later. But we've
Right.
got the rehab intervention and therapy set with Stout Reflect and Express Wipes.
I was gonna say,
And release.
I was gonna say, I think there's everything in there.
Yeah, everything
I
that was
think
shown
everything.
today.
I think all of our new products for the last year are in there.
You know what, Joey?
That's enough of a giveaway in
Yeah,
itself, but
yeah.
that's not it.
Yeah.
We don't even have all this, and somebody random is gonna get it.
Yeah, that's pretty wild. And what if they're local again and they show up and then it's just rubbing
that'd
it
be
in our
crazy.
face?
I think
That'd be crazy.
I think the winner's probably named like Anthonia Fisherelia or something like that. I
Yeah,
don't know.
it's possible,
I don't know.
especially
It could be.
yeah.
But
the,
like, again, if you didn't win this morning, there's another one later
there
on.
is another opportunity. We haven't announced who won this morning,
No.
but we will. So stay
Yeah.
tuned. But you
Yeah.
get.
Oh, do we
you-
still get to do that?
Yeah.
Yeah. Do you want to do it?
I do.
Okay.
Yes, we can
I
get you to
do.
do that. You also get $250 gift certificate to the Rat Company,
Nice.
along with 3 months free of Road FS. And there was one other thing that brought that to a total of $1,400. You remember what that was?
No, I don't know what that is. I mean, like robust, maybe Steel Max or something.
Viper
Local-
chair.
Okay.
It's a Viper
Okay,
chair,
there it
so
is.
you do get to
There it
win
is.
a Viper chair of your choice. The
You-
Rad Company
like,
will work with you to get
You
that.
could do the one that they have over there.
There's-
But I mean, this
Yes.
is kind of one
You
of
might
those
even
like,
be able to order a teal one.
yes, they've been dropping some mad special editions. I don't think it's applicable to those.
Yeah. Viper, if you're watching, Sydney would love a teal chair. So
Yes.
go ahead and put
So,
that out there.
Hit us
Thanks.
up. So, our good friend Eucalyptus here says,
great.
each of you, if you could only pick one scent, which one?
Ooh,
Great question.
that
Great
is
question.
tough. that is really tough. That's probably the one I use the most. I would say it goes coconut lime and then glacier, and it will be the new vanilla.
If I sprayed myself in glacier, do you think people would flock to me, or would it be too much?
No, I think they would flock to you. I mean, it is definitely like
that is a good one.
It smells so good.
I like that.
I like
But yeah, coconut lime is one of my favorites, mainly because
it makes you feel like you're on a beach.
Every time I wash my car with Absolute, I feel like I'm on a beach. So that is very accurate.
The creamsicle, I think, is my favorite.
You think so?
I know Cindy alluded to it in the presentation this morning.
It's pretty nice.
Like from the bottle, it's good, but even in this, it's even better.
So right. Well, because they are high concentrates, right? So they're meant to be diluted.
Very concentrated.
Juicy Juice is asking, can I mix the scents with the new Vacuum Aid? I feel like it's not so much mixing, but just kind of after the fact.
Right. So I wouldn't mix it. And here's the thing. Smell the Vacuum Aid first. It smells amazing. But what you could do, and I've done this in my own vehicle, is I use the Vacuum Aid and it smells nice and clean, and then I top it off.
Correct.
So I don't mix them.
It gives it a nice clean base.
Yes.
To
So
throw
I
it on
don't
top
mix
of.
them, but I spray this on top, and then it's like a clean beach. Yeah.
Coconut Earth. Will creamsicle be available on TRC?
I would assume so. I don't know, but I would assume so.
I say yes.
Yeah.
And you know what? Like what I did is that I acquired all the scent bottles, and I just like put them on a shelf. I just like to look at it.
Yeah.
Because I know that they smell amazing. It's going to bring me happiness.
Yes, exactly. Okay. Exactly.
So
what happens if you take a sip?
Gail Garcia, what happens if I take a sip? You know what's funny? When I first saw this name, I thought this was Gabe Garcia's like alter ego for the giveaway.
It's possible, me
but
too.
It's not. It's a Chevy.
Gail Garcia, if you win the giveaway, it could be a problem.
Yeah.
We're going to need some ID and all of that. So don't take a sip. I know you're going to want to.
It's
like
tempting.
Totally get it. You're going to want to, but don't.
It's very tempting.
Yeah.
Kron's asking how do we get those labels? Any Word or PDF document?
Okay, so no, we won't be sending out a Word or a PDF, and we don't do that because we don't want the labels changed, right? So they do have to officially come from P&S. So I'm trying to talk Bob into making a label set. Something, and I will warn you, it will come with all of the labels, whether you're going to use them or not. So trying to make like a sheet of labels that we can, just sell a sheet of labels so that you can do this arts and crafts
Maybe if we get like 1,000 likes on the stream,
it
might push Bob in the right direction to get those out.
I think so.
Yeah.
I think so. Maybe 1,000.
Everybody just, give a thumbs up, a like, a subscribe. We'll let Bob know that you guys are all cheering for the labels, and we'll get that done.
Yeah, most definitely.
Shall we move on to the next project? What do you say?
Yeah.
I'll let you go in the middle again.
Yeah, so let's talk about this. So the express wipes, right? These, I don't know if you guys have tried these. These are the most amazing arts and crafts project in itself. How does that label go? There we go. Literally arts and crafts straight from the factory, right? You take some wipes, you pour some express on them, and voila.
Magic happens.
Right, voila. Yes. This is the one out of my shop, so ignore the ripped labels. So these are great. So we started them out in this size because we wanted them to be a shop use size. I know everybody, including myself, is like, can we get a smaller package? Can we get a giveaway for our customers? But again, like I said with these, I think that my customers love when I have put my heart into something and made something for them. So here's what you do. You buy this for the shop set, you get 150 sheets. And I don't remember how much these are. What are they, like $20? I don't remember.
Something like that, yeah. Very even cheaper now if you go to the rag company and save 20%.
Yes, you guys. So these are on sale right now. Yeah. So you get 150 wipes. So what I do, two different ways. There's like the selfish way and then the customer appreciation way, right?
I know what way you pick.
Yeah.
So yeah, okay.
So what I did, again, Amazon, love Amazon, right? So I got like 1,000 of these little. And I think these are called 2x4, I want to say. 2x4 Ziploc. So they're just clear Ziploc, ready to go, 1,000 in a package. That's going to last me the rest of my life.
Yeah, I like that.
So what I do is I take out, and you can do 5, you can do 10. And so what I'm going to do here, and I usually do this on like a cutting board so that it doesn't absorb it, not a cutting board, but like a melamine cutting board.
Maybe like the back of this.
Right.
There you go.
So, and actually, I think I fold them first. So
the nice thing about the wipes too is that you can't just rip them like a piece of paper.
Yeah,
like
they're
pretty durable.
And like Joey all week has been taking. He brought about 14 pairs of shoes to TRCMA just to be hot and fresh.
Right.
So he's wiping his shoes every single day. Like they're not even dirty. He just likes to wipe them down.
Well, they've got to be pure if Anthony ever lets me in his vehicle.
Yeah, which is funny you say that, because the first time we saw Anthony's truck on the weekend, I saw the WeatherTech floor mat.
Yeah,
and it was pristine.
Yeah,
and now
dirt has never touched those mats,
but it has now.
Why?
Because it's dirty.
Who was in his truck?
Matt Mormon.
Oh my gosh.
So I don't know if that's really dialed in.
Bunch of steak juice in there.
Bunch of two first name steakhouse juices. Unbelievable.
All right, so we've got about 6 here, right? So I folded them in fourths. I didn't fold them in one pile because we want the customer to be able to pull them out, right?
Yep.
So we did a little pile of 6. We're just going to stick them right in here. And remember, this is supposed to look homemade, guys. So, right? And I mean, every one of my customers just thinks these are the cutest things. So we've got a little package of wipes, right?
If it's too professional, they might not think that you made it.
Right,
and took the effort,
exactly,
you know?
exactly. So now we've got our cute little package, but you know how we can top that off?
How?
Watch this.
Oh, next
Watch
level.
this.
Next level.
Yes. Buff like a girl.
Oh my.
Yes.
Buff like a girl. Okay, so now this is obviously my company logo.
Would you say we buffed like a girl when we got stout certified?
Yeah.
We did.
Yep.
High five.
Yep. Taught you how to buff like a girl. So then I'm just going to add my little label there.
Look
how
this.
personalized
Look at that.
is.
It is
Look at
ready
that.
to go. So I put this as a leave behind after the detail. And now it has my sticker. They remember it. This is what's in. So now, you know what? Selfishly, it's my sticker. It's not P&S sticker.
Okay. Correct.
Right?
Okay.
It's my
Correct.
sticker because I
You should
did
be
the detail.
advertising for yourself.
Yes.
Yeah.
In
Promoting
this
yourself.
case, yes. And so now they remember me. Now the only thing my sticker doesn't have is my phone number or anything, but at least they remember me, that I'm the one that made this. This is how they know that I made it. So I usually do 5 or 6. I don't do a ton, guys. I do 5 or 6. This is a leave behind, and I kind of joke and say I left you hot behind some wipes in case you mess up all my hard work in the next couple days, right?
Right.
I don't really say that. I say I left you a couple wipes in case you spill something and you want to keep it nice and clean. And I leave this with a towel in my business cards. And every single one is like, that is so adorable. Thank you so much. I mean, so cute.
Would you say that the amount that you give them lasts until their next detail?
No, and it's not really intended to, right? I mean, and really, like after, if it's hot summer, after like a few weeks, this might dry out. So I don't want to leave too many. But I just want to leave them enough for, those first couple weeks. After you get your car detailed, you kind of want it to stay clean. I don't want them to keep it too clean because I need them to bring their car back to me.
Well, when people get their car detailed, they have that mentality of, I'm going to keep it clean from here on out. And how often does that happen? So this helps.
Yeah.
It doesn't.
So,
But,
so adorable.
The eucalyptus. Sydney dropped that in my order as a sample pack.
Oh, what a nice move.
This one?
Maybe.
That's such a good idea.
Maybe.
Where's the sample pack?
It's over in the green room. He's got an order over there.
Okay.
He does.
We're gonna do that.
Perfect.
That's going
how cool is
to.
that?
How come I just want to call him cockpit?
And I think a common question that I've seen in various podcasts and just Facebook groups and things like that is a lot of people I think will ask if express wipes leave any kind of residue.
Yeah, they
if you're
don't.
cleaning.
They don't. It's kind of interesting, and I was going to try to clean my shoes, but I don't know that I can get my leg up on this table. So, yes, they kind of foam up and they leave a little bit of foam, just like Express does. But then once it's dry, that completely dissipates, leaves nothing
And
behind.
you know how I know that it leaves nothing?
Yeah.
I went to a speakeasy the other night that had a black flashlight. And I was looking at my shoes with it after I just cleaned them with Swift.
Wild.
I mean, with Express wipes. And there was nothing. There wasn't any residue that was glowing. They were just perfectly clean.
That's wild.
Yeah.
That's wild.
I don't know if I told you I did that, but I was looking at my shoes to see how clean they were.
I don't think you is.
Very
I don't think you is. I don't think you did. But speaking of easy is hitting that like button, hitting that subscribe.
Yes.
You're too good at this.
There's also, thank you. I appreciate that. But speaking of appreciation, all these companies are doing amazing giveaways.
They are.
And the link for those giveaways is in the description of this video. And again, we've already had 2 jam-packed days of these amazing, just networking opportunities.
Yes.
And it's so sad that everybody wants everyone to stay all week long. But sometimes it's not feasible. There's only so many laps we can do with the Mini to
Right.
True.
Yeah.
But you know how you do stay in touch is sometimes people add you as a friend on Facebook.
Which is crazy.
I wouldn't know, Joey. I wouldn't know.
Sorry.
But, you know, you can't win them all. And you
I
know
know.
what? All these guys, like,
I was just as shocked, believe me.
and you know what's shocking? You know what's shocking?
What?
That our ambassador money hits different because Purdy brought like 24 cookies.
Crumble cookies.
Crumble,
Yes.
which I got to get in there and
I
have
just-
one. Yeah.
I don't know if there's any left, Sid.
I don't know.
I think I can pull it off.
Okay.
All right, guys. So I have one more like extra SBG bougie level, like full diva, full diva.
This is the selfish one, right?
Full, yes. This is when you're super selfish. So this is your. Thank you. So personal, you know, think your personal car. You want to be a little bit extra. I use them all the time, you guys, because I get coffee every morning and I have whipped cream on top of my cup. And every day,
Yes,
if I
you do.
yeah, total truth, right?
Yes,
And
yes.
sometimes it slides over and it lands on my center console. So literally every morning I get home from the coffee shop and I grab an express wipe and I wipe it up.
Every time we've gotten you coffee in the afternoon, it has spilled.
Right. Yeah.
And
Every
it's-
time.
So
Every time.
the mini might need some express wipes.
I don't know what it is
Yeah.
with the coffee houses around here, but like
Yeah.
the stoppers don't stop anything.
No,
Yeah.
they just
You know.
they,
Yeah.
Oh, well.
So really, like, guys, before I did this set, I probably should have signed up as an Amazon affiliate because I feel like I've said it like 17 times. So Amazon.
Heck yeah.
We got to get you an Amazon affiliate link
I know,
for
right?
sure.
Has these clear baby wipe refill things, you know, so these look just like the Huggies, but they're refillable.
Yeah.
So in
like that.
so I bought 6. I think these are $2 a piece, which is nuts. So if you really want like bougie stuff, you could give these to your customers,
Hans
right?
wants bougie stuff like a
I
buff
know.
like a girl sticker.
I'll figure out how to get you one, Hans. That could be a little interesting. So these are extra. And I don't mean extra money. I mean these are extra level of the Diva, right?
Yep.
So these are cool because I keep these in my regular car. So in my car, right? The self.
It's not a regular car. Let me tell you.
You know
my
what,
car.
Joey? I think
Yeah.
you and I can start giving these out to people because we are Swift certified and we can assert dominance now.
Swift certified?
Yeah, Swift certified and Stout certified.
Okay.
I mean the Swift certified.
I haven't got my Swift.
Such a good certification.
I have not gotten that document.
Gosh. You know who? Yeah, Swift certified. Okay, so on these, you can figure out your favorite way to fold them. I just fold them in half.
Okay.
Lengthways.
Yeah, and you could stagger them, whatever you want
Like
to
a
do, right?
hot dog doer.
Yeah.
Not a hamburger.
Right, exactly. So we're just gonna stick these right in here. I feel like you've been hanging out with Anthony too long.
It's a glizzy
Me?
contest.
Yeah.
Anthony goes out to steakhouses. He doesn't hang out with
Actually,
us.
you know what? Anthony's probably going to go for a hot dog later.
He might.
Come to dinner.
He might.
I
I
don't know.
guarantee we won't see him at dinner.
So you can do like 30 of these in here, right?
They can
If
get-
you
Yeah.
use them often enough. And then look, you just pop that open and
Pull
pull
one
one
out.
out. Is that so crazy?
Can you demonstrate the?
Yeah.
I want to see.
So I'm probably going to mess
Oh,
this
no.
up, but
Oh, no.
no, I got it.
There
I got
we
it.
go. Perfect.
One single wipe.
So I think with these, I think
Look
these
at
are
that.
going to be a bit more stable in this package. You know, even with like, you know, we're
Right.
actually coming up.
Yeah.
The summer ever comes. And
Yeah.
then
Yeah.
Actually, spring ever comes.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter because
Right.
you know we had as Matt Mormon would put it, a Dippin' Dots blizzard the other day.
Mhm. We
did, yeah.
But, you know,
Yeah,
like
so
this-
so fun, right?
And I mean, these are, and as you can see, like these are really like they're safe on your skin.
Yeah.
They're not going to
Oh,
dry
yeah.
out your skin.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know, and because
Yeah.
there's a lot of wipes out there.
Right.
You know, like on the consumer level. That,
Yeah.
You know, for household cleaning and things like that. And
Yeah.
honestly, I would just use this around the house.
Yeah.
To be completely
I
honest.
use them around the house. I use them to clean my shoes.
Yep. Yep.
I mean, crazy, right? So these are great. So I love these.
And
so fun.
These are great also to
Extra
clean up your
bougie.
shop with.
Yeah.
Your tools.
Yep. Wipe down your.
Get all the
yep,
compound
wipe
and
down your.
get the intervention, the therapy, and the
Yep.
rehab off your polishers.
Yep.
That's, you know, in case you sling any somewhere.
Yep.
I like that.
Totally.
You know, if you throw
Totally.
if you throw the polisher at an angle, sometimes it flings, and
Yeah.
you know, who knows?
And you know what, Joey? When you clean your tools, you're just happier. Okay?
Yes, the
And
tools are happier.
I'm also happy. You know, if you guys had seen previous arts and crafts episodes, we actually made a pad cleaner out of rags to riches.
We did.
Which
You did. I watched it. I said we like I was there.
Emotionally, you were there.
But we mixed it with Absolute.
Yeah,
You did.
It was
We did.
so, and I
Yeah.
do it at home,
Yeah.
and like it works so good.
Yeah.
I even made a YouTube short about it,
Yeah.
you know, because the short
Yeah.
form content's good. And like,
Right.
stay tuned. There's going to be
Yeah.
some hilarious short content out of this entire week happening.
He's been
These
getting some good
gears
stuff.
have been turning.
Yes.
Okay, they've been turning. So Exodus actually brings up a really great point. Forget customers. I'm going to make these for family members.
Yeah, that's a great
100%.
idea.
Yeah, that's a really
100%.
good idea.
Make
So
them clean
great.
their own cars.
Yeah. Yep.
But you know, too, like I think here, I mean, you could even have like a smaller sticker.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
be able to like place that.
You know
on
what would
here.
fit right there?
What's that?
The detail grind sticker.
Ooh.
That is a good plug. Thank you, Sydney. Thank you for that.
You're welcome. That's what I'm going to do with mine.
It'll fit
perfect right there.
That's
Yeah. Do you have any in your pocket?
It
will fit right there.
Oh my gosh! And there's probably many colors of this that they can get it
There
into.
is. Yes. I went with the clear just because I figured if I got pink, I don't know.
No teal.
I think they did have teal, actually.
And you didn't go for that, huh?
No,
What?
well, because I bought the big pack.
Are you feeling okay?
Yeah, I know. I bought the big pack for my family, and they're a little weird about colors. They like clear stuff. So,
okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'll get more adventurous. This is a learning game.
I'll purchase the teal one. I'll let you know how it is.
Okay.
I have to thank Damon here. I just placed an order of a couple of the new TRCMA.
Nice.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
And again, this event is, P&S and like Buff and Shine, we have Detail Factory. Like Joey and I were like messing with some of the brushes. I'm like, man, you could honestly see these brushes in the space are so bright.
They are very bright. The colors are so nice.
I mean, IK, with the whole alkaline series.
Yeah.
The ADS products that you have to wait for, and just everything else. But I mean, it's so great that companies focus so much on this week and this event with people like us to drop these products.
Yes.
Kudos to the crew behind the scenes.
Yes.
Oh my gosh.
I'm
going to take a sniff inside Anthony's
I
vehicle.
was going to say, I would like to see.
Yeah. You know what? I'm going to while Joey's doing that, I got to grab a little something for this package. So I'll be back in 2 minutes.
Okay.
You know what, Sid? I'm still smelling his leather.
Really?
Yeah. I think we should maybe just pour the whole bottle on the Rip and Rag.
Oh, I do smell leather. He's got something on his leather.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What do you say we just saturate it?
Just saturate it?
Yeah,
okay.
like go to town.
Yeah, we can do that. Because he does have something on his leather that's really strong.
Yeah, we want him to smell. We want him to get this. So maybe just a little line, almost like a coating.
Yeah. There we go. Is that good?
Yeah, I'll actually, you should place it in there. He doesn't trust me.
One more, just for good measure.
One for the road. Oh, I really hope he can smell that.
Me too. You know what? Oh, you know what we should do?
Just put it in his cup holder?
Yep.
Let me see. Yeah, he's going to love that
I did put it dry side down.
I'm sure he's going to appreciate that.
Yeah, he's going to appreciate that. Okay, good deal.
All right.
So,
all right,
what do you got there?
We are now ready. This is a shameless plug,
Yeah,
Joey
this
and
is alternate arts and crafts.
It's alternate arts and crafts. Joey and I like to get together online at the worst possible time of a given week.
Friday evenings,
Friday
right
evening
after work.
At 5 o'clock Mountain Time. So we have our beautiful podcast sticker here, the Detail Grind Podcast. So we'll slap that on there. Look at that.
Is amazing.
Oh,
look
that's
at that.
wonderful.
That is amazing. Look at that.
That's a 101.
Go ahead and subscribe.
We're
plugging it.
Yeah.
I didn't even
That's amazing.
I didn't plan that.
Let me see.
That's cool.
That's beautiful.
That is the coolest thing. Imagine that on a teal one.
Oh yeah.
Now we
Joey
have
would
gone
melt.
over the edge.
That is the way to go right
now
there.
we've gone over the edge.
He would melt.
That is so cool.
Are there any more questions that we have?
I think here it's XXM Ghost. I think if I was a customer and received custom P&S Express kit in the bougie wipes packet, I'd never change details again.
100%.
Absolutely.
Which is true.
That's how you win them.
Yep.
It's like, again, it's part of the experience.
Totally.
And I know Grandmaster of the Year champion Justin Dean.
Yes.
Back in 2020. He would give these little care packages because the Rag Company has this amazing towel called the car wash towel.
Yes.
And
it's such a good towel.
It's a 1627. It's a very unique size. But what he did is that he folded that bad boy into a cute little package and shoved his little business card in there and then gave that to the customer.
That's wonderful.
And that business card was the same size as a credit card that you can punch into the Rag Company. And what can they get, Joey?
You can get 25% off all TRC and TRC accessories, along with 20% off nearly everything else on the website. Jeez. Maybe we can pull the website up if anybody's watching and show people what they can get. We've got 25% off those car wash towels.
Yes.
25% off. And what else we got? The Minx Royale.
We like to make things easy. They actually have a countdown. So I mean, if you miss it, sorry.
So great.
Look at that.
No coupon necessary.
Have you purchased anything this week?
Me?
That's exciting yet?
I got to do my order. I know there's a couple things. I did get something today that I was pretty excited about. Oh, look at that. It releases on there.
Holy
oh my gosh,
crap.
you guys.
Release?
$10.
$10.
Oh my gosh.
What?
Buy it all.
You guys.
$10.
Buy it all.
$10.
You can even finance it if you want.
Yeah, you could.
if you want.
You can get 4 easy payments of $250.
Yeah.
But As it says there, please expect up to a 5-day processing time during this busy time.
And you know what? They're not lying because everyone's running around like a chicken with no head over there. But
I think
they're doing an amazing job.
I think Lucas from customer service has been worrying about Mach 17 because I have never seen his hair like that.
Oh, it's just straight black, straight back. It's like
it's
like
it's not
like
up?
a Naruto run.
No, it's up. It's up. But I think
he's just running that. It's kind of pushed back a little.
I think we should do like an after hours like slick back hair of Lucas.
We should.
I would love to see Lucas's hair slicked back.
Maybe we can get it on Maddie's vlog. See if we can get that going.
Yeah, absolutely.
That would be so great.
That'd be a lot of fun.
That'd be so great.
What do we have?
Eucalyptus here is asking, I have another P&S question. Does Swift or Pit Stop have anti-static properties?
So I would kind of say they both do. So Swift is going to be, the cleaner protector for interior. I don't know this for sure. I can ask Dave, but what I will say, when I use Swift on my own vehicle, I definitely don't get any dust for quite some time on my dashboard. Pit Stop for sure has an anti-static, for sure. Yep.
And Tamara Chase, I know, longtime viewer of the Q&A and the main show from past
long-time Lucas fan.
Long time Lucas fan. Yes, Lucas's biggest fan.
Yes. I think Lucas has a tattoo appointment to get Tamara's name on the arm.
Perfect.
But I know I missed quite a lot being at the doctor's. I have to go back and watch what I missed.
Yes, for sure.
But the nice thing about this event is that it's all recorded. You can go back and watch.
Yeah. You can even play back the chat.
Yeah.
And see what was going on in the chat.
This chat is...
Chat's popping.
It is popping.
Schmacking.
Speaking of schmacking, those cookies that showed up earlier,
I didn't have any.
I was ready to put down $20 US that Luke Berge did it. But let's be real. Luke Berge is most likely going to be delivering chips and salsa, which is the best snack.
Luke Berge, if you're listening, I would really like some chips and salsa delivered to the Raggy City.
Right?
That'd be amazing.
This is an awesome platform. We can ask people to send us food.
Yeah.
Did you see how the stuff just appeared when I said
That's
anybody out there is listening?
That was amazing.
And I mean, you know what? To kind of in the last little bit here, we have the third mid show.
Yeah.
I wouldn't mind kind of a dirty shoe to be brought out because I would actually like to see the.
If anyone's watching, you've got a filthy shoe that does not necessarily stink. Please bring it to us so we can clean it.
Even if it does, it's
even
fine.
if it does, we'll
it's fine.
we have
even if
plenty
it
of
does,
sense
we
to
can deodorize it. Yeah,
that's right.
Here's the deal: I could take my shoe off, but I don't know that I could get it back on. You guys, I've been standing up for 3 days, and I'm no spring chicken, so I'm not going to take my shoe off. So if anybody wants to bring their shoe in. That'd be great.
Yes.
Speaking of bringing in, we're bringing Anthony Fisher in.
Anthony Fisher's on his way in because
the best back in the business.
Someone has discovered we did something to his truck.
Did he see it on camera?
I don't know.
Shoot.
It just.
What's it smell like? Leather or creamsicle?
Honestly, kind of a combination of both.
Okay.
Yeah.
Dude, take a whiff in
Is
there.
it working for you?
It is working for me, yes.
Okay.
Is that what this is?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, just in the cup holder?
Yeah. But I put the dry side next to the cup holder.
Oh, sorry.
No, I just didn't want you to put I didn't want you to put the wet side out.
Anthony's had some issues, like turning things on and making sure they work recently. So.
No, I think it smells very nice. So you can just do that.
Yeah,
dry
we
side.
just soaked it. Yeah.
The
and
Rip
I put
and
the
Rag is truly my method for an air freshener.
Yeah,
It's just it holds on to the scent.
Smells good.
I don't think the scent is going to degrade the top quality Ford carpet.
Yeah.
No.
So.
Is it top quality?
Well, somebody thought so.
It's not Volkswagen quality, such as Joey and myself.
Correct.
But
there's not much like that.
Right back
it's
on there.
Anthony's Forever truck.
Do you approve?
I approve.
Yeah.
Okay.
Do we get to ride in your truck, maybe?
Maybe next time.
Do we maybe get to step up to polishing next time?
Is it?
Maybe
You don't trust me?
I do.
You don't even want the roof cleaned.
There's some sweat pouring down his forehead right now.
I trust everybody.
Okay.
The camera's that way.
Jeez.
I'm not Mike. I'm going away. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, thanks for dropping by, Anthony, and checking out our hard work, our crafts.
Oh, did you see? Wait.
Ooh.
Look at this.
See this? Do you subscribe?
Do you subscribe?
Are you a subscriber of the Detail Grind podcast?
Look at that.
That's sick. Where do you get these bags?
Amazon.
$2 each.
Have you not been watching?
If you watch the halftime show, you get all this information.
He's gonna watch. He's
They're
gonna watch the
refillable.
replay. Wow.
Like that?
Is that the coolest thing ever? Yeah. And look at this is when you just
have just,
Yeah.
you know.
Would you like this left in your glove box?
Yeah, you just need the little
Okay.
customer one left behind. This is the
Gotcha.
extra.
This is the Honda Civic. This is the Evo.
Yep.
There we
Well,
are.
maybe the Raptor. I mean, yeah.
Okay.
I like that. Thank you, guys.
You're very welcome, Anthony.
That's
Thank you
cool.
for appreciating our hard work.
You know what? Speaking of hard work, the team over there is going to be packing this order.
Gallon of Swift and Absolute Essence just added to my cart. Thanks, Sydney. I appreciate all of you. We appreciate
you. Know what,
Eucalyptus.
Mr. Cockpit, you need to add the release. It's $10.
$10.
Oh, it's like an add-on, basically.
Yeah. And then I'll throw this in.
Oh my!
What a deal.
Actually, you know what? I'll even sweeten the deal. I'm going to sign this bad boy.
There you go.
Man, maybe I will too then.
Drop. Mic drop. That doesn't go off there.
Literally.
Listen. This has been amazing. And you know what? Actually, I'm going to answer this one personally.
Okay.
Hector Enrique Cabrera Herrera. Look at that pizza. That looks delicious.
I'm very
Just
hungry
like the
right
one
now.
that Joey left at the restaurant last night.
I did
Can I
eat
use
2 slices.
Frostbite as a pre-wash? Absolutely,
Sure,
you
yeah.
can.
Yeah.
I think it may have been made for that.
Yeah, just a little bit.
It could be a pre-wash, or it can also just be a regular soap.
Yeah.
I use it as a pre-wash, honestly.
Yeah,
I
so
don't.
do I.
In case you missed the P&S segment this morning, my favorite wash, which I think maybe did I learn from you or no?
You
No,
did give me a
yours-
shout out last year
Yeah.
about a wash, so maybe
But
I'll
yours, I think, wasn't yours like the Frostbite with Radiance?
in the bucket.
In the bucket.
Correct.
So I
Cool.
do Frostbite as my pre-wash
Cool.
with Absolute.
Well,
I'll come back.
I do that if it's maybe too hot to do a soap wash, or maybe the car's really dirty.
Because I like to come back with Absolute, because then, I don't know, it dries.
Yeah.
Yes, Lucas is the Idaho Afro
That's
Star.
right.
For sure.
Okay. So to kind of round out the arts and crafts here, Sydney, the release was already in the car.
see,
Wow.
he's a good listener.
Oh my goodness.
He knows what he's doing.
Okay.
Ready.
This
I love
is
that.
all yours.
I love that.
All
We
yours.
just have to make sure to bring it over. And then anyone else making orders, you can put in the order notes to have that signed if you like.
Yeah.
And
That's in
we can
Anthony's
certainly-
car
certainly
while you
get that
pull
up
up the
for you.
next question.
Well, we should probably give him
You wanna
more
put
than
some more in there?
Yeah, we should probably give him more than 2
All right,
wipes. Yeah.
all right, we can have
I'll
such a
pack
gift.
some more here.
Oh,
I'll
Such
pack
a
some
gift.
more. Yeah.
Awesome.
Cool.
I love that.
You guys keep answering questions. I'm going to pack
And
him
yes,
some more wipes.
yes, eucalyptus. I learned from Alex crystal wash.
Crystal
with
wash and frostbite is a killer combo.
Yes.
That
Crystal
stuff
wash
fits.
and anything, really.
I think
Yeah.
crystal wash was just and frostbite was just made for
Crystal wash
Canadian
does a
drinkers.
lot of the heavy lifting. Let's be
Yes.
honest.
It does, but you know.
I'm making you a whole custom kit here,
Look at this.
Anthony.
You're getting a nice
seen,
one.
I haven't seen Anthony smile that big all
I know
week.
I can tell if he's like.
You guys are the goofiest people.
Are we goofy?
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh my
We
goodness.
aim
know
to
what?
please.
Sharing is caring.
We
That's
aim
right.
to please.
Yeah. So,
Stuart, what do we have while she's doing this? What do we have coming up this afternoon?
man, a sick giveaway. No,
We do have a sick giveaway, but we're still gonna give away
Do we? Oh,
the
you have the
morning
envelope.
giveaway.
You have the
Stay
magic
tuned.
envelope.
Couple more minutes.
You know what? We're gonna pop over here in a couple minutes for the reveal. I think we're gonna give Sydney the opportunity to do that.
Okay.
But this afternoon,
Who do we have coming up?
hop through my list. Okay.
Stuart is one of the most organized people I've ever met, and I am very thankful for him.
I appreciate that. I'm actually super excited for this afternoon.
Yeah, we've got some stuff.
We have Rupes.
Rupes.
Okay. A virtual presentation,
yeah.
but also some in-person stuff. So I don't know if it's going to be polishers, pads, tire covers. I don't know what we got.
I hope it's all
We're
the
gonna
above.
see. We're gonna see. Then Justin Pate.
Oh man.
I don't even need to say
that's all.
anything
Did
else.
you just say
Always
Justin Pate?
such a great.
We're
yeah.
gonna we're gonna take all kinds of magnets and vinyl and put it all
over the
Anthony's
Raptor.
truck. Yes, because you don't need to clean it, but you have to grab your snacks, grab your drinks, and you're gonna actually sit back.
You know,
relax.
I was able to tell Justin the other night at dinner that
Yes.
I often forget that I am working when I'm watching him work because it's mesmerizing.
I haven't had to sign a single sick note this week, so I think people are actually getting the hint to take the time off. To
Yeah,
watch
they
this.
must have got that PTO in early.
But I mean, shoot, you have a whole hour and 15 minutes
Oh my
of
gosh.
Justin.
There's going to be some magic during that segment.
But you know what?
Yeah.
Chips and salsa connoisseur Josh Brodel is apparently also going to be joining him.
Oh, no way.
That's awesome.
Oh, I'm excited about that.
It's all for free. I mean, I pay to watch it, but it's free. And then to crave your sweet tooth, car candy.
Car candy.
Nice.
I'm excited. I think I'm excited about car candy.
Back
I don't.
with just on the
I
bottom,
don't
right?
know much
yeah,
about
it's-
them, and
yeah.
I'm very
Yeah.
eager to learn.
That's
Yeah.
the thing. I mean, everyone's going to be so relaxed that they can just get down some notes and
so great.
kind of see what's going on. But what do you say we make our way over to the weight
I'm back
room
there.
and get some actual let's see. I think we should say who wins.
Yeah.
So last part over here, though, we are going to stick this in Anthony's car. So look how nice that is, and that's so.
How many did you give him?
I gave him about 12.
That's a good amount.
Yeah.
I think he knows where to find more.
Yeah. I mean, I don't. Yeah.
I wonder if they're going to be OG spec if Maddie's going to approve.
Yeah.
Probably.
Can you imagine, though? Can you
Probably.
imagine if Matt saw this?
I'm going to bring it back to him in the break area and ask him what he thinks.
For real. Like,
I think
pretty
he can
legit.
clean off his replacement pants.
I don't know if they're OG spec,
legit.
but we'll
Where should I
find out.
leave these? You know what? Wow.
Does he have a lot of stuff in his glove box?
He has nothing, and that really freaks me out, honestly.
Really? Can I see?
There was nothing in there.
Oh, in the center console.
In the center console.
But I mean,
so here's what we're going to do. We're going to lay
for those that
these
don't know, Anthony
just
did
right
pick
like
up
this,
vehicle.
right?
But yeah, if you
So
guys
that
could
when
just
he
step
opens
aside
the
a little
center
bit and
console,
see what
he
He can
Yeah.
just pop it and grab it.
That's so nice.
That is amazing.
That is so nice.
That is wonderful,
Okay.
Sydney.
Right
All
in the
right.
center console. There
Right
we
in the
go.
center console. He's
Beautiful.
good to go.
Beautiful. First from Puerto Rico is asking if Car Candy is going to be with Megan. You know what? You're just going to have to stick around and find out.
We can't give you all the answers, Umberto.
No.
There's got to be some surprises left.
No, definitely. All right, so I think we're going to head over to the White Room and see what's going on.
All right.
For the,
You guys
giveaway
good?
winner. So I think
We're going to have you announce the winner.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. Then I'll follow you over to the
Unless
White
you're
Room.
hungry and want to leave, you can. I know the
I mean,
cookies
I'm
are
getting
calling
there.
your name.
I'm getting there, but I would love to come do the giveaway.
Okay.
Well,
I would
let's
love
go
it.
do that. What do you
Yes.
say?
I think
Let's do
I think
it.
we should do
I'm going
that.
to take this with me though, because I got to go put this in the
In
cockpit
the order.
Yeah.
Good memory, Sid.
Yeah.
All
Good
right.
times.
I made a mess.
So let's take a look at the forecast for the rest of the week. We're finally over that hump, and this morning we got all the therapy we needed. We released everything we had to with an amazing presentation from the team over at P&S. Then rolling over to your friends and hosts of TRCMA 2025, we had the Ultra Airline. It was the blowout of the week, if you will. And then once all the detailing was settled, we went ahead and had Rod and Jody from RotaFest get you all set up with the top quality software to do what you have to do as a business owner. Now, this afternoon, you're going to grab your snacks, you're going to grab your drinks, and you're going to get presented with amazing content from our friends over at Rupes. And then, if you want to be really mesmerized, Justin Pate from the Rap Institute. I don't even know how to describe that process. You think you can wrap something you don't even know. We're going to be wrapping and rolling right to the end of the day. Your sweet tooth is going to be hit with Car Candy, so stay tuned. Then we're going to jump right into Thursday. Wow.
I love that, Doer. That was so
great.
good.
I like
So
that
good.
oven mitt.
Thank you.
I like that.
Thank you.
Right, because things are about to get hot.
Hot.
Hot
Very
because
hot.
we've got a giveaway.
This
We've
is my
got a
favorite
giveaway.
part. This is my favorite part.
We've got
Look
the
at these
official
envelopes.
envelope.
So
this whole
cute.
week has been about DIY and arts and crafts.
Yep.
Correct.
You know.
Correct. There's
Yep.
something charming about
There
it.
is.
I love it. Our favorite color, teal.
So cute.
What can I say?
All right.
This is the big one.
So-
this
They're
might
like
be the biggest of the
what are
week.
these
This
like
is the big one.
Is this like the Oscars or the Grammys? What comes in?
Do you want a drum roll?
Yeah. How do you do that, like Chevy Chase, right? Okay, so again, I'm going to recap because I'm going to draw this out.
Yeah.
This is Wednesday morning, giveaway
Draw
number
it out
5.
because let them know what they have won.
I'm going to.
It's a
yeah.
lot.
It is a lot. It's a $1,400 value.
Is
Oh
it
my
too
gosh.
much?
So-
I can't
Too
even,
much?
I mean, should we take like maybe $200 off? No, let's give them the full $1,400.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. So, giveaway number 5, approximately $1,400. We have P&S
Okay.
has given rehab, intervention, therapy, a 30 ml of stout, reflect, express wipes, and release. That is
My
literally all of the new products for the last year.
My gosh.
Right? Yeah, I will tell you intervention may have to be shipped later. A $250 gift certificate to theragcompany.com.
You can get stuff like ultra soak,
Yep.
ultra no soak applicators,
Yep.
your clay mitts, your air
A
tools.
gun, yeah.
I will say I love this new packaging.
It's wonderful.
For this, I didn't know this. Again, we
Yeah.
weren't privy to this information ahead of time.
No,
Yeah.
Anthony doesn't like us enough.
That's the new Ultra Air Blaster,
Right.
right there.
Yep.
This guy is the new
Yes.
Ultra Air Blaster.
Yeah, so cool. Then you also get 3 months free of RotaFest, which who doesn't
What?
need a software? I mean, the
Oh
things
my God.
run your
If
life.
you're not
so
using
amazing.
software,
Yeah.
what are you
so
doing?
amazing. So amazing. So those guys were awesome. Don't know if you caught their segment, but so great.
Okay.
And then to top it all off, bringing it up is
Viper chair.
Oh my gosh.
You get a Viper chair of your choice.
Are you a little jealous? Are you a little jealous? I'm a little jealous.
Like a die-cast, like miniature one?
No, I think it's a full-size one that they can sit on.
I think you get to pick. But I think I'm just upset that I don't get to win this, but it's fine. It's fine.
And we have chosen a winner.
I'm really happy for this person, and his name is Brad. I'm going to murder this last name. I think it's Leggy?
Leger?
Leggy?
Leggy? Is it like Super Legera, but it's Leger?
That's how I took it. And where's he at?
He is from Olmsted Falls, Ohio.
Congratulations.
Oh my gosh, congratulations. Brad.
I hope you were ready for some comfort in your life.
So cool.
That's going to be the nicest chair in Ohio, I'm pretty sure.
I think so.
I think so. That is amazing.
Definitely the newest.
Congratulations, Brad.
I cannot believe that.
That is so cool.
Man.
Yeah.
Man, you know what? And this afternoon, too, I think since this one's out and people have already entered this, should we give them a little sneak peek of what they could be winning at the end of the day today?
Yeah, but you know what, you guys? I want to make sure that I go, I want to make sure I get this in Mr. Cockpit's order.
Okay. Please do
that.
So
I'm going to run this over to the warehouse, and I'm going to let you guys close this out, but thank you for another super successful session
Thank you for
of
helping
Arts
us
and
out
Crafts with
with it.
SBG.
Yes.
It's so fun. Okay, you guys are awesome.
Thank you so much, Sydney.
So, hope you all enjoyed that. Another historic Arts and Crafts with the one and only SBG.
One for the history books.
History books.
The history books.
Yeah. Remember when you couldn't save money on all this stuff? That was last week?
That was last week. All of this stuff, some of this stuff wasn't out, but all of it was definitely full price. And you know what's not full price now?
All of it.
25% off Rag Company, TRC, microfiber, and 20% off nearly everything else.
You know what, Joey? I think I might just have to go buy some Minx Royale because I just had like immense happiness when I picked that towel.
You know, I don't know if I have any left.
Oh, you should.
I might need some new ones.
You should.
I might. They're great for rinseless washing.
Yeah.
They kind of take on this spongy feel that other towels do not.
That's the coral goodness.
Yeah, I think that's what it is.
And you know what the nice thing about this whole website with that sale you had mentioned is that if you're around a bunch of coral on a beach, you can use your laptop and check that stuff out.
Just open up a new tab. Go to ragcompany.com.
Ignore the family. Go on it, buy it, and it'll be there when you get home.
Don't ignore the family, but you could maybe purchase something for them. There's lifestyle towels. There's you can get 25% off. There's no coupon code needed at all.
What's a coupon code?
I think I'm just hungry. I meant to say coupon code.
Okay, I'm gonna point to X6M's Ghosts comment. Can we still enter for the giveaway later today?
You sure can.
Absolutely, you can. It's in the description. It's a link in the bottom, and I believe the TikTok follow and the Instagram follow on the Rag Company, both those names, is an extra entry.
I also want to bring up one thing. We brought it up during the pre-show, but if you don't follow the Rag Company on Instagram, first of all, what's the matter with you?
Yep.
Second, there's something coming tomorrow. You might want to pay attention to that Instagram post that was uploaded this morning.
Yeah. The Rag Company, I think, posted it.
I think the Rag Company posted it, and there were just 3 really handsome dudes in the post.
You, me,
Brandon Purdy.
Is that the cookie guy?
The Grand Ambassador of the Year 2024.
Cookie guy.
Cookie guy.
Okay. He's local.
He is local, but he may or may not have something he wants to
do.
Pay it forward.
Yeah. Okay.
Cool. So pay attention, stay tuned.
I like that.
And follow the Rag Company on Instagram.
But this afternoon, you can still enter, as far as I know.
Yes.
We had the privilege of giving away or announcing the giveaway for yesterday.
We got to close the show. How cool was that? And why did we do that? Because we love our friends Anthony and Sydney, and we wanted to give them a break.
Absolutely. So, Joey,
let's go into the afternoon giveaway.
I feel back. I don't know. I feel like this giveaway is almost a little bigger.
Oh.
It's $1,200.
$1,200.
Just because it's like money isn't everything. Okay.
No, it's not.
It's $10 for release, for goodness sake.
I'm gonna give release a sniff right now while you go through that.
Give it the old crank. So, LHR 15 kit.
What? No, you're kidding.
All day. All day.
A Rupes polisher.
Yeah.
The whole kit.
Whole thing.
Oh my gosh.
Whole thing.
Oh my gosh. What else?
Whole thing. Anywho. TWI, the Rap Institute, and Avery Dennison, 1-year platinum membership.
1 whole year.
Yeah. That's 365 days.
If you utilize it if you take advantage of that, you may one day be doing a wrap install here at TRCMA with Justin Pate.
365 days of membership. That's one away from
you can learn a
366.
lot. You can learn to wrap in a year. What do you think?
Yeah, I'm gonna have some sweet moves in my wrap game with the whole chemical line of car candy. Are you freaking serious?
A whole chemical line, an entire year to learn how to wrap a car, and an entire polisher kit?
I mean,
that might be a better giveaway. Who knows?
I'm glad we're 60 seconds from wrapping this up because I'm
gonna go enter.
Yeah.
My entry will be deleted, but maybe it'll sneak by.
I think your cat can make an account. We can enter that.
I do miss my cat.
I do too. So,
but let's talk about who we've got coming up in this afternoon, so that we can get those segments going.
Yeah. So, Rupes.
So let's take a look at the fork.
Ooh. Wow. Wasn't that beautiful?
That was beautiful.
Rupes from 2 to 3 o'clock.
Yep.
Okay. Then 3 to 4:15, we have the wrap job. It's an inside wrap job.
It is an inside wrap job
of a car.
There will be no hip hop being played though.
No.
Different type of wrap.
No, we don't want to get demonetized.
Correct.
Anywho, 4:15 to 5.
Car candy.
Car candy. I think we Justin Lobato? Maybe?
Yes.
Maybe?
Yes.
Maybe.
I mean, I can see how you can get confused. We're pretty much twins.
I'm confused how these giveaways keep happening, and you know what? There's 2 more tomorrow, but we're not going to tell you that. But for us, this is all we have. Be sure to check in, possibly later today if we close out the show. I don't know, but we're going to be back for the pre-show, so stay tuned. Grab your snacks and enjoy the rest of the day. Joey, anything else on the way out?
No, just thank you guys for hanging out for another halftime show with us at the detail desk.
Thanks, everyone. We love you all.
Thank you.
Well, without further ado, let's get to it. Oh, it's my favorite time again. The boys got the car looking perfect with the wet sanding and the ice blasting, but it still needs to be put together, so let's stay tuned and check it out. Well, what you waiting for? Let's hop to it.
Hey guys, and welcome back to part 2 of the wet sanding and polishing on our Subaru WRX STI build series. In this episode, we need to actually get the original paint, the body of the vehicle, polished out and looking as good as those brand new parts, utilizing the Rupes line of products. And well, the results speak for themselves. So sit back, relax, and enjoy. All right, guys. Well, that was a long day.
Heck yeah, it was.
My shirt's really messy, so I had to throw it in the wash.
Oh, okay. Well, not me. I actually did my laundry earlier. I think they caught it on camera somewhere.
Thank you. Okay.
Yep.
Well, anyway, point is, we had a ton of fun.
Yeah.
Honestly, that was probably the funnest I've had in a long time because we got to get in, we got to rip it and tip it.
Yep.
We got to turn it and burn it.
Yep. Literally, yeah.
I don't know what else the other slogans there are, but point is, we had a ton of fun and we couldn't have done it without all of our friends who came here to do this.
So give us a walk around. What did you guys end up using? What was the process? I know we talked about it in the video, but I know people are probably curious and want to the cliff notes. What ended up being the final pad, the final compound, the final polish you guys ended up using to get the finish?
We tried as best we could to try and do it. One step wasn't going to do it, wasn't cooperating. So by and large, it ended up being the medium yellow wool. DA fine, and we did kind of a cutting pass with that. Occasionally switching to DA coarse depending on the level of defects because there were spots on this car that you could tell somebody had loved a little bit too much. And then we got around the other side, and that's when we figured out there's been a respray. And on the other side of the car, we realized there's probably not a lot of paint to work with, so we went a little bit more delicate on that, on the heavy cutting stage. Then the whole thing got Uno Pure with a white pad just to kind of brighten it up, clean it up. And She looks good. I mean, we got most everything out of it.
That paint, really love that in up here.
It did. It like that was like the perfect like just final touch to clean up, get the haze out of it and stuff. And then I'm wearing a lot of headlight residue because, well, we had to sand and try on some headlights. Yeah, and Troy's wearing some too.
You guys have to remove the entire coating off the headlight.
Both layers, yeah,
both layers.
both layers. One extremely heavy layer. You could talk about the headlights.
Yeah, we had our standard yellow clear coat that gets put on there by the factory. There was also a hand-applied wipe-on clear coat by a previous owner of the vehicle. So we had quite a bit of sanding to do on those to remove all that film off there. Then how many grits did we end up going through?
We went 600, we did 600,000, 1,500, 3,000 to get all the way through this thing.
Yep. Worked out really well though. With all those extra sanding steps, we were able to get a really good polish out, one step with one of our coarse blue wool pads and the DA coarse compound.
So, like brand new headlights on this thing.
Awesome. And so the plan is that we're going to be PPFing them. So obviously they're not going to be able to oxidize if air can't get to them. And so we're going to throw on some decent PPF, and it's going to protect it for years to come. And what's great about PPF on freshly restored headlights is that once that PPF does yellow, has any problems, simply strip it, brand new sheet goes on, and it's good to go. And so we're really excited to get that done. But other than that, though, you guys tackled the spoiler, which was very intricate, but you're able to get into that.
Yeah, one of the parts we didn't repaint because it's so intricate to break apart. Yeah. We're worried that if we tried to put it back together, we'd break it.
And there's some spots that we improved, didn't totally fix, but they're not spots you're going to see that easily. You know, kind of weird places for people to look. But yeah, no, it came out real good. Quick sanding. Mr. Kilmer came over and hand sanded the snot out of it, even though we didn't want him sanded. He did it anyways.
Yeah.
And then it buffed out nice. So yeah, I as much as we could squeeze out of this paint, I think we did. We definitely got it to as good as it's gonna get at this point.
I love it. It really started to glow. And then Anthony, did you do a little paint touch up on there?
Yeah, so I did some rock chip repair. So we started with the Brembos first, and so fortunately, while Dr. Color Chip doesn't make a color-matched Brembo paint, we were able to find a really close color for the Brembos, which is off of a Honda. It's a very golden color with a lot of metallic in it, and so it was a pretty close match. Not exact, but it was close enough. And so there was large gouges missing out of those calipers, and because of the previous wheels that they threw on, the Rotas, which we're not going to talk about right now, there were some big gashes that happened because of the clearance issues on those. And so what we ended up doing is, again, going through after getting all the brakes bled and doing all the brake work that we needed to do, then we did the rock chip repair. So went through the Dr. Color Chip, got all that filled in, and then I started working on the body of the car. And that was a little bit harder because typically when it comes to rock chip repair, the larger the chip, typically the easier it is for me to work with. Sometimes on the smaller chips, it's more of a pain because when it goes on the wipe off or when I'm trying to fill it, I can't always get it to stick exactly how I want to because it overfills, and when I try to level it, it wipes right out. So I was able to work in the bigger chips. A lot of the smaller chips, I just kind of took the rash approach and just covered a majority of it, wiped it off, and then called it good. But I think it turned out a lot better. A lot of the scratches were the hardest part because some of the scratches were all the way down to the metal, and because they were such fine scratches, I had to really get in there and try to fill everything the best I could, and it looks good.
It looks really good. I'm excited. Then we had all those painted parts. Now, everything was painted by our friend Sean McNally at Regenerated Rides. However, they weren't finished. They were raw, straight out of the gun. So we did a lot of sanding on the hood, the trunk, the front bumper, the side skirts, and the lip spoiler. So now we just got to put everything on the car.
Yeah. So now the next step is going to be piecing everything back together. So we're going to grab everybody here. We're going to try to find as many pop clips as we can and piece back together our Subaru. So
look in the trash for some of those.
Oh yeah. All right. Anyways, so let's get started.
right, guys, what a freaking day. We put in so much time and work into finishing up our Subaru WRX project, but we're not quite done yet. We've reassembled the car, got most of the bits back on here.
I didn't think we'd have anything on it for like another week.
I know, here we are. Spoilers on, side skirts are on.
The trunk lock works.
The trunk lock works, who would have thought, right? So we've made some serious progress today, and we are one step closer to putting CSU on the Subaru here. So what's next, Levi?
Well, we've got the boys, we got Juan Gonzalez from ASD Detailing. We've got Buck Hoogaboom from Buck's Legend in the house.
Yep.
And we have Eric Joseph as well as David Patterson, who are all accredited installers of CSU. So we're doing it by the book. But we brought in the boys. They're going to be coating it tomorrow.
Yep.
We may or may not have paid them in shoes.
Yeah.
But the point is, the car's getting coated and it's going to get even glossier. So even as good as this looks like now, it's going to look even better once we get a nice coating on it.
Hey guys, it's Anthony and
Levi.
And here we are with the Subaru WRX STI build project. A mouthful of words, but we're getting close in the home stretch of this car.
We are. It may not look like it, but believe us, we're close.
So in today's video, we're going to be knocking out a couple different things. So the first is going to be the brakes. The brakes absolutely need to be done on this car. They are shifty, they are sketchy, they need to be redone. So we're going to be going through with brand new rotors, brand new pads. We are going to be doing a flush of the system as well. And then after that, we're going to bring in our resident hot boy, Jimmy Wilkie, with the help of some much needed suspension. So we're going to be going through with the Fortune Auto coilovers with the Swift Spring upgrade.
Sounds delicious.
And this thing's going to be handling pretty dang nice.
I'm excited. I don't know what any of these parts are.
Yeah,
I just know that I brought a C-clamp and a hammer to do some brakes, because that's the tools that you use. I've done countless brakes before in my time, and this is going to be no different.
This is a high-performance machine, Levi, so it is a little bit different.
I think I know my way around some high-performance machines.
Okay. So with that said, we have a lot to do today. Let's get started. Are these what I think they are?
Yeah.
Our Fortune Auto coilovers. It's been months, guys, since we placed the order for these things, and we've been dying to see what they look like, as well as to get them installed on our Subaru WRX project. We've pretty much disassembled the entire braking assembly of this vehicle. Now, we've removed the Brembo brakes, we've removed the rotors, we've removed the pads, we've deep cleaned with little, small brushes and all the cracks and crevices, as well as repainted even the dust shields on here as well, because we're just that crazy. So what we're gonna do today is we're gonna be dropping out this old suspension, this old, clunky, blown out suspension, and replacing it with something fresh, something solid, something nice. And so I think it's called a hand built for me, right, Jimmy?
Something like that.
It's a hashtag? Yeah. Is it on the box? Hand built for me only, not you guys. So, huzzah! Let's get at it. Oh. Okay. Dang it, another box! It literally is just a box within a box. I can't lift it. It's too heavy. Pull from the bottom, pull it out. Well, packed is an understatement. Oh, dang. All right, here we go.
Please let it be 4 shots.
Dang it, they only sent us 2. Yeah, guys, it's gonna be another 3 months or so. Oh, wow. You guys are gonna like this. So check this out. Fortune Auto certificate of assembly. This was built by a guy named Raymond. God bless Raymond. And it was a build date of 3/23/21. So they really waited to the last minute. That was built and then sent out pretty much immediately after that. So pretty cool. So inside this bag here, we do have our adjusters. It looks like we have a little Allen key, a smaller Allen key. Yeah, pretty cool. I actually dig that from like a first impression perspective. I think that's pretty cool. The thing is with coils is that they're so pretty, but you never really see them, you know. Oh wow, check this out. Dang, man, that's nice. That is really nice. I really do think that this Swift upgrade on here is gonna be huge. I think that that's gonna feel amazing. But that's crazy, man. So you do have your camber adjustment up here. So it's really simple, man. Basically, this is gonna slide up into that top hat assembly up there under the hood. If we had a hood on there, we don't. And so it slides right up. And then so you have your dampening settings right here. So it's a very nice click. So picking that up on camera, it's just got a nice, good feel to it. That's actually really, really cool. So that's our front. I'm pretty impressed, guys. I'm not gonna lie. All right, so now that you guys have seen us unbox these things and seen us do the work so far, I think it's finally time to start piecing this thing back together. So we're gonna remove this old suspension, get this new one in, start assembling the brakes, and hopefully get those BBS wheels on. And I think we'll be one step closer to having a moving car. Let's get at it.
So what I'm doing, this is your height adjustment, and this is your preload. You don't really want to touch your preload. It's only for very specific things. But we are adjusting the height to get a 2-inch drop off of our stock coils. So I'm going point to point measuring, and then measuring from the bottom to right here, which is actually 2 inches right in the middle of these 2 holes. And then I'm setting both of the recoils to that so we don't have to mess with them when they're on the car. Should be a lot easier to put in though. Going, keep going, right there.
Okay, so
okay, let's do an update. Come here. Come to Poppy. No, I'm just joking. Okay, so we got the coilover on, we got the stock suspension out. It's right there. It looks pretty bad. It's pretty big in comparison. But yeah, so we got everything on. We got all the lines put back on, and we got the bolts torqued to spec. He's just making sure all the collars are tight, and that'll be the first front suspension piece put on. Because the stem's too long for a short ratchet. So I gotta take the seatbelt off just like I did on the other side. It's gonna look pretty sick. See, it was like it was meant to go in this car. So, old, new. STI logo, doesn't really matter, but it is kind of cool. And then there's also a pivot point on these so that they don't mess up your wheels after you ceramic coat them, powder coat them, or get freshly painted wheels or whatever. This actually moves independent. That's why I had them ordered.
That's cool.
Because Gabe was like, these are pretty expensive for lugness. I'm like, yes, but there's some cool little things.
Yeah.
And plus it says STI, so it matches everything. It matches the theme of the car. So
Little touches go a long way.
yeah.
So we want to shout out to Rotor Pros. So that's where we order these from. They upgraded us to the StopTech pads. Kind of told him a project we were doing. He's like, trust me, the StopTech pads are something you're going to really like. And so the Centric Premium rotors is what these are as a base. And so what these are done, these are basically cut by Rotor Pros. And then after Rotor Pros cuts them, they can zinc coat them, or they come zinc plated, and you can get a couple different colors. So for example, this is all zinc coated. However, if you want to do this area right here as a different color, if you want to jump up to a 2-piece rotor, you obviously can. But basically, Rotor Pros does everything with Centric Premiums, or they'll do everything with the step up on the StopTech stuff. So pretty cool. So we're gonna grab some synthetic brake grease. We are going to lube the back of these shims here, slide in the new pads, slide in our new retainer here. Then once the retainer's in, we're going to lube up these retaining pins, slide those through. Then once the retaining pins are in, we put our cotter pin in at the end, and that'll be one setup. All right, guys, so that's going to wrap it up for today's Subaru episode. Hopefully you guys had a lot of fun watching this, and hopefully you found it entertaining as well as educational in the process of upgrading our suspension as well as brake pads and rotors on our Subaru project. The Fortune Auto coilovers look fantastic, and they function just as well. We're really excited to get this car out on the street to really test out and see how good this thing feels on the open roads.
Well, I don't know about you, but I love coating vehicles, and they never get old. Hey, really appreciate you guys hanging out with me the last few days and watching my favorite show. But hey, we've got another wonderful afternoon ahead of us and one more additional day. Without further ado, have fun.
Oh, hello, and welcome to, the second half of TRCMA Day 3. Here, it has been an amazing day. I hope you're enjoying yourself. We've still got a wonderful afternoon packed here, lots of around, including some pretty amazing giveaways. There was a huge one that happened during the halftime show. I don't know if you caught that, like $1,400 worth of stuff. And you can still keep entering these giveaways at TRCMA.com. So make sure you check that out. And if you know what else to do, you can go to the ragcompany.com website. There's some sales going on right now. Huge sales, in fact. We're talking 25% off in some cases, and then 20% off of a lot of other stuff. So breeze around the ragcompany.com website. You will find new products, some waiting to show up, but there's a lot of great opportunities because TRC is all about that new. So I hope you take the opportunity to take the opportunity on this live stream to smash that thumbs up like button out in the algorithm. Gets the show in front of more people. It's what we want. It's what you want. Keep spreading the love. So this afternoon, we've got a bunch coming up. We got Rupes, followed by the Rap Institute, followed by Car Candy. And let's not waste any more time. I think you guys just need to see what's going on next. Let's cut over to Rupes.
Searching globally for the best policy system that exists. And I keep coming back to the Rupes name and system. There's really not
a company in the detailing industry has the reputation that Rupes has.
The Rupes system works all the way across for every single individual.
The consistency of Rupes quality totally changed the game of making products perfect.
We have to have a great tool, and that's when we turn to Rupes.
You know that we have the reliability, we have the dependability of their customer service, and we also have quality products.
The system that's engineered by Rupes changed our world. The end result is mind-blowing.
One of the things we truly value about Rupes is the quality of the finish we end up with.
Not just the tooling, but it's the compounds and the pads and how they're made to match.
We picked up the DA polishing systems. It's increased efficiency by about 30%, minimum effort.
We've actually picked up time and quality with the Rupes tools and products.
I feel like Rupes has absolutely stepped up its game in creating products, and I like seeing the Rupes products get in the hands of enthusiasts around the world.
We've easily seen 20-30% decrease in our time of our details. It's just been a huge blessing to our business.
After switching to Rupes, I mean, things really did change around the shop. Rupes represents professionalism and quality.
And that's something that is so simple that anybody can do it.
Un sistema di lucidatura Bigfoot che ci permette di ottimizzare il processo di rifinitura dei nostri pianoforti.
So Rupes has been innovating products since 1947, and we've actually been part of many groundbreaking moments, starting with the launch of the Stork 123 in 1952, which was the world's first portable electric sander. And then in 1964, we introduced the first ever electric tool with a polymer-based housing, which paved the way for tools to be lighter and easier to use. Then in 1969, the BR9 became the very first electric random orbital sander, followed in 1975 with the world's first electric orbital palm sander. And then in 2010, of course, we released the Bigfoot 21mm random orbital polisher, which started what eventually became the Bigfoot evolution. Well, what some people don't understand about what Rupes does with their manufacturing is we don't just design tools. We engineer and manufacture every single part of our products, from the machines themselves and every internal aspect of those machines. We even wind our own motors, and then all the way down to our bottling line for our compounds. We make and manufacture all of our bottles that the compounds come in. So the benefit of producing every aspect of our products in-house is that we can make sure that everything works together seamlessly. This allows us to optimize the balance of each tool, the performance of each product, and ensure maximum efficiency during use. So our main headquarters is based in Vermezzo, Italy, which is just outside of Milan. And then in 2015, Rupes acquired Cyclo Toolmakers here in Colorado. And in 2017, that opened our North American headquarters here in Louisville, Colorado, which is just outside of Denver. And with this expansion, we brought all of the operations for customer service, tool manufacturing, repairs, and training for North America. And that means that anything that is distributed in North America is produced right here behind me. All the tools are being built by hand, and those same technicians that are building the tools are the ones that handle any repair that's needed through our flat rate repair program. And then, of course, in 2021, we expanded our North American headquarters, our North American capabilities, by opening a facility in Houston. That's a 40,000 square foot facility that is specifically dedicated to the manufacturing of all of the Rupes polishing pads for North America. So we have our facility in Milan, or outside of Milan, that is manufacturing all tools, pads, and compounds for everything global. And then we have our facility here in Colorado that is manufacturing all the tools for North America. And then we have the facility in Houston manufacturing pads for anything that's in the North America as well. This actually makes Rupes, we're the only company in the world that has polishing pad manufacturing facilities on 2 different continents.
Welcome to the Bigfoot Academy here in Louisville, Colorado. Rupes is a global company that has invested heavily in education and training, to the extent that we have 2 major training centers, one in Milan, Italy, and our Bigfoot Training Center here in Denver, Colorado. Now, throughout the world, in many, many countries, there are also authorized training centers for Rupes, and there are educational opportunities going on all over in many, many languages. Now, in addition to that, we have distribution partners all around the world and throughout the United States And with those distribution partners, Rupes partners for training and education events. So there's just so many opportunities for you to learn about Rupes products, also offered in many, many languages. So with all these opportunities globally to learn about detailing procedures and learn about Rupes products and systems, right here in Denver, Colorado, we have our flagship training center, and we can expose you to any and all of our products and systems. We have such a wide variety of classes here. You can learn about sanding, you can learn about polishing with random orbitals, you can learn about polishing with rotary. There's so many different topics that we offer here at the Bigfoot Academy in Denver. So, throughout the year there are body shop specific classes that we focus on procedures that body shops do. And then we have many, many different detailing classes. So there's a 1 day, there's a 2 day, and a 4 day. And so we have many, many different types of classes for sanding and polishing. And we can take beginners, people that have not developed skills in polishing yet, and we can give them their start to their skill development. So we have beginner classes. And then we also have intermediate and the more advanced classes for skilled people that are just looking for a way to improve their skills for efficiency and profitability. Basically getting things done better and faster. And that's what we really focus on is our content. Of course, we teach you procedures like how to sand on paint and how to make paint shiny and remove defects. Of course, we cover all that. But one of the main focuses throughout our curriculum and our training experience in the classroom and in the garage. So we feed the brain and we work in the garage. And the overall focus, though, is really how do we get you to do things better and faster? Because that's what it's all about for professional detailers. And that's where the efficiencies live, and that's where profitability is. If we can help you get your skills to the point where you're getting things done better and faster. So we have lots and lots of classes. And you can look at our reviews, and people just rave about our content and our experience. And the facility itself is just amazing. It's just a great overall thing to do, to come out to Denver and do any of our classes. But when I think about all the different types of classes that we do, there's some that stand out as unique and kind of special, or has like an added meaning to it. For example, last year, for the first time at our academy, we actually partnered with the ADA, the Aviation Detailing Association, and Sparrowhawk. And they focus on, obviously, aviation detailing. And we did a partnered event with them where we offered their certification, but our, aircraft polishing class. So we did a 3-day event, and but what was really cool with that is the first time ever we actually had 2 helicopters that actually landed in our parking lot. And the two consecutive helicopters landed our parking lot one day, and then we folded up the blades and we wheeled them into our garage, and we did this, polishing the helicopter, and they coated it, and then we did the certification with all the students. And when the aircraft was done, when these helicopters were done, we wheeled them back out and we folded out the blades, and then it flew away. So it was actually pretty cool, very special, very memorable event that we did. And this was last year, but we're doing it again. So at our academy this year in April, we're doing that whole thing again. So helicopters landing, and we're partnered with the ADA and Sparrowhawk, and their trainers are coming, our trainers will be there. So anyone that's listening to this or watching this, if you have any interest at all in upping your game on aircraft detailing and understanding all the the liability and the risk and the procedures and how to do that right, this is a great class for you to attend. So again, we're doing that next month in April. You register at the ADA website, not at the Rupes website. So if you want part of that event, you got to go reach out to the ADA and sign up on their website. So that was one cool event. Another thing that we do is our trainers travel all over the country, and we do training events at many, many different facilities. I'm doing one next week at the SEMA garage in Michigan, and that's another cool training facility. And we're doing an event there. But another one that comes to mind is the American Muscle Car Museum in Florida, which if you haven't heard of this, look it up, because it's just unreal assortment of muscle cars, and like hundreds of them. So if you're into cars and into muscle cars, this is the mecca to go and just check out a whole bunch of cool cars of variety of different brands. But amazing facility, and we're partnered with them. Rupes does quite a few different things with that organization, but we are doing another partnered event at the American Muscle Car Museum in May. It's in early May with another brand called Dr. Beasley's. You might have heard of that, but Mike Phillips, another name you might have heard of, a big trainer in our industry for decades. So I was invited to work with Mike and do a 3-day training class at the American Muscle Car Museum. The third day includes a tour of all the cars in the museum, which is pretty fabulous on its own. But the class we're doing is focused on sanding and polishing. And another amazing part of this class is that Mike and Dr. Beasley's have picked out some very cool cars that these students will be able to sand and polish on. Just amazing, classic cars with cool paint jobs. And, this class, we're going to be sanding and polishing on those cool cars. So it's, most of the time my classes, we get a rental car or something, but this is amazing that we're going to be doing this class at that facility with Mike Phillips and Dr. Beasley's on a bunch of cool cars. And another interesting event that we did back at our academy in Denver, there's an organization called Rebuilding Generations, and that organization works with youth and helps youth develop automotive skills. And I mean all the skills, like mechanical and electrical and body work and painting and everything. They do a lot of different work with youth, help them develop their skills, and also positive energy, positive messaging. They're just really, really trying to add a really positive influence into youth and getting them a good start into careers, related to automotive. But they actually have developed their program so much that they have the opportunity to develop cars that end up at SEMA. So they, are working on cars that will go to SEMA and be on display. So it's an amazing program. But we partnered with them. They actually brought a whole class. I forget how many, but probably 15 to 20 youth that came here at our academy, and we taught them sanding and polishing skills and really went through all the different procedures on how to make freshly applied paint, look show car quality. And that was another amazing event that was just really beneficial, because helping out the youth is, of course, important to us, and it gets them a great start on these skills. So that was another crazy, exciting event that we did. And I could go on and on. I mean, we have many partners and many other companies and brands. So if you went to our Rupes USA website, you would see lots of different events partnered with other companies that come to the Bigfoot Academy, and we put on these classes together, and we focus on our products and system, and they focus on theirs, and it ends up being just a great partnership and offering a lot of value to people that come to the academy. And again, just to reiterate, we try our best to focus on not just teaching procedures and not just learning about products, but focusing on better and faster, trying to get things better and faster. So the efficiency is very important. that we weave into every class. So we've designed this space to be a world-class training center, but also functions as a detailing center. So we could actually run a high-class detailing center out of this building, but we don't. Our strategy was to have the environment of a really, really nice detailing center. So this is the area, this is the space that people can learn about detailing procedures. So we're in our garage. Some of the main features that people get excited about in this garage is our black walls. So we have painted out these black walls for a technical reason, although it kind of looks pretty cool. But the technical reason is that when we are polishing on automotive clear coats, the scratch color is always white. So regardless of the color of the car, clear coat scratches are always white. So in order for our human eyes to see white scratches easier, we need a backdrop of a black slate, which is contrast to white. So that is the strategy for these black walls. And if you don't have black walls in your detail center, you might want to consider doing that. It actually helps you to see those white scratches easier, so your eyes are not working as hard. That's a great thing to do. In addition to our black walls, we get a lot of questions about our paint correction lights. And this whole light truss system has been set up again to help our human eyes have contrast to white clear coat scratches. So the lighting system has been set up in such a way that it's fully adjustable on intensity and on the color temperature of the light. So we have full adjustability to actually an individual person's eyes on the intensity of the light and the color temperature so that they can actually see paint scratches a lot easier. And that helps to do a multi-hour paint correction on a car without a lot of fatigue. It actually is very, very handy. We know that if a car is dialed in perfectly under these lights, you can put that car out in the sun and it will be even better looking out there. Another feature of our training center is this wash bay. And this wash bay, again, is an example of very high standard, very high quality in the whole activity of doing what we call the wet work. So washing a vehicle, doing the engine bay, doing wheels and tires, all of this procedures happen in this room. Now this is white walls instead of the black walls out there. This is white walls in here for another technical reason. These are white walls for the benefit of seeing dirt and grime and things on a car a lot easier. Black walls would actually hide that, so white walls help you do that. The lights in this room are diffused and they're non-adjustable. Again, the goal is just to see dirt on cars, and that's what these lights help with. Fully compliant drain. We also have this room environmentally controlled, both temperature and humidity. And the reason the humidity was important is because a lot of wash bays out there that are not humidity controlled, the water that you use when you're washing a car ends up standing in puddles, and it's in places for long periods of time, and that develops a smell. So wash bays kind of smell bad after a while. But in this particular wash bay, we designed it so that would never happen. This whole floor could be completely wet after a car wash, and it will be completely dry in less than 2 hours. And that, again, is just to not have any standing water. In addition to that, our water treatment system is designed for maximum efficiency while we're washing and drying cars. Our water treatment system is a 3-phase treatment system that includes deionized water as the first phase, then reverse osmosis, and then it goes into a charcoal filter to pull out chemicals. So with those 3 stages of water treatment, we have the real deal on spot-free water. So we can actually completely rinse a car in this room and just walk away, do something else, let that car air dry, and no spots anywhere. We can wash a car here, we can throw it out in the Denver sun, no spots anywhere. So it's the real deal on spot-free, which actually saves a lot of time. If you think about how much time it takes to dry a car, we actually take that time out of the process. Our wash bay also features 2 different sides of the pressure system, so the water pressure is plumbed through 2 different sides. Now this side is a high pressure side, and this is used for a pre-rinse and a post-rinse, and we can switch from regular tap water to our spot free from our water treatment system. But that's all done with this high pressure side. And then this low pressure side is a foam cannon, and this actually spits out that luxurious foam on a vehicle that emulsifies and pulls dirt away from the paint. So this is the foam cannon for washing the vehicle. Now, we run 2 different chemistries. In the winter here in Denver, Colorado, they put that magnesium chloride on the road, so we run one chemistry in the winter time, and then in the summer we run a different chemistry that's pH balanced and a lot more gentle. We focus our education and our programs in this training center to include all Rupes products, all systems to do any of the procedures in detailing. And as you can see on these carts here, we have a whole bunch of tools. Now, there are sanders here, there are full-size polishers, there's small, precise nanos and mini polishers, but the reason you see all of this available here is because we want to make sure that when students come here for these classes, they have the ability to try and use all of our systems. So we have a wide range of topics and different structured classes. We actually have a body shop specific class for employees that work in collision repair or repainting facilities. So we have all those procedures taught here at the Academy. We also have a 1-day random orbital polishing class. We have a 1-day rotary polishing class. We have a 2-day class that includes sanding and polishing over that 2-day period. And then we have a really intense, in-depth sanding and polishing class that's 4 days, super deep dive on sanding procedures and polishing to a very, very high quality standard. So all of these classes, if you're interested, please check out our website at rupesusa.com and look at what's available and plug yourself in. In the classroom, a lot of people ask about these. First thing they ask is, can we buy one? We say no. So what this is a display that represents multiple years of a contest that Rupes does. It's coordinated with the SEMA show in Las Vegas every November. But this is our Art of Bigfoot contest. So there's anywhere between 10 to 12 artists that take a blank slate tool and they paint it up any way they want. They submit it into this contest, and it's really a People's Choice Award. So you actually vote on either at our SEMA booth or vote on our website, and then somebody gets top winner of all those dozen polishers at that time. So this is actually multiple years of contests, and I love this contest because these tools end up in our classroom here on display. So some of the notable ones here, this is a gal that actually works up the road from our training academy in Denver, and that is real silver leaf, but the detail is all hand applied. It's not a stencil. It's just absolutely crazy quality and skill on that, paint work there, and that brush work is absolutely insane. Over here we have this polisher, which has a pretty cool paint job on it, but they won one of the years, and I believe they won because of the story that they told on social media. And this is a company called Swag Rides, and they're a non-profit agency, and they take in former drug addicts and alcoholics and convicts, and they take people that have had a hard time in their life, and they bring them in, they teach them skills in automotive, they help them get a job, and they just help them turn their lives around. So that story, I believe, is what won them that year. This one here is the most recent winner, obviously a theme on Beetlejuice, a popular movie this year. So the quality and the crazy talent in that paint job is amazing. And over here was the previous year winner, and this is a lowrider theme. Obviously you can see that, and the amount of skill doing this kind of paint job just blows my mind. So I was told that the painter that did this, it's actually 42 steps backwards. So backmasking 42 steps. So imagine painting something 42 steps backwards, and then ending up with those clean lines and the beautiful look on that is just absolutely amazing. I think the skill is off the chart in that painting. This one here, Craig Fraser And there's another one that he entered more recently. So he actually has 2 polishers in this contest. And both of them, if you don't know who that is, this is the guy that's, if you think about Disney World, Disneyland, and you think of the rides like Haunted Mansion, the Tiki Room, Pirates of the Caribbean, and things like that, you know, the artwork on the walls, that guy, that's who did this. So crazy talent, and he has 2 submissions here that are both just really, really ridiculously crazy additions to our contest. So this one actually lights up somewhere here. Yep. And I believe he titled this one 20,000 RPMs under the ocean. Something like that. Anyway, so here's another one I'd like to point out here. This is Michael Valley, who has since passed away 2 or 3 years ago, but his claim to fame was, you know how hot rods have those cartoon-like flames on them? Well, he pioneered this flames on hot rods, but the flames actually look real, and he called this True Flame. So he put that kind of motif on this polisher and came out crazy looking, really, really awesome looking polisher. This one here, there was a car that was painted like this, but this actually lights up, and it's not backlit, it's not a light bulb. This is actually charged with electricity and it glows the paint. Pretty trippy looking polisher there. I kind of like this one. This one here is a Bigfoot holding a Bigfoot on a Bigfoot polisher in the Bigfoot Academy. So that's kind of one of my favorites. So as we mentioned before, our company Rupes globally, we make the tools obviously, and we also, a lot of people don't know, but we wind our own electric motors that go into the tool. So it's a unique position for Rupes globally, because we make a lot of our own parts. We make our motors, we make our tools, and we make the backing plates. And as mentioned, we make our pads in 2 different locations, in Houston and also in Milan, Italy. And we make our compounds, and the compounds are not just made by us, but they are formulas that our internal chemists formulate, and we validate out in the field with our technicians. So there's a lot of work. It's about 2 years plus development work that goes into compounds before we launch them. So it's a lot of our own internal work. And then another, thing that many people aren't aware of is that in addition to our own formulas and making our own compounds and polishes, we actually also make the bottle that they go in. So we're pretty big on this making our own stuff. And I think a lot of people are beginning to know this about us, the word's getting out that we, make all these components. But one of the things I'm loud and proud about as a trainer is educating on why. Why would we want to make the pad and the compound and the tool? I mean, our company since 1947 has been, making tools. So we have a great big business on tools, but, why the pads and compounds? Well, here's the technical reality of polishing on paint or on surfaces, and that is that there's 4 variables that create the result. So I'm doing a little bit of educating here, but just so everybody understands why we make all this stuff. The 4 variables that create the result is the tool, the pad, the compound, and you, the user. So those are 4 things that create the result. And if you really noodle on this for a moment, many detailers, in fact, people that polish on cars every day, they don't completely think about it this way, but those 4 components, those 4 variables are required to get the result. You can't get the result without all 4 of those. If you take one of those out of the equation, you're not polishing on paint. You have to have these 4. And the synergy between these components is super important for effectiveness and efficiency. So how the pad works with the compound and how the compound is tuned to the tool movement. All these little details about how these products work, when you actually science out how they work together, it allows for amazing gains in efficiency. And that's what we're really trying to go after, is making sure that these components are validated for you and we know they're reliably delivering a target result, and you can rely on them car after car after car. And that's the why. That's why we did all this. We found out, when we launched the Bigfoot polisher with a large orbit, that we had to get into the pad business and the compound business because of the tool movement. So here we are, and now we have developed this entire system with the 4 variables that create the result. We make 3 of those: the tool, the pad, the compound. And this is how we can deliver the performance that you get when you buy our whole system. And I say this just so that you can at least give us a fair shot when you're buying our products. Please do try to buy the whole entire system, try everything, and use it all together, how it works together, because we spend a lot of time trying to validate that you get that result that we intend for you. And then if you want, more education or knowledge or skill, you want to up your game, come out, do a class with us either at our academy or go to one of our training events that we do across the country. And you'll learn some things about our application technique that can really get you crazy fast, great results. So think about these 4 variables and make sure you think about them as you're considering to use a whole system. All right, let me give you an update about our latest exciting product. Earlier, Rupes introduced a major technology in our hybrid platform. So you'll recall we launched a 21 millimeter and a 15 millimeter hybrid polisher. For us, hybrid means the ability to use this one tool with a battery or a cord. There's lots of battery tools on the market and there's lots of corded tools on the market, but our thing is this hybrid tech where we have the ability to do both in one tool. And with this development, this particular advancement got us a long shot into this space, high ground on having the lightest tool in the class. So this is actually, by weight, the lightest battery tool out there. And in order to accomplish that, we had to completely redesign a lot of features inside this tool. And those advancements, we have taken some of that tech and we have migrated it into our corded tool, our corded platform, which is our new Mark V. Now the Mark V has some of those internal features that we launched in the hybrid tool. For example, the gear set is the polysynthetic technology that we launched in the hybrid, and those gears are now in this Mark V. And we've also migrated over the Precision Pro backing plate, as well as reprogrammed some features in the brain, and that allowed some more power to actually make it through to this pad. We have a lower center of gravity now, so this tool is actually a lower center of gravity while you're polishing on the surface. And I've got to say, as a former detailer, I'm not professionally detailing at the moment, but earlier in my career, I had a 12-year mobile detail business, and I can tell you that I wish I had this tool back then, and I'm so glad that you have this now. This, in my opinion, is our best polisher that Rupes has launched. And I'm so excited about this. I really want to get this in your hands because it is the lightest in the class. It's also the quietest. Because of the internal components that we reconfigured inside this tool, this actually has a very, very low noise compared to other corded tools in the category. But it also is powerful. So it's powerful, it's quiet, it's light, and it's lower center of gravity. It's very, very exciting to extend this product to you, so I hope you check it out. Also, in both of these tools, the hybrid and the Mark V, the balancing system that is built into this eccentric set has been completely redesigned. And again, the purpose was efficiency and power transfer, but also pulling weight out of the tool. And so we just really retuned the balancing of these tools. So it has all new gears, all new eccentric set, reprogramming in the brain, It's just such an exciting product. So now that you know a little bit more about the Rupes company, we'll focus on you now. So please ask us any questions you have, anything about our products, anything about our systems, anything about our company. It's now time to focus on you. Let's get those answers to your questions.
Hey guys, welcome, welcome, welcome.
Hello.
Hey there.
Nice to see you both.
Know, before we get into questions, if I may, I just want to add a little bit about our Mark V polisher, if I may.
Yes, please.
So, you know, I mentioned going back in time, and I get this question a lot, Bradley, in interviews and podcasts. And like, if you could go in a time machine and go back to when you were detailing, what would you do different? And so I would go in the time machine with this, if this would have to travel with me. This, in my opinion, is our best polisher we've ever made, and it is absolutely incredible to use. And those of you that are watching, if you're full-time professional detailer and you have a polisher in your hands for many hours, I mean, this is something that you just do every day, then I highly recommend you get this in your hands. It is our lightest, it is our quietest, it's our most powerful. It's just one of my favorite products that we have, and I wanted to share that to you before we get into questions.
Jump into questions, yeah, absolutely.
No, I appreciate that, guys. Thank you. And yeah, no, there's going to be more questions coming in. I know with the pre-recorded segment there, a lot of people were watching intently, and I did get a handful of questions here, but also I think as we talk, it's going to develop new ones that come in. So I did want to point out, this is something that Rupes has been known for a while, but I saw a nice comment from Lloyd pointing out he really loves the Rupes repair program. And I wanted to know if you guys could just kind of talk more about that for people who aren't familiar. So give them a heads up of like what they can expect from that.
There's a whole team of people that have worked on this program for quite a few years, but it's actually something we're very proud of, because any of you that are watching this, if you've ever had the experience of having a tool break down and you've had to have it repaired, I'm talking about other companies, other brands, it can be quite painful. I've had, you know, tools that broke down and I've sent them in, and it just is months and months and you can't get an answer and you don't know what's going on. But we have actually optimized our repair program, and we have two major programs. It's a warranty fix, so within a year pretty much of all of our products, anything goes wrong, that's one program, our warranty program. And then we have a post-warranty, which we call our flat rate.
It's our flat rate program, and really, like for a flat rate, you send it in. Anything that's wrong with it is going to be repaired. So basically, when you get that tool back, it's pretty much a refurbished machine, you know, back to almost brand new. You know, it's going to be cleaned up and everything for you as well. And you know, you think about it like you could go buy a cheaper tool and it breaks once a year, and you're just constantly buying tools. Well, this could last you a lifetime.
There's we actually have people that bought the Bigfoot polisher on year one. So we're talking about 10 years old, 10 years ago. And then they cycle every 2 or 3 years. They send that tool in, it gets completely refurbished. So today, they're still using the tool they bought 10 years ago.
No, I remember when Levi did that. It was great. It really was. It's like he got a new tool, but he wanted to keep the patina of the old shell when he did it. So all the internals changed, but the external factor still looked like the one he'd been living, working with, beating on all that time.
Absolutely, and that that is a good point to if anybody ever uses our repair program, make sure to note if there's something special about the outside of your polisher. If you have a polisher that's painted, or you have stickers or something that means something to you, make sure to note that in the when you send it in, just so that way when you get it back, it's not switched out with something different.
Or if you have the orange trigger tool
yeah.
from year one, if you have the orange trigger tool, make sure if it goes into repair, you better make a note.
Keep the orange trigger.
Please leave that on there, because
special.
we don't have any more orange triggers. We're going to replace it with the current one.
That's a good point.
No, that's a great point.
I will say, I said it in the video, but the same people that are building the tools, because here in the United States, and it's important to know that the flat rate repair program right now is just in in North America, right? So. But the same people that are building the tools here in our facility are the people that are repairing it. So there's a very good synergy with how it's built, and it's not some third-party tool that we're trying to fix. It's our tool, and they know how they put it together. So.
Mm-hmm. No, much appreciated. And once again, to that point, you mentioned, like, if people feel like there's something special about their tool, you can't necessarily say that about a lot of other tool manufacturers or like other kinds of tools and stuff, but there's something about a polisher, especially a Rupes polisher, that just they live and breathe that stuff, and it tends to be like one of their most valuable possessions. So it does kind of take on a life of its own. And the fact that you guys allow them to preserve that instead of just like totally clean slating the patina, maybe if somebody wants that, is really cool that you guys allow them to have that option.
Absolutely.
But I'm going to bring up a new one here. You guys basically already covered this, but XXM Ghost is kind of giving you a launching pad saying, what is Rupes doing to ensure they stay on the top of their game in terms of the polishing systems, pads, and polishes?
Yeah, so a lot of viewers may not be aware of this, but we actually have multiple product development teams in our company. There's some engineers and teams in Italy, and then we have some teams here in the United States. But we don't just work on something every once in a while. It's continuous. We are always working on things. There are tools always being optimized, new tech being created, new ideas are being put into new tools. We also are creating new formulas and compounds and polishes, and then new pad designs. It's ongoing. It's something we do every day. And some of these projects are multiple year projects. We have some incredibly exciting stuff going on right now. I can't tell you about, but we
That's
have
usually how
stuff.
Yeah. I will end this chat right now if he says anything about what's being worked on. So.
The microphone suddenly went.
Yeah. Oh, sorry,
mute.
we got disconnected.
Screaming in the ear. Yeah, no, definitely, because people. One of the fun games, because Rupes is quite tight-lipped about what you guys are always working on next. We like that because it keeps it exciting when stuff does appear. But people, they constantly throw out guesses, and they'll be like, when's this coming? And you're like, he didn't say anything. But let me get Bradley Thompson out here. He's saying, Jason, can my Mark III be converted to new tech? So say he wants to get the guts replaced. That's a little different than the repair program. That's more like an update. It's not just software. There's more to it than that.
Right. Yeah. And as we mentioned earlier, the tech that's in the Mark V tool, again, one of my favorites, this tech that's been updated in the Mark V was born out of the development work that we did with the hybrid tool. And part of this hybrid tool development is, downsizing the physical features of the tool, making it lighter, without sacrificing power and all those things. So if you can imagine what it takes to make a tool smaller, lighter, powerful, it can't be just immediately retrofitted to our other tools.
Right.
So you can't take these parts and just put them on the old tool. It doesn't work that way.
Yeah, two totally different tools.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, and sometimes things like the housing change, it totally affects like what parts can fit inside and where. So understand that stuff like that changes. It just makes it inherently impossible without going to a new form factor. So Mikey here, pulling you up. When will the hybrid cord be available for the battery-powered HLR 15 and 21?
So soon. I wish I could give you, a time frame. You have to understand, as a global company, we're working with our team in Italy is designing and engineering these parts and pieces to work in all countries. And so it's a different power converter to go into the U.S. market and the North American market. So they're working on it, but should be soon.
And another thing to add to that on the technical side, because a lot of people aren't aware, but the corded adapters for our hybrid tools, inside here there's a computer chip, a microchip. So there's actually there's a power management system inside this that talks to the tool. A lot of people aren't aware of that, but so there's supply chain issues with microchips. You might have heard this in the news, and so there's a little bit of delays from the corded adapters for the newer hybrids. But as Bradley mentioned, we're really close. We're coming up very close. We should have that product for you very soon.
All right, excellent. And then I've got Cindy Nero here asking, will the Duetto and LHR Mini going to get a refresh or a facelift? Thanks for the great customer service.
I can neither confirm nor deny.
There we go.
Don't know.
That's what happens. All right, now I got Flak Pyro. Can the Mark III be paired with the new backing plate? Are there any advantages to doing so?
Can the Mark III?
So no, I think what he's asking, Jason kind of mentioned that it's two totally different tools, right? So that backing plate being thinner, having a different weight to it, different form factor. If you took the Precision Pro backing plate and put it on a Mark III, the counterbalance would be off, and everything about the tool would be off because the inside, the gear set, and all of that is not compatible.
So even, I mean, to add to that, Bradley, even if you could physically swap out the backing plates, you would throw off the balancing of the tool because the older backing plate and the new one have different masses and weight, and the counterweight assembly inside here has been tuned for that backing plate. So even if you could physically switch them, you wouldn't want to.
It wouldn't be a great experience. It wouldn't be great.
Okay, no, that's very helpful. And another one on form factor here, David Boyce asking about, says there's a concern possibly with a position of the battery on the new tool. Users are worried about hitting car paint. I haven't seen that, but says the way the battery is angled. Can you speak to the design on that? Because we've been using ours without issue, but...
Well, so the design of the tool, the body style and everything, and the position of the battery, the number one objective was getting a lower center of gravity to the surface, which is why the backing plate's been designed the way it is and the way the whole tool's been designed the way it is. And the fear they're talking about is like this may actually touch a surface. And we found that it actually only occurs on a concave, like if you're on a body panel that actually has a concave. For that, we have a technique adjustment. Most of those people are trying to put the tool in that concave like this, and we would just say rotate it out and make your passes, and you don't have any risk of hitting this. It's just a slight adjustment, and you're good to go.
It looks like Mikey here basically said as much, where he's like, it's not a deal breaker for me. I just tilt it a different way. So got that one.
Yeah.
Then
I will say too, as well, real quick with the batteries.
Yes.
You'll notice that the batteries, have this little bit of rubber on it as well. So it's not hard to show in video, but you can feel it if you have the battery in your hand. And so there's a little bit of rubber to help, if there's any accidental bumping into the panels.
It's not like you're going to scratch or bump something.
No, that's a very good point. And for anybody concerned, that's a good close-up look. I've got Hans Close in here wondering why there are no bolts on the sides like the Mark II and III have. So I'm wondering if he's like doing attachments or something on the side.
Yeah, probably wondering about the attachments. That was part of just the redesign. There was no, just to kind of make the form factor smaller and lighter. And so just part of
I can speak to that one too, because he's talking about...
look at that, grab the ES or the Mark III. There you go.
Yeah, so he's talking about these bolts right here. That's
Correct.
what I assume Hans is talking about. Okay, so here's the technical answer here. This whole head body parts in these assemblies are multi-piece. These are multiple pieces that do come together and bolt together. This is one piece, so there's no need for this bolt to bolt it together. That's the
Otherwise,
answer.
it would be purely aesthetic. Yeah, no, that's a good point.
Yeah.
Then I've got... Ooh, okay, this is one I think a lot of people probably run into because Rupes are valuable. People tend to buy them secondhand sometimes. So he's wondering, can you send in a tool that you bought secondhand, or do you have to be the original owner? As if there's some kind of chain of record.
You can absolutely send it in. So our flat rate repair is not tied to to the person that bought it. It's tied to the tool itself.
It's tied to a serial number.
It's tied to the serial number. Yeah. So you just fill out that flat rate repair form. If you did buy it from somebody, secondhand from somebody, and it's still under warranty, like if Mark V that has a 5-year warranty on it, then that warranty transfers because it's just it's attached to the serial number of the tool.
Okay. And then Carlos Colley here, I'm told I have one more question I can ask, so let me get a good one for beginners out there. He says, what polisher should he start with? He's already got kind of cheap ones. He's gotten used to that, but he wants to upgrade to a Rupes. Where does he turn first?
Yeah, so we actually get this question a lot. And there is multiple answers. Unfortunately, it's not just one tool we recommend, but it really, really narrows down to, your budget and what you want to buy up to, because we have versions of our polisher that are for enthusiasts and part-time professional detailer users, and then we have our Mark III or Mark V that is for all day, everyday use for a professional, but they are available at two different price points. So the whole Bigfoot experience is actually available to you at a different price point. So we do have what we call our ES tool, which is the original tool that we launched, 10 years ago. We still sell that every day, all day, to users around the world. And this is a very, very powerful tool and really a good choice for somebody's first tool. We also have our Duetto right here, which is another great choice for somebody if you like a small body style that could be one-handed. It's called Duetto because it does sanding and polishing, but this is a completely different body style than the full-size tool. So this is another first purchase that we find people do. And then another third option that I want to mention is our Midday gear-driven polisher. And this is especially ideal for any users that happen to be learn their polishing skills with a rotary tool first. Like if you learned on rotary and now you're looking at orbital polishing. This is our Midday gear-driven orbital. Has a very large planetary gear, but this is more like the rotary experience. It is an orbital, but does a great transition from rotary to orbital polishing. So we gave you three options.
Yeah.
I think another answer I could give you is pretty much any tool in our lineup. If you happen to accidentally buy it and use it and you're a first-time user, you're going to get a great experience with any of them. But another thing to consider, by the way, is if you want multiple tool approach to doing cars, because that's you'll want a full-size polisher for the big sections on the vehicle, and then you want a smaller polisher like the Mini or the Nano for edge work. So that's another option as a first timer if you want multiple tools. But whatever your choice is and whatever your budget and whatever your consideration is, we've got products for you.
No, you got something that fits every need, so that's really good to hear. So thank you again, guys. Wonderful presentation. Felt like we covered a whole lot of bases, but Rupes does a lot, so it's kind of hard to narrow it down to just one thing, even though polisher seems obvious. You guys do so much of your own stuff. It's really incredible. So any last things you want to throw at us before we go?
I don't think so. Just stay tuned to some announcements that'll be coming up throughout the year. So should be pretty exciting.
All right.
Thank you for watching.
Thank you, guys.
Of course. Thank you, guys. Okay. So now that we've gotten Rupes down and done there, thank you so much to those guys for the wonderful presentation. We are moving on to some incredible wrap action. Let's bring it on. What do we got?
Hey everyone, Justin Pate from the Wrap Institute, and it's a huge honor to be part of TRCMA again this year. I love what the Wrap Company has put together, and I think it's amazing for the detailing industry and also for the wrap industry. Over the last few years, it's been a giant crossover between the detailing world and wrap world, and the Wrap Institute has been riding that wave, and I know the Wrap Company has been as well. So for me, super excited to be here, and if you're a detailer, I'm going to show you lots of tips and tricks for wrapping, and if you're a wrapper, I'm going to show you tips and tricks on how to get faster and better, which is definitely the name of the game. So in my demo today, I'll be actually doing two segments, one for Avery Dennison and one on the Wrap Institute. And even though I'm the CEO of the Wrap Institute, I started that in 2014, and we're a neutral platform and we work with a wide range of manufacturers. I actually started being an Avery Dennison head trainer back in 2010, and I continue today. So I wear kind of like two shoes, one for Avery Dennison and one for the Wrap Institute. So I'll start off by talking about Avery Dennison, and then in about 15 minutes, we'll pivot and go to the Wrap Institute. Now, for those of you who don't know Avery Dennison, what is very interesting about Avery Dennison is that you actually touch Avery Dennison every day. Avery Dennison is almost, it's actually their stock price is higher than 3M, but a lot of people in public know 3M much more than Avery Dennison. That's because 3M's logo is pretty much on everything. But what's interesting is Avery Dennison is a main manufacturer of labels worldwide. So you actually touch an Avery Dennison product at an average 7 times a day. That's in the grocery store, when you go to the airport, the bag tags are mostly Avery Dennison, baby shampoos, wine bottles and stuff like that. So they make a lot of labels. And you're thinking, well, if you're a detailer, you're like, who cares? And if you're a wrapper, you don't really think about that too much. But why that's really important and why that separates Avery Dennison from most other brands who make wrapping film is they have, let's say, a big brother, big sister. Avery Dennison is a $9 billion company, and that $6 billion division that makes labels has a lot of amazing technology. They take that technology and they pour it into the division, which is the fun division, which is wrapping. So what's interesting is why Avery Dennison's material is so easy to apply, which I'm going to show you in just a second, is some of that technology that they have, which is really great. The material slides and glides across the surface, the liner releases really easy, and what that means is low install times and high profits, which is pretty cool. So based on that now, what Avery Dennison has is a full line of products that will help you wrap. So what I mean by that is they have PPF, which is what I have here. They have a gloss black PPF, and why this is really amazing is scratch proof, self-heals, really deep rich black, look just like paint. And of course they have PPF. They have matte and they have clear, and these are very popular PPFs. There's actually a very good company out there called Test Bros. They do a lot of DIY PPF, and they're the #1 seller of Avery Dennison PPF in the country, that tells you how many DIY people are doing PPF. So that being said, they have PPF, but they also have, let's say, digital full print film. They also have color change film, which I'm going to show in a second, and they also have window tint film. And window tint film is getting bigger and bigger in the marketplace for automobiles, of course, especially electric cars. If you don't know, that window tint actually cools the car down and makes the battery life go much longer, especially in the summertime. And it's also very popular for residential. It cools the heating bills dramatically, so a lot of businesses, a lot of schools are using a lot of window tint. And speaking of that, they actually just came out that new product, as I mentioned, called Encore, and I'd like to go to that video right now, if we could. That was made by the Rap Institute production team and featured my partner, Reiner Lawrence, one of the best PPF trainers out there. So great video, and as you know now, Avery Dennison has PPF products. They have window tint, digital print film, which is cool, and they also have color change, which I'll be wrapping this car with in just a second. So also what you have to know about Avery Dennison is they have a great training program. So the training program started in 2010, started off with 8 workshops, and then I got up to around 20. Then we had other trainers come on, John Duver, Charlie Trio, Blake Madsen. They also do PPF training. They also do window tint training. So it's a full spectrum. So if you're a detailer out there, and a lot of people taking my workshops lately are detailers. I would say about half of them are wanting to learn how to wrap, let's say hoods, roofs, pillars and stuff like that. So that's great. So you definitely want to cross over and take an Avery Dennison workshop. And why the workshops are particularly good is, well, main thing is you get a free roll of film, which is cool. That actually is enough to wrap a whole car, and you can get color change or you can get full print, which is amazing. You get free tools, which is nice. So you come out of there with tools and you come out of there with a free roll of film, which essentially pays for the class. So that by itself is a very good reason to take the class. But why Avery Dennison's classes are particularly special is since 2010, Avery Dennison has given me, the head trainer, very free, open road in terms of making the workshops. I can change the content, I can change the tools, and that's the same same thing with John, Charlie, and Blake, is they all adapt and they're all super smart. They're great rappers by themselves, but what they're also is very smart business owners. So what makes the Avery Dennison classes great, other than what you get, is the fact that you're going to get great information on how to wrap, but also we include a lot of business tips, which is what I'm going to show you now in terms of color change. So I just got done teaching a color change workshops here at the Rag Company Monday and Tuesday, and part of that class was teaching them how to kind of set up and get the sales for the customer. And in terms of sales right now, there's a lot of great options that you have to think about. Avery Dennison provides these mirror tags, so this is for aftercare, teaching the customer how to take care of the wrap, which is very important. That's very good for business. And then they also have all these color samples that are out there. And what I like about Avery is they're constantly innovating their products, but also their technology, what they can provide you as a service. So for the longest time, if you wanted to offer someone a color, you say, here's a swatch book, and you have this little piece that you kind of hold up to the car and you say, how do you like this blue? For a customer, they really have to imagine how that blue looks, and sometimes once you wrap the car, it might look a little darker or lighter than they wanted. So what Avery Dennison also offers right now is you can call the sample department and get bigger pieces, which helps. So you take this out in the sun, and that's pretty cool. And if you notice these colors, Avery's coming out with great new colors all the time. Last year they came out with these colors, and speaking of the sample department, now you don't have to get a whole new swatch book. They'll send you this, and you can open this up and add this to the swatch book. The color that I'm going to be putting on right now is their Popstar Concert Purple, and their most popular color they have recently is the Pool Party Pink. Good name, by the way. They also work with Yanamize out in England, very popular and well-known influencer in the industry, so he just came out with his colors, popular as well. So these swatches are great, but what Avery also has is they work with a company called XIX3D, and they actually have a visualizer that's on the Avery Dennison website that is free, and if you go there, you can actually work with the customer, they can choose a color, and you actually send them what the car looks in a 3D rendering. So with that, I'd like you to check out this video and see how cool that is. Little spice that you get from the workshop right now is how to tell the customer how to maintain the wrap, how to kind of get a better idea of how to sell the color change to a customer right now, and then let's say they choose Popstar Concert Purple right now. So this is the color that they chose for this Audi A6 right now. So now you got the car in your shop, and what do? You want to start wrapping it. So we tell you how to, in the workshop, how to take hardware off, how to clean and prep it, and I'll show a lot of those cleaning tools in the Wrap and Suit segment. But here's where I think the Avery workshops get really special, for me, is we always try to make it real. So back in the day when I first started wrapping color change, and this was 2008 in Amsterdam, is I got a roll of color change film, and I didn't think much about production because it's so easy now just to cut a piece off the roll and put it on the car. But if you cut a piece of roll and put it off the car, for each section right now, what you're going to do is you're going to waste a lot of material, and that at the end of the day is a profit killer. So as easy it is to cut off the roll, well, it's not so easy when you don't make as much money as you hope to. So one of the things we teach in the workshop is to take measurements ahead of time. So what I did is I took a measurement of the vehicle right now, and this comes from the Wrap Institute, and we work with Avery Dennison on this right now. So I measured everything out ahead of time. So by measuring everything out ahead of time, especially if it's a non-directional film, and we teach that in the workshop right now, so you can actually save quite a bit of film. In many regards, what we teach in the workshop is if you measure really smart right out of the gate right now, you can actually save 4 yards of film per car. So you save around $150 per car on average if you measure ahead of time. It's pretty cool. So not only are you saving up front in terms of material costs right now, what it does is it lowers your install time dramatically, because in this case right now, as you can see, what I did is I pre-cut these this morning, and I now have them on the car that's clean and ready to go. I have them held on by magnets, and what that means now is we can just kind of wrap and go really kind of buck wild right now. So what I'm going to do right now is come on over here, and got everything set. So we have basically 4 sections on the car. We have the fender, front door, back door, and back fender. So now I think we're in a good place to wrap. We're in a climate control facility. Rag Company put an air conditioner here about a year and a half ago, and it's super cozy in here, which is nice. So those are very important things that you want for wrapping a car. The biggest thing is right now, cutting everything up, saving material, ready to rock and roll. But in this case right now, what I want to show you is how easy Avery Dennison is to wrap with. And what I mean by right now is you're going to find out of every wrapper. If you are a wrapper, you already know. But if you're not a wrapper, Avery Dennison is super, super easy to wrap at room temperature. Super soft and conformable, really easy to slide and glide across the surface. And what that means is that you can really glass the material out on the car and get to cutting really fast. And that's what I really want to highlight here. So I'm hoping in about 5 to 10 minutes I can get all the material on the whole side of the car and basically just show you how easy wrapping is. So the first thing is pre-cut the pieces to shape, which is what I did. And once everything's pre-cut right now, one thing we really preach in the Avery Dennison workshops is saying what's called a yo-yo. And what that means is if you're working with someone right now, let's say I'm doing the driver's side and I'm working with Josh and who's doing the passenger side. If Josh is just kind of hanging out, I say yo-yo, and Josh comes on over and says, well, I'll help you out. So I say yo-yo. What's going on, Josh?
Hey, how's it going, Justin?
Good. Let's take the backing paper off and we'll just glass it out. So why this is important when you're wrapping, and again, you always want to create those efficiencies when you're wrapping right now, is by taking the backing paper off with 2 people, it makes it much easier. And then Josh is going to hold it over the fender, pull a little harder, and then we'll just glass it on. Just boom. So by doing this now, okay, Josh has helped me to get it right onto the fender. And then I say, yo, yo, if you don't mind.
Yep.
Why don't we come over here and we're going to gloss it out on the back door. So we just basically take the pre-cut piece, and Josh is going to release the liner here. I'm just holding it here. And again, I could do this by myself, and it would take an extra, let's say, 20 seconds, 30 seconds. But that 20, 30 seconds adds up over time. And by having the material there, you just pick it up and just glass it up right here. Cool. Once that's set now, I feel like we're good. I say thank you so much, sir.
Yeah.
And then Josh is going to go off and do hood side. So as we do that now, I just want to show you the power, again, of Avery Dennison film. So I come down here and I lock it in place. And now I can just simply, look how easily I can gloss out the film. And I'm not even pulling that hard. And once this is set now, I can just squeegee back and forth. And now you can see the install time start to drop like a stone because now I had help from Josh, but the biggest thing is now I have a film that conforms very easily to these areas. And speaking of conforming, there's a recessed area there, so watch what I can do. I can now take the application glove and I can form it into the deepest part of the recessed area, and I don't have to add heat. And why that's really important right now is by not having to add heat, it saves me a huge amount of time. So this again comes from the Avery Dennison adhesive, and also how they make their film super soft. So once I get the film to here, again, I run my finger in the recessed area one more time. Again, that was a bubble going out. That was not me farting. Might have sounded like that. But now I come back over here. I squeegee the material into the recessed area, and that's another thing we teach in the Avery Dennison workshops is to never stress the film. In the Wrap Institute segment, I'll be talking a lot about not stressing the film with technique, and Avery Dennison is a great film that comes with very minimal stress. You're going to work with other wrapping films that have a lot of stress built into the film, and that means you have to work a lot harder. With Avery Dennison right now, how they make their film, very easy to put on. So now what I'm going to do is I'm not going to finish the whole panel. I just want to show you how to skin the whole side of the car. But in this case right now, I'm just going to cut the material on the side, kind of angle my blade away, and right now you can see that I pretty much wrap this door in just a couple minutes, very easy and straightforward. And that's a combination of cutting the film ahead of time, which is great, having someone very cool like Josh helping out. Then I run my finger up to here, seal the deal. And then once this is set now, come back over to here. And the reason why I'm cutting the sides first, what I want to do is cut the sides, is that allows me then to work the front door and the back door. So you want to think systematically in terms of flow. So once we have this set now, I'm going to pick this up, take this back to here, finish up to here, and then I cut it up. So now the door's on, and I just have to finish it. So once that's set now, watch what I do. Fenders are generally complicated, and one thing we talk about in the Avery Dennison workshop is how to find what's called the 50-50 point. You want to start at the point that has the least amount of tension. In this case right now, it's the front fender here. I'm going to pick the film up, pull across the body line, nice and even. I'm going to lock it in right into here, and once I do that, I'm going to come back over here and do the same thing. So, as you can see, look how conformable it is at room temperature. I lock it into here. Once I get to the light, do what we call a relief cut. Once we do that relief cut now, I can glass the film up to here. Glass is a term that I came up with back in 2007 when I came out with my first DVD. Once that's set down here, glass it down to here, and now you can see how quickly you can wrap a complicated fender thanks to Avery Dennison. So once that's set now, I come back over to here, pull to the corner, glass it up to here, and flowing and going. And right now I'm not working hard, I'm just working smart. I do what's called the palm. I work the material into the recessed area first, and if I do it at room temperature, it goes in with very little stress. Once that's done, I come back in with my glove and I lock it into there. So now this is nice and safe. Once I'm to here, you see a lot of stress. One thing we teach with Avery Dennison right now is to use relief cuts. And by using a relief cut, look how easily I can pick the film up, pull straight down, and I have what we call, again, glass. Once we have glass now, I pull the material nice and chill, come into here, and I lock it right into this section here. Once I have this set, look how easy it is to now squeegee the material onto the surface. If air does build up like this, look how easily I can pick the film back up, gloss it back down, and go back to squeegeeing. Now, of course, as I said earlier, I'm not going to be finishing this entire fender right now. I'm just going to kind of get it on so I can start on the front door and the back fender. But as you can see right now, look how quick and easy this is to wrap. And it's not because I'm necessarily a great wrapper. Of course, I've been wrapping for a long time. It's a combination of having great tools and, in this case right now, Avery Dennison film that slides and glides super easy onto the surface. So once this is set to here, I'll cut off the bottom and cool. And I'll actually trim the top because I'll be coming down here with the back fender piece right now. So I'll get this to here. Once this is set, I get it here, cut it away at a 180-degree angle if possible. And once this is set now, you can see that the fender is now glossed out. So I feel like this is nice on the surface, is good. The back door is good, right? And once we're set there, I say, yo, Josh. So now I'm going to slide this under. We'll actually do this last, Josh, if you don't mind. And we'll come back here with the back fender. And as you can see right now, we're using really cool magnets right now, and Avery Dennison also has magnets. And Josh is going to roll the long sliver out for the front of the back fender there. And he's going to get it set up to there. And the main thing is I'm going to get it set up so it fits perfectly here, top to bottom. And once that's set here, I'm going to lower it a little bit, Josh, down to here. Now they're good. How are you looking up there? Looking good. Cool. Yep. So we're going to set it with the magnets here. And what's interesting now, and what we teach in the Avery Dennison workshops, right, is where to start, right? So in this case right now, normally what I used to do, and I don't know about you, Josh, but I used to start here, kind of take the whole backing paper off, and I would fight with this little thing here. Yep. Right? That was always super frustrating. So what's cool is there's really nice tools out there, and this is called the Bodyguard. This is from Yellow Tools right now. This comes Teflon coated. So instead of fighting this whole piece from front to back right now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to take off my glove for a second, and I'm just going to open up the backing paper. I know it's kind of hard to see on camera, but right where it starts to become a little sliver, I can just cut the backing paper here. So the backing paper is cut here, and the backing paper is cut here, but we don't have to take the backing paper off towards the front.
So much easier. So
much easier, which is really cool. And having these magnets is really nice too. So what we can do now is I'm going to take the backing paper off, and maybe Josh, you just kind of help, kind of as it comes off the liner right now. You don't want it to zipper. That was perfect. That was great. So once we have that set up to here, carefully pull it out. I think you got it. Cool. And again, Josh helping me is really nice to help the backing paper. Extra set of hands, which is really nice. Once that's set here, check out what I can do. Again, I start at the 50-50 point, back to here, pick it up, pull it down to this body line. Once I'm to this body line, I run my finger. I know the light is right here, so I can do the same thing as I did on the front fender, which is make a relief cut. Once I make the relief cut now, I can pick the material up, I can glass it to the back. Look how easily that conformed at room temperature. Super easy. And I just glass it out, and this whole back section now is yummy time. Pretty cool. Once that's set down here, in terms of efficiency now, I can now take the material and I can pull down and low to this corner, nice and firm. Then I come down, pull low to this corner, nice and firm. Once I have that set, look what I got. I got glass. Pretty dope. So before this, I go to the front back section now. I just want to slice this to the surface, and look how easily I can just lock it on, which is pretty darn cool. Once this is set, I'm going to come over here. So now I'm going to glass it to this bottom section. I pick it up, pull down. Once that's set here, boom, lock it in. I can come back and finish. And then for the top section now, check this out. So I'm going to take the material, glass it up to here, and right here I got a big giant deep recessed area. Normally you're going to use a lot of heat on that, but in this case right now I think I can do the palm technique. So I'm going to take my finger, I'm going to take the material right into the deepest part of the recessed area here from back to front. Let's see how that goes. So I take it into here, and look how easily this conforms at room temperature. There's really no other film in the market that does that. And then I just squeeze it down and go from here. Once that's set, I can take the material to here, and from here now, watch what I can do. I can make a relief cut, pick the material up, and now, because I didn't have to take the backing paper off that top little sliver piece right now, this whole back section is locked and loaded, and now watch what I can do. I can take the magnet off the film, pick this off to here, pull it nice and high, and again, here's the power of Avery Dennison. As I'm going to take the whole backing paper off from back to front, and look at Josh. Yo, man.
Yo.
Awesome. So again, what's great about working with Josh is he's a great rapper, really good guy, and he anticipates stuff, and that's a sign of a very good installer. And so by him helping me with the backing paper right there, it creates that flow for me, and look what I can do. I can pick the film up, gloss it up, and this is about efficiency as well. As I said, I got this whole thing glassed out, and so instead of working in multiple squeegee strokes, I can pick the film up, come down here, and I basically can squeegee this whole back fender in one squeegee stroke. And as you can tell right now, again, I didn't have a stopwatch right now, but I think I did this pretty darn quick. So then what I would do right now is I would start to cut everything out, really cool, trim everything off, and then I'd come to the door. So the last section I'm going to do is glass it out is, let's do another yo-yo, Josh. And on this particular one right now is we have the mirror on the body. Josh, have you ever worked around a mirror on the body?
Yeah, they're a little bit difficult.
A little bit difficult. And so one of the things, Josh, that we teach in the workshop, you've taken the workshop as well, I have. Right? Is right now, okay, it is difficult to work around a mirror, but is it more difficult to take off a door panel?
No.
Well, door panels are kind of tricky though, I think, for me sometimes. Like let's say this is an Audi A6 right now. Is there a chance if you take off the door panel, you can kind of screw it up or break some cables?
Absolutely, there's always a risk.
There's always a risk. So for me right now, okay, one thing we do teach in the workshop is how to work around a mirror on the body, which I think is a valuable skill. Why don't you do me a favor while you're here, why don't we pull it low and flat to the corner to create that nice yummy glass. So once we have that set to here, then I can simply squeegee here, and then from this point here, right, we'll kind of just focus on how to work around the mirror, is I'm going to come over here, and we can't create 100% glass right now, Josh, just because we have this raised object in our face. And so for me, again, one thing you're going to learn in the Avery Dennison class is not only how to wrap, how to save in material right now, but also how to comfortably work around door handles on the body, or in this case, a mirror on the body. And again, what we're going to do is we're going to make a relief cut and then swing the material around the mirror. And that's one of the skills that you learn in the Avery Dennison workshop, is how to work around mirrors on the body, how to work around door handles on the body, how to work around antennas on the body. And you might think, well, isn't that like a low-level skill? Isn't taking the hardware off an advanced skill? In my opinion, wrapping with the hardware on the body is actually super advanced, because if you can work around hardware on the body without taking it off, that's pretty darn cool. So now I don't know how many minutes it took us to skin the entire side of the car, but as you can see, now if Josh is helping on the fender, I'm working on the door, I think we can comfortably wrap the side of this car in under an hour. So if we do the passenger side an hour, driver side an hour, I think we can comfortably wrap this car in 5 hours. So is that a combination of good technique? For sure. Good experience? For sure. But it's also the power of Avery Dennison wrapping film, which is pretty special. So what I highly recommend, if you're a detailer and you want to learn how to wrap, sign up for Avery Dennison class. If you're already a wrapper and you want to take your skills to the next level, definitely take a workshop. And as I said, you get a free roll of film, and it gives you a chance to become Avery Dennison certified. I just certified 3 guys this morning, which means they're super pro installers, and that takes your career to the next level. So Josh, thank you so much for the help on this. Appreciate it. And now you can see how easy it is to wrap a car with color change film. But if you want to know about PPF film, or let's say tint film, definitely check out Avery Dennison. And if you have any questions, I'll be answering questions at the end of the Wrap Institute demo about workshops at Avery Dennison. So you have them, make sure you save them. So I think that's it for now. I think we'll switch to the Avery Wrap Institute commercial. I'll change the shirt and we'll get going.
The Never Stop Learning contest is back and better than ever. This year, we have changed the format so everyone across the world can take part, and the prize is up for grabs, total over $30,000. You can take part in person or on the Wrap Institute YouTube channel. The Never Stop Learning contest takes place at the ISA Sign Expo in Las Vegas at the Mandalay Bay, April 23rd through the 25th. We will be doing 6 live wrap demos a day featuring material from these leading manufacturers. We will be wrapping a wide range of objects from box trucks, vans, sedans, and appliances using color change, full print digital, and PPF. All you have to do is guess how long it'll take to wrap the object. The person closest to the time wins the prize package for that round. In addition to the Never Stop Learning contest at the ISA Science Show, there'll be the Wrap Institute Demo Depot. This is a free 100% hands-on training area that is a playground for wrapping. All skill levels are welcome. The TWI Demo Depot is filled with all types of wrapping films and tools from these leading manufacturers. In addition, there's a wide range of items to wrap, 3 cars, extra mirrors, door handles, and appliances. The Demo Depot also includes the Wrap Warrior Cutting Contest, which is your chance to test your cutting skills and win a daily prize. There are 2 ways to register for the Demo Depot: pre-book your slot online or in person at the show. Only 15 participants are allowed in the Demo Depot area at one time, so pre-booking is the best option. Look for that link in the description. So, take your Never Stop Learning journey in the wrap world to the next level by taking part in the Never Stop Learning Contest Live and the Demo Depot at the ISA Science Expo April 23rd through the 25th at the Mandalay Bay in Las Vegas. Be sure to tune in so you can learn to win.
Hey everyone, well that was the Avery Dennison piece, and now we're going to turn to the Wrap Institute piece. So we're going to shift gears quite a bit, and we're going to go into kind of like a deep world in terms of kind of the biggest thing I've been focusing on in the Wrap Institute and our team is tension. I don't know about you guys, but I've been in the wrap industry for a long time, and when I didn't know anything about wrapping, I worked really hard, and I think you guys probably know that in the detailing world as well, is that, you know, if you don't have the right tools and the right knowledge, you know, you're going to put squares and circles for a long time. And I think what's been really interesting happening in the wrapping world, especially the last 4 or 5 years, is crossover from the detailing world. So for me as a wrapper, instead of cleaning with, let's say, baby shampoo and alcohol, I'm now cleaning with better products, detailing products. There's also great innovations and tools coming from companies, let's say like Yellow Tools, and companies from in Japan and stuff like that. They're coming up with super innovative tools where now my install times in many cases are being cut by almost 90%, and I'm still basically doing the same job. So I'm working way less hard. So technology has gotten better for tools. Crossover from other industries is getting better. But one thing we've been doing at the Wrap Institute, the Wrap Institute is fueled by myself, Reiner Lawrence, and Gimas Brazil. We're the kind of the main trainers that are producing the content. Is we're coming up with techniques that are really innovative and game-changing, that are really transforming the way I wrap and the way I teach. And that is going to be zero stretch in the Wrap Matrix, and I'll be kind of focusing on that today. So what I want to walk you through in this segment right now is talking to you a little bit about the tools, and then what we're going to be doing is I'm going to be wrapping a hood, and I'm going to be wrapping a hood like I did in 2016. Then I'm going to be wrapping a hood like I do in 2025. I'll be showcasing how to wrap a mirror old school style versus new style, and then what I'll be doing is wrapping a bumper with Josh. I'll be doing it kind of how I used to do with triangles, and then I'll be showing zero stretch, so showing how to wrap a back bumper incredibly easy and much better. And then I'll finish off by talking about dry applied PPF. If you don't know much about dry applied PPF, well, it's essentially color change film like I just did with the Avery Dennison, but because it's PPF right now, it installs basically just as easy as Avery Dennison's film, but the cool thing is it has a much longer warranty, it holds up better for scratches, all that kind of stuff. So it's a really new cool film on the market that for me is going to be just a game changer in the next few years. It's really going to change the way people approach their cars. It's going to kind of meld PPF and color change together, and I think the future is very, very bright. Now keep in mind also we all have a giveaway today, so we're going to give away a platinum membership, so hopefully one of you watchers wins that. And with that right now, just really let's dive into the tools, talk about how these tools basically take you from, let's say, a white belt to a black belt in terms of tension. And we start off with cleaners right now, right? So the cleaners, you know, this is something that I worked really closely with the team at the Rag Company with over the last few years. If you don't know, we actually helped the Wrap Institute created the Ford wrapping program, and this was the cleaning program for the Ford wrap program. So with that right now, the Wrap Institute created an 8-step cleaning process, and this focuses on full print, commercial, and PPF. So it's a one-stop prep for getting the cars ready. So that's that, and the tools are on the Amazon channel, and that's the Amazon channel that we work closely with the Rag Company on. So this is a very cool setup here for all the tools, and what we have right now is this. So with these tools is we have the 365 towel. The blue is for cleaning, the yellow is for degreasing, which is generally the last step you're going to do. And with degreasing right now, the reason why we made it yellow is because if there's any dirt left on, you know that it's still on the car. It's a kind of QC. We're working with the liquidator, drying towel, which is really nice. We have the polisher, and this is mainly for Triple S and for ceramic coatings. For cleaning the towels, we got the Rags to Riches Absolute, which is really, really good cleaner. It totally blew my mind. Rinseless washes, I never knew about this until Anthony showed me this years ago, and it just was like, holy crap. Cars are better than ever. Triple S is our baby child that we developed with P&S and the Rag Company. This thing is amazing, which I'll showcase in a little bit. This is truly about tension for sure. Love the IK sprayers, the 365 especially, cleaning underneath the bumper. Then we got Panel Wipe, which is what we call a focused degreaser. I use isopropyl alcohol quite a bit, but this Panel Wipe is really good for finishing the edges. Clay Bar Scrubber. This thing is magic for prepping cars. I do this for commercial, color change, and PPF. Gets the surface super smooth, and then the dark blue side, that Jersey side, is great for bugs and for cleaning the windows. And here's a really cool tool that's kind of sneaky. This is what's called the Yellow Blade. This is for removing adhesive from the vehicle right now, and what's nice about this is it doesn't scratch water-based paint. So as you can see, this is a really beautiful system that works on a lot of levels in terms of cleaning efficient, cleaning faster and better. So in many ways right now with this 8-step process, compared to how I used to clean cars, I'm cleaning cars much faster than I did before, way better, and for me it's much safer than using harsh chemicals. So this is the cleaning system, so this car has been prepped with that. This is the Rep Institute Platinum tool line, and this is a lot of the popular tools from this line that we worked with the best manufacturers in the world. Monkey strips and banana buffers are the buffers to go to. We work with Yellow Tools to develop what we call the Platinum Squeegee. This is the best all-around squeegee that you can wrap with walls, floors, and cars with. Has a nice good flex, has the 90-degree corner, has a spinner on there, which is really nice. As you saw me do in the Avery Dennison video, if you watch that segment, this is the bodyguard knife. This comes from Yellow Tools, and this thing is awesome. Why this thing is awesome right now is, for me, this is Teflon coated. You can see all the cheap ones on Amazon, and those are painted, and those are going to grip the film. This is high quality Teflon coating, which means it slides under all types of film. PPF, high aggressive films, which is really cool. My partner Reiner, clever little dude, came up with this little thing right now. Sometimes when these type of cutters go in your bag, they're hard to find. So what he asked Yellow Tools to do is put a little hook on here, so when you do put it in your tool bag, it stops and you can grab it nice and easy. And Germans drink a lot of beer, so they put a beer little opener right there on the backside. So the bodyguard is super nice. We also have a clicker. You can click your blades in here, which is really cool. We like the Ninja knife. The Ninja knife is very good for PPF and all sorts of installations, so always want to use the Ninja knife. This is what's called a featherweight light duty utility knife. And obviously if you're in the wrap world, you know about this tool, and we debuted this tool back in 2023. We have exclusive with Tadashi, and this is the inventor of the Wrap Axe right now. The Wrap Axe comes in green and red. This is a super cool tool where I can tuck the material behind rubber gaskets, and I can also use it as a knife, which means I don't have to cut the car. And what's cool about the tools, and I talked to you a little bit earlier about, is with a lot of the tools we're developing with the Rep Institute Platinum tool line, is they're super safe. So basically right now is I can cut like in tight gaps between window molding and between bumpers and fenders right now, and I can cut so fast that it saves me a huge amount of time, but there's actually no risk, which is really amazing. This is really innovating the way I wrap, or changing the way I wrap completely. So Wrap Axe is a really cool one. This is a sneaky one right now. This is what's called the Teflon. This is a lacy tip. So it's Teflon, has a little ball at the end. I use this for making corners, and then this is for finishing little, like there's tiny wrinkles on my corners. I use this side here, so this is about quality and finishing right now. There's also this tool. This is a tool we invented with XIX and Yellow Tools. This is for the Ford program. So I'm going to show this later with Josh when we do the back bumper. Usually when I cut out bumper sensors, they're super, super hard to cut out. But in this case right now, we came up with a thing called the Sensor Cut Pro. This cuts the outside of the sensor, and then we have a template for cutting the inside of the sensor. And I'm telling you, this has lowered my install time on cutting sensors out by 90%, and there's no chance of cutting that gasket, which is super, super, super amazing. So we got the Sensor Cut Pro. Some other tools that are really nice right now is these are solutions for installing PPF. So this is a PPF solution developed by my partner Reiner, who has got some glasses on and looks like a monkey right now. This is a foam solution that he was the first one in the industry to invent, and this is their potion right now. This is for going underneath the PPF. Very, very, very popular soap. He just took this to a very well-known manufacturer, and they're going to just take this on because it's so good. And then these squeegees are really nice for PPF, and these are called the Duo squeegees. So if you're into PPF, definitely check out this line, because it's just, you're going to get better performance than you ever had before. And last couple tools that I'll show right before I do a live demo is later today I'll be showing the Wrap UEZ. efficiency on how to wrap mirrors better and faster than ever. This is a really good one. If you're window tinting right now, this is what's called the Wet Max right now, and this comes with 4 different holders. And what's cool about this is you can change the angle right now, so you can go from flat to kind of pivot to a 45, so you get that flow and pressure when you need it. And this is a really good one called the Yellow Open. So this holds the trunk or back doors open at a nice angle, so you can really wrap and flow on those areas. So all these tools are about efficiency. Before I used to kind of fight wrapping on the car, now I flow, and that's the first step is with tools. And the last one I want to talk about is this is a diamond wrap, PPF and vinyl. This is from Diamond ProTech right now. We've tested a lot of ceramic coatings for vehicles right now, and this is our favorite one. In fact, it's not a ceramic coating. This is a composite right now, and why we like this right now is a super long flash time, especially for people who are detailers right now. This is really nice because for me, I have time. I don't make mistakes, especially on matte wraps. And for me, what's also nice is it has no outgassing time, so basically no outgassing, long flash time. This for me is a big winner. It has 18 months. So you can see the whole platinum line is good to go. So now first step of wrapping like a black belt or taking all that tension out when you're wrapping is buying the right tools. And as you can see, the Wrap Institute and our partners have put a ton of energy into these tools, or thought process of making these tools excellent. So for me, if you want to get into wrapping or you want to take your wrap game to the next level, definitely check out these tools. So that's it for, wrapping and flow. And now what I would like to do is I'm going to kind of go back in time. Right? So what I mean by that is back in 2016, I was doing a demo that I think a lot of you may have watched right now. And that's a demo I did at the Amsterdam Vespa show. And what I did at the Amsterdam Vespa show is I wrapped a hood of an Audi, very apropos, that it was not intended. And basically what I did when I wrapped the Audi hood is I showed, a lot of people in the world right now, I think there's maybe 8 million people have seen that video, is I showed them how to make triangles in glass. And so when I go to a store, sometimes people come up to me and is like, "Are you the triangle guy?" And I'm like, I guess I'm the triangle guy. So it's pretty cool that a lot of people have watched those videos, and in 2016, that's how I wrapped a car. And what I want to do right now is kind of redo how I used to wrap a car, and I'm going to show you that how I've modified it over the years to make it actually in many ways faster and better, which is really cool. So it doesn't take much more long time to wrap it better, it just takes a little more different approach. So right now, I'm gonna do what I used to do, what I still kind of do, I guess, is take the material, place it on the hood, lock it into there, come on over to this side now, and I'm gonna dog ear here to here. And more cars is interesting, you can't use your magnets, they're composite, so I do what's called a dog ear. So I release the liner just a little bit right there, and I tack it onto the car. And why I do that right now is it holds it pretty good in position right now so that I can kind of cut the excess film away. So in this case, I feel through the top of the hood. I'm going to come back and use my bodyguard knife right there, which is pretty cool. Come back over here, and I always cut the material off with the liner on. And I could use this later for, let's say, lights, or for mirrors and for door handles. And in this case now, I'm going to come back and cut off the excess film to here and here. And I'm going to do the exact same thing on the next piece, but I'm going to modify the prep a little bit. So my prep for this was just clean, clay bar, degrease, rock and roll. That's it. Hood closed, and now what I'm going to do is I'm going to release the liner. So I'm going to take the backing paper low and flat underneath the hood. And what I do now is notice I kind of made a U shape. Once I make the U shape now, I can release the liner this way. Take it down to here, drop it to the side. Now, going back to 2016, what did I say? Well, right now you want to kind of start off with a hinge. So I'm going to make sure I have enough material, top to bottom, kind of shift the film here, and then I'm going to come over here and pick it up and just create what I call baby glass. So just kind of making the material just kind of nice, easy, and flowy. Once I have this set up, and this is again what I did in 2016, because what I did in 2016 right now is I saw in the wrapping process in triangles. And what I mean by that is I lock the material with a hinge right in the middle. So I squeegee nice and hard, and I'm going to see if I have a dry erase marker in here. I don't think I have one, but in this case now I think I'm okay. Well, actually in the Avery tool bag I got one here. Let's see what we got. Cool. So what I used to show in the workshops and in that video right now is the process of how to see a triangle. You always create a hinge. Hinge locks it in place. And now what I want to do is I want to pull the material in 4 sections. I want to pull this way, this way, this way, and this way. So I'm going to pull this way in 4 sections and spread the tension out in the shape of a triangle. And let's see what happens, right? So when I do triangles, or when I used to do triangles, I get down nice and low. My legs are kind of squatting right now. I'm gonna pick the material up so it's loose, and even as I pick it up, what do you hear? A little bit of tension. Now I'm gonna take the material now and I'm gonna pull super hard. You can kind of hear it in my voice. And I pull low and flat, and that creates glass. Then I come over here. There's lots of wrinkles, and what do? I pick the material up and I pull, and I hear it's kind of tacking. You can hear the material tacking, even though it's Avery, still tacking a little bit, and I'm pulling really hard. And I pull the material down and tight, right? So once this is set, I'm gonna come over here and do the same. So I'm pulling super low and pulling super low. And this is exactly what I did on that video in 2016. It's bringing back a lot of memories. So once I have one side set, I'm gonna come back over here, pick the material up and pull low and flat. So you can see I'm pulling really low. I feel like a top athlete right now. Pulling super hard, lock it to here, and then come down, do the same. So I squat down, pick it up, and pull. So what I'm doing is I'm pulling to the corner, but you can see the wrinkles build up. So the triangle logic right now is if the material's coming here and I get wrinkles, if I come straight, no good. I want to spread these wrinkles out. So my logic for years was to spread the material out with lots of tension and pull to the surface. That does create glass, right? And it's good. So I come down to here, squeegee everything out, and pull with glass, pulling tight, and pretty cool so far. Last section I want to do is kind of glass this out to here, and voila. It is pretty magic. It's pretty cool. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to take my squeegee and start to squeegee. So I come up to here and I squeegee back and forth and back and forth. This is easy and straightforward. And especially I'm working with, in this case right now, Avery Dennison, I can kind of get the material on and finish. And I'll basically just do one side. I won't do the whole thing, but you can see that right now I'm squeegeeing back and forth. And what I'm doing now is I'm squeegeeing the material into the recessed area. And by basically treating this like a wall, right, you can see the air build up here. So what do I have to do? Pick it back up to here. Again, fighting the material a little bit more, picking it up to here, and then squeegeeing it down. And I can feel, in this case now, this film is gloss. And one thing that we teach on the Wrap Institute a lot is to understand surface energy. Because the gloss has a high surface energy right now, the problem is right now is I have to really kind of push hard to make my squeegee go. The reason why I have to push hard to make my squeegee go right now is because the gloss surface is very high, which causes drag on my squeegee. So I can kind of feel it in my arm right now that I'm really pushing. And to get the material to go into this recessed area right now, I'm picking it up and I'm feeding it in. And if you don't know what you're seeing right now, you're thinking, wow, this looks super easy and this is great. But one thing that we teach at the Wrap Institute right now is our mantra is quality, durability, and efficiency. So right now, does it look really efficient? For sure. Creating glasses and doing triangles is super efficient. But right now, I feel like I'm putting out a lot of energy to get this on, right? And I feel like the durability is okay, because there's a technique that we talk about by cold pre-stretch. But here's the deal, right? My old school technique of doing triangles, creating a hinge, pulling with triangles this way, and pulling it super hard does create glass. But, and I don't know if Jimmy can get this on camera right now, but as I pulled, let me come back to that. So as I pulled the material, what I did first here is I squeegeed. And because I let it sit for a long time, right now, right along here, you can see what's called an adhesive line. And what adhesive line is once the material sets on the surface, and if you pull from where you set it, it creates this line, and that line never goes away. So now I learned, okay, after 2016, that if I squeegee in the middle, I'm going to get an adhesive line, so my quality actually goes down, even though I'm wrapping fast. But it doesn't matter if you wrap fast if your quality is low. Now, I don't know if Jimmy can get this on camera, but as I pulled across the surface right now, as I pulled along the front curve right now, there's all these things that look like sand. So like right here, it looks like just sand. And I don't know if Jimmy can get the right angle, I know it's tough. But right now, okay, and I'll just maybe draw it with my pen, it looks like there's 16 million pieces of sand underneath my film. But that's actually not sand. What that is as I pull the film across the surface, and this is true with any brand, I'm actually going to lift it up to show it on camera. This might be easier for you to see, Jimmy. Right now, in the adhesive, you can see all those little dots. And again, it might be tricky to see on camera, but basically as you pull the film across the hood, the adhesive kind of rolls off. And as it rolls off, it looks like sand. And in another place, again, might be tricky to see on camera, is notice how I pulled the material here. I picked it up and I fed it in. And by picking up and feed it in, I had to do this multiple times. And right here, every time I picked it up and fed it in, there's the adhesive lines. So I have adhesive line, adhesive line, adhesive line, and adhesive line. And because I have these adhesive lines, okay, my install time is low, but I had to work very hard to get it on the car, which I'm not a big fan of. And I feel like overall, my quality is not great here. I have a line right there, which is no good, and I have adhesive lines here. Would a customer might say something about that? For sure. So this is something I struggled with for years because the technique that I was using, triangles, was good. I didn't have S. I didn't have other products, so this is what I had to deal with. I had to deal with a little bit of sanding here, a little bit of sanding here, but now, with the Wrap Institute, we have zero stretch, we have tools, and that's what I want to show you is how I would wrap this hood different than I would in 2016. So with that, I'm going to take this off. Take the material to here, and the first thing I want to show is I'm going to grab a scrap from down here, and this is really interesting. This is something that truly changed my life in terms of wrapping right now. Is in 2016 or 2021, during COVID, and COVID was a weird time for sure, right? And Josh, do you mind grabbing me the heat gun, if you could, right? COVID was a time creator, if that makes sense. So basically with COVID, you know, I wasn't traveling the world teaching in workshops like I normally do. Normally I go to like 6 or 7 countries a year. I go to 50 cities and stuff like that. Thank you, Josh. And so I was at the Rep Center with Reiner. And one thing we found out, which is interesting right now, is all that energy that I was using to pull the material. Like I was coming down here and pulling it with triangles. I was putting my own energy to create glass. What we didn't know, and what we found out, is the material comes with a lot of energy built into it. What do I mean by that? Is if you can come here now, and I don't know if I took the material off the liner and I put it exactly back on the liner. So what that means is I didn't necessarily stretch the film. But what Reiner and I found out is if we take the heat and we go super slow over the film, because this is PVC film. So if you take PVC film and you stretch it, it wants to shrink. So what we found right now is with the film is that if you shrink it with heat, kind of before you stretch it, it actually has a lot of energy in it, which is interesting. So I'll let that side cool and you'll see it kind of shrink. And some films shrink more than others. Let's say calendar films shrink much, much more. But I'm adding a lot of heat right now. And once we get to here, then we come to the side and you see it shrink even more. I'll slow down the heat and I'll let it cool right now. And the main thing is, what I want you to see on camera is this, right? Is the game changer for me, and this is kind of what we call in the Wrap Institute, is taking the red pill right now, is that this material shrink about 1/8 of an inch here and about 1/8 of an inch here. And some films shrink much more. But there's a lot of tension in the film from the manufacturing process. And for years, I was fighting this tension. But now that Reiner and everyone at the Wrap Institute and whoever takes our workshops and is on the Wrap Institute watching the videos, this is actually a good thing. So we can take this energy that's in the film and use it to our own good, which makes wrapping much, much easier. Not only just on the hood, but as you'll see on the bumper when we get to it. So we're going to use that technique on the bumper. So keep that in mind as I come to wrap the hood. And so now the only difference of when we get to the hood right now is this, is that during the prep phase right now, the only change that I've made from 2016 in the prep phase is this, is now to make the material slide and glide a little easier, I'm going to take S, and again, this is a product we developed with P&S. Cool. Is I come down here and I spray the surface with S, and then I wipe it on. And what S is a 3-in-1 product. And as you'll see, I'll put S on my squeegee when I'm squeegeeing to make it much easier. And what I do on the hood now is I'm going to put it on the hood to make the material slide and glide. Not only is it going to slide and glide, that sanding that I showed you earlier on the front of the hood, this will keep the material from sanding, which is really cool. So putting S on only takes, I don't know, let's say what, 20 seconds, 30 seconds, so not a big time taker. And then I come back to here, and this is the panel wipe. So now I'm going to take panel wipe and do that focus degrease that I talked about. So I'm going to run my finger to there, and I just make sure that I'm removing any triple S that might still be on the surface. So once I come to here, I make the recessed area, make sure that this is 100% degreased. Then I come over here and do the same. So now, boom, that's it. So that's the only tweak that I've made into my prep phase. So with that tweak now, I'm going to take the same film, I'm working at the same temperature, and now I want you to understand how much easier wrapping will be once I show you. So once I get this set, take the material, and now look how much easier it does. It slides on the hood, which is cool. You'll see how that affects the install. And now, all right, as I prep this piece for install, the one analogy that I want you to start to understand, and this will definitely play when we get to bumpers, is I don't use triangles anymore. So starting in 2021, once I understood zero stretch, what we switched to is instead of using triangles, we use what's called pyramids. And pyramids have completely changed how I wrap. I take the material farther and deeper than I ever have, and the wrapping process is so much funner. I mean, wrapping is always fun, no doubt. But for me now, okay, wrapping is so much more exciting, and I would say almost 80% less hard to wrap with. So now you can see, compared to 2016, the prep is exactly the same in terms of trimming the panel and in terms of releasing the panel. So I'm going to come in here, release the backing paper right now, tack it to here and hold it, come under here and circle back down to here, take it off the side and hand this to Josh. Thank you, sir. All right. So what I'm going to do, like I did before, is I'm going to make sure that the material's kind of chill. So I'm going to even out the wrinkles. And where I get most of what's called a sanding or tension is on the body lines. So watch what I do. So just like before, I kind of get the material going. I let it chill. And watch where I start. In 2016, I started in the middle. Now I start on the body line. And by locking on the body line, there's no chance of getting sanding. Pretty cool. So interesting. So I used to think it was the best thing to do is start in the middle, and now I start on that farthest body line from here. And then what I do here is I pick the material up, and look how loose and glassy it is right now. And now, instead of pulling, I'm going to stand here and I hold the material right above the corner and I pull very hard and hook the corner, right? And I used to see these before, and I used to think these were bad wrinkles, but they're not. These are what I call pyramids, and you can see the shape right now. This comes up into a shape of a pyramid, and because this is a pyramid right now, this actually makes the wrapping process easier. If you took a tape measure right now, this is like a 1/2 inch to 1 inch, so this is a full inch of material that I can make go this way with no tension. So check this out. So in this case now, I just stand comfortably and I pull to the corner and create a giant pyramid, right? Then I come over here and I'm still going to pull to the corner like I did before, but watch how easily the material picks off the surface, and look what I can do. Instead of spreading the material out now, I can take my finger here and pull straight down, right? And that creates here glass. I come up to here, create my glass, and basically I'm creating just as much glass as I did before with way less energy. Pretty cool. Once I'm to here, what do I have here? This is a really weird pyramid, but I can pick this up now. Look how easily I can spread that to the front. So now I'm pulling way less harder to create glass. Same thing here. See these things? Those aren't wrinkles, those are pyramids. So I can take that one pyramid, spread it to the side, take it to here, and glass it out, and then same thing here. So now in just a matter of seconds, I'm pulling literally 80% harder, less hard than I used to, and I have really yummy glass. Pretty cool. So I'm going to do the exact same thing over here. So I started here, which is really interesting, and I pulled and I had a lot of space over there. Because I haven't squeegeed here, watch what I do. I'm now going to pick it up from here and loosen it back to here, and I'm going to start all the way from there, and I pull with a pyramid to here. Once I have the pyramid, I get the same wrinkles. I come back to here now, and I basically pull it down, way less energy. I pick it up to here, pull straight down to here, and what we do now is a technique that we call at the Wrap Institute called the shimmy. So now to get those wrinkles out, I shake the material back and forth, and I lay it down. And by shaking the material back and forth, I don't pull so much and I don't get any sanding there, but I also don't get any sanding there thanks to Triple S. So once that's set now, look how yummy that is. Really amazing glass right now. But again, what I know for sure is I don't have sanding here. I'm not working very hard, which is cool. I'm going to sneak behind Jimmy right now, and I got the pyramids here. I know if I have a pyramid, I just have to pull to the side. Once that's set, I have glass. Then I come back down here and I do the shimmy shake. If I do the shimmy shake, or I should probably call it the Jimmy shake. But I got that here. Cool. I have that set up and awesome. So now I'm getting the same glass with 80% less energy. That makes me feel fresh. That means at the end of the day, I feel pretty stoked and I can go to the gym. I can go hang out with some friends. Now here is also where I change, is I do this. So I put Triple S on the surface to pull the film. And if you heard when I pulled the film, it didn't make a noise. And now I spray Triple S on the wrapping film right now. And what that allows the film to do, or my squeegee and my glove, is to slide and glide. And now I have to exert way less effort when I squeegee. I'm telling you, it's a game changer. So now when I pull, because I'm using the matrix right now, I pull with way less energy, which means I'm not tired. And now when I squeegee, I'm barely pressing hard on the surface because the Triple S is allowing me to squeegee. Super, super slidey. So notice what I did first now, unlike I did before in 2016, is I'm doing the sides first. In 2016, I started here and worked to here. Now I'm doing the exact opposite, which is really interesting. I do the sides first because I do that technique, what I call the palm, and now I finish in the middle. So crazy, huh? So now in 2025, I finish where I started in 2016. And look how easy this is to squeegee. Because the Triple S is allowing my squeegee to slide and glide, I'm putting out way less effort than I did before. And essentially, I'm getting the same install time, as you could probably see, but my quality is much, much, much higher. And the biggest thing is, I'm putting out way less energy, which means, again, at the end of the day, I feel fresh and wrapping becomes fun. Only tip I recommend for Triple S right now is if you're using it as a slide for your squeegee, is now I can wipe, you have to wipe Triple S right away. But what's cool about Triple S right now is it puts a perfect aftercare solution that lasts for 6 months. So now I've just also aftercared the car as well as made wrapping easier. And that is the beauty of Triple S. So you see with slight modifications, but also now using pyramid logic right now, wrapping a hood like this is super, super fun. So with that being said, what I like to do, and maybe Josh, if you're ready for me right now, because I think we have about 20 minutes left or something like that. What I'd like to do is let's jump to the back bumper, if we could. Is that cool? All right. So why don't we head back to the back bumper? It's bumper time. So what we got right now, okay, is we got a back bumper. Josh, how do you feel about back bumpers?
They're a little intimidating.
Why are they intimidating?
A lot of curves, a lot of recesses.
Yeah. And do you find that bumpers you get a lot of tension?
Yes.
Yeah. And where do you usually get tension?
A lot of time in the pockets here.
Yep.
And then sometimes in the bottom here, you kind of feel like you end up with a little too much material.
100%, right? So what I'm going to do right now is I prepped this bumper earlier, right? And so what Josh and I did is we cleaned it. Actually, let's reverse the masking tape on here now. What we're gonna do on this bumper, and Josh is gonna be my yo-yo helper in this case right now, is I'm gonna show how to wrap a bumper old school, again back in 2016 how I wrapped it, using triangles, and then what Josh and I are gonna do is we're gonna show how to wrap a bumper using pyramids, which is pretty cool, and zero stretch, which is dope, right? So the biggest thing is right now, clean the bumper, get it ready, and what we did right now is we put masking tape on the high side, we put masking tape on the reflector, again you want to lower that surface energy, and Josh, here's a new twist that I think is really interesting that we added, and again everything we're doing on the Wrap Institute is to make your lives easier, right? So in this case right now, Josh, how many bumper sensors have you cut out?
Only a couple, luckily.
And how fun was that?
It's not fun at all.
So bumper sensors are horrible because the reason why is you wrap a whole bumper, you stretch it over here, and then you have to cut it out on the inside part of the gasket here, and then also on the inside part of the gasket here. So you basically have to wrap it twice.
Yep.
The chance of coming short is really high, especially on a white car. I've had many tears, right?
Yep.
And it's just super frustrating that you spend all this energy wrapping a bumper, and then you have to come cut this out, and you make a bad cut, and you have to redo it, right? So now, the new protocol that we have, again, always changing and innovating at the Wrap Institute right now, is we invented this tool, as I said, with XIX 3D and yellow tools, is before wrapping a bumper, I take this out, and I try to find the right size for this particular model. So in this case right now, there's different sizes. This one's 18, and this one's feeling pretty darn good right now. So basically this has a serrated teeth right now, and this is for the outside part of the gasket. So the protocol back in the day was just kind of wrapping this and maybe either not cutting out or cutting this out with a knife, but now protocol for me is finding the right size. And in this case, Josh, I think 18 is good. And then I come back here and this has 8 different or 10 different sizes. And I know I did this in the workshop yesterday, so this is 15.5. So I just make a mental note, 15.5. You got 18 ready to rock and roll.
Cool.
And now, what's interesting now, Josh, is we cut that piece ahead of time and we cut it in half, right? So now, okay, that means that the bumper piece, and I'm just going to grab this here, all right, is we have basically, you can cut basically front and back bumper out of one piece, which is nice.
Okay.
And then what I'm going to do now is what's different what I did before. And again, this is the side that we're going to do the good side, and the other side we'll do the bad side, is unlike what I used to do back in the day, and I think you took the workshop where I basically just did old school, right?
Yeah, I took it back in 21.
Right, so 21, there's no
triple S.
Right? And what I found though is wrapping a bumper, maybe you did too, is you get a lot of sanding here, right? Low quality, and you have the material sometimes grip here, and if it grips here, it's kind of hard to pick up. And it can be, especially with certain films right now, it can be a little panicky. So what I do right now with bumpers, and I won't do it on the other side, and we'll see how it goes, is I'm gonna spray this with triple S right now, and I'm going over pretty juicy right now. I'm covering the whole area, not putting a huge amount of triple S on, but enough that the material will slide and glide. So I put it on half. We'll see how it goes on the other side.
Okay.
So triple S to prep, and how long did that take?
A couple seconds.
A couple seconds, right? And then I come here now and I take panel wipe, and I just want to raise the surface energy of the edges. So I do it on the outside, I do it on the inside here, I'm going to do it on the bottom. So what's beautiful about this approach that the Wrap Institute has created for wrapping cars is it doesn't take that much extra time, but the amount of time and frustration it saves on the install is astronomical, right?
So could you maybe explain why we do the panel wipe follow-up? What happens if we don't do that?
That's a good point. So triple S is sliding glidey. Right now I can kind of feel my fingers slide across the surface, but if it slides across the surface here, it's not an issue. But if you have a little bit of triple S here, it might cause the material to lift up.
Okay,
so
durability issue.
Yeah, so you always want to finish with the focused degrease for that, but put the triple S on the main surface. So triple S first, panel wipe.
Degrease the edges.
Perfect. Cool. All right. So with that said, let's go cowboy, shall we?
All right, let's do it.
All right. So we got the material here. We're just going to release the liner. Let's do it. So a good tip for y'all right now is to always hold the bumper and roll it up like this, and then that you can dog ear the piece right off so you don't let it touch the floor. So once we come over to here, I'm going to release the entire backing paper, right? And what we want to do now, Josh, is just get down low, flip your hands if you could. There you go. Cool. Make sure it's high enough. So bring your side down, down, down a little bit there. And do you have enough for your side, do you think?
Yeah, we should be good there.
Okay, cool. So let's just bring it around, right? And in this case now, I'm looking here.
Came up a little short.
Yeah. Let's bring it back then.
Okay.
And let's bring it down a little lower. Right? So we get to here and cool. Right? How are you doing?
Still a little short.
All right, come to you a little bit. So this is nice. This is what you always do when you wrap. You get a little good communication. Bring your side down a little bit if you could. There you go. Yummy time. Cool.
Got it.
Josh is happy. I'm happy.
Yeah.
Right? So what we're going to do, Jimmy, I don't know if you want to come over here, is we're going to do this side first. Right? So let me bring this to the side here. I'll pull this. Got the scraps under the car. Prepping the material. All right? But the biggest thing is now is for years and years and years in the Wrap Institute. I had my first DVD back in 2007, and I was already a triangle guy. And what I always said was right now is you want to lock it in to the middle part, right? Lock it in here. And now, all right, you're always worried about these wrinkles here, right?
Yep.
And so how you want to get rid of those wrinkles is with triangles and
strength,
man or woman power, right? So Josh, why don't you pick it back up and we're going to beast this on, right? Wow, Josh, I haven't done this for a long time. Here we go. Ready? So what we did is now I would create triangles and you pull, right? Then I shift and I create triangles and we pull. Come here, triangles. Cool. So that's pretty quick and dirty, huh?
Yeah.
So right now we created really yummy glass.
Yep.
Right? So how hard did you pull?
Pretty hard.
I pulled pretty hard too, right? And I'm actually getting in pretty good shape again. And that actually makes me breathe a little hard. So right now, okay, look how easy this is to glass. So we didn't really make any triple S here, but right now, cool. This is again, kind of what I became famous for was triangles, is beasting this down.
Yep.
Right? Now, did I work hard? Yes.
Yes.
Did you work hard?
Absolutely.
Yes. So here's the problem right now, is this, is right now, is we come down here, and what do we got?
A whole lot of wrinkles.
We have a lot of tension right now. And this tension in the material is going in a direction I don't like right now, because now it's really pointing to here, and right now it doesn't have much. So I don't have much tension here. I have a lot of tension here. And because I didn't know about zero stretch, I didn't know about pyramids, what I did for years and years and years right now is I would tell people in the workshop, lots of tension here. What you want to do is you want to use the triangle shape to spread this tension out. But right now, as I try to spread the tension out, like I'm trying to pull really hard right now, and there's a huge amount of tension in the film. But what I was worried about is if I take the heat, and right now if I take the heat gun and I warm the film, and again this is very common, especially for newbie installers right now, is if I take the heat now and I stretch, right? I did create glass, but right now, if I cut, there's going to be a lot of tension there. I think the biggest failure point, and this is what Josh mentioned earlier, is you get a lot of tension here because you have to stretch to create glass. Because right now, again, same thing here. Is if I take the material here and try to pull it to the bottom of the wheel well, like I'm literally pulling like I'm pulling for my life right now. That's all good. You have to do some triangles there. Okay, so is that good now? Yep. Okay, cool. So my point right now is Josh and I pulled super hard. I pulled with triangles, Josh pulled hard this way. Then once we're here, we're pulling very hard, almost desperate to get the material down to the bottom, and it's taking a huge amount of energy and there's leaving a lot of tension here. So down here is no bueno. Also down here, there's a lot of tension in the film because we pulled the tension this way. So as you try to work the material into the wheel well, look how it stops. So like right now, I'm trying to take the material into the wheel well, and this is a huge amount of tension. I could play drums here. So old school triangle way, and it worked, it was okay, but right now I was leaving a lot of tension here, I was leaving a lot of tension here, and right here, this is glass. This is a problem though. So right here now, there's an analogy that we talk about on the RAP Institute, and again, keeping those, for those of you watching right now, we'll give you a discount on the RAP Institute for getting a membership, is like right now you think, oh, there's no wrinkles, this is good. The problem right now, and one of the things that Josh pointed out earlier right now, is the back of the bumper comes up to here. This is what we call a mouth. So right now there's no wrinkles here, so if I try to form the film in here, it's like a drum, super, super tight. And if I try to work the film in here, if you think about how I worked the film earlier, is right now if I heat the film, okay, it doesn't really move, which is a bad sign. Super, super intense. And if I work into here, if I try to work into here, it's going to fail. Look at that. There's so much tension here and so much tension here that the chance of this bouncing is really, really high. So for me, the triangles created glass, but what they did is they created tension here and they created tension here. This is no bueno. And again, I try to show different techniques throughout the world, and again, this is okay, and a lot of things in 2016 were okay, but now this is 2025, and I want to show you something better. Why don't we come over here? So we got about 5 more minutes left in this segment, so Josh, let's go.
Let's do it.
So here's the difference. Jimmy, why don't you come on over here? Is now, okay, earlier on the hood I showed you zero stretch. So basically we took the piece and we zero stretched the film to cause it to shrink. So what we're going to do different now is we're going to zero stretch the piece while we wrap, which is pretty cool. So Josh, I'm going to tell you sometimes to pull a little harder sometimes. Okay. But for the most part right now, I'm going to heat the film top to bottom. And once the material gets up to temperature right now, okay, pull it closer to the surface. There you go, cool. So right now I've been talking about pyramids. And if you notice when I'm heating the film, it creates those wrinkles. And at first you might think those wrinkles are bad, but those wrinkles are actually quite good because those wrinkles are pyramids. So I'm adding heat, and Josh is pulling just a little bit right now to create a little bit of tension. And now you can see it kind of shrinking into the car. I don't know about you, Josh, but I'm barely working right now. Yeah. Right? And so keep on pulling. I'm gonna come around here. So pull a little harder and keep it closer. There you go, cool. So the art of zero stretch, and this is again a game changer for me, is by adding heat top to bottom, we're shrinking the film. So we're taking all the tension out from the manufacturing process. And by going super slow here, keep on bringing it close to the surface. There you go, perfect, right? So right now we're creating glass with literally 80% less energy, and the material is shrinking, so it has way less tension. So right here, you have to kind of just be super patient as you go around the side. So don't stop, keep on bringing it to the surface. That's awesome, Josh, you're great. So come to here. And I'm going to keep on zero stretching all the way till the end. So right now, holy crap, we just got glass with half the effort. That was cool.
So much better.
So much better. So now, again, same thing. I'm going to switch to the palm technique right now. So I'm going to switch the glove onto this hand because I'm working from right to left. So I take my thumb right now and I form it into the recessed area. So it goes, look how easily it goes in. And then I squeegee here, right? And then here's the difference right now that I want you guys to appreciate, because we won't have time to finish this whole bumper, is if you look at the bottom section here, right? Look how this is different from before. Lots of wrinkles here before. Now the wrinkles are here. Now I can pick up this film to here, and instead of forming the film deep to the bottom, I can let the material shrink. And I let it relax to there, and now there's zero tension here. And as we said before on the hood, right, what shape is this right here? So the shape of the wrinkles right here are pyramids. So now instead of fighting those pyramids, or fighting that tension now, I can actually squeeze the material across to here, lock it down, and then I can take these pyramids and add heat. And now watch what happens. As I heat the film, it shrinks, and where does it shrink? Right into the bumper. And once this is set now, there's zero tension there, and I'm wrapping super fast. And the last section I want to show, because I just have a couple minutes left, is this top section here, right? I used to fight for here, but now watch what I can do. I can take my knife, I can pick the film up, make a careful relief cut, because I don't want to cut the light of my rent-a-car. Once I make this cut, that creates some nice easy tension, so you see these wrinkles here, which are good, because now I can take the material and I hold it loose and I pull it into the car, and now I heat really slow, and what I can see now is the material shrinking onto the back bumper, and those wrinkles that were there are now going into what Josh was talking earlier about, is that what used to be hard is now easy because all that tension goes here. And now I have all these wrinkles, which makes wrapping this part super easy. So again, this is a combination of showing how triangles were used to be good and how they're not so good, and how zero stretch and pyramids are much, much better. So on the Wrap Institute, we have tons of videos on how to do zero stretch, wrap matrix, and the whole thing. And for me, wrapping has never been easier and super fun, because now the material is doing all the work for me. I don't have to charge any less. I get paid the same, so I'm working 80% less hard with a big smile on my face. I don't have any sanding. And just for the last little final show right now, is I'm going to take the bumper sensor now, and I know I need an 18. Check this out. So now with the bumper sensor, I can now take the Sensor Cut Pro, and I just twist it back and forth. Once I twist it back and forth, I can come in and remove the excess film, and then I just put a cap on that. Super, super easy. So as you can see, the Wrap Institute is constantly pushing the limits in terms of wrapping, making wrapping easier, faster, better than ever, and it's all built on a platform that's based on never stop learning. Wrapping for me, again, wrapping is super fun, and I think I just got word that we're going to do a Q&A, which is great, and I love if you guys ask a lot of questions. And as you can see, it's a combination. It's not just one thing that makes wrapping easy, it's a lot of things. Having the right tools, having the right material, always innovating techniques, always changing, and if you do that, wrapping, again, is the most amazing job, whether you're doing PPF, tint, color change, the gamut. So with that being said, let's get to some questions.
All right, Justin, thank you so much for the extremely helpful demos. You always make it look so freaking easy. It blows minds.
Easy. It is easy.
It blows minds. So, yeah, no, I saw so many comments of people saying, man, this guy changes the color of this car faster than the GTA spray booth, you know, all that stuff. They're loving it. So
awesome.
Let me throw some questions out there. I've got one here from Austin Burling wondering what the best way to clean Triple S off of a vehicle where it's dried.
Okay. So here's what you have to understand about Triple S, and again, you know, Dave from P&S developed it and stuff like that. So it's not a ceramic coating, but it's in the same family as a ceramic coating. And I think a lot of you know who have done ceramic coatings is if you let the ceramic coat flash and let it go on too long, it's going to create high spots and low spots. So with Triple S right now, you really want to make sure that you wipe it off right away, especially with matte. So if you saw with the hood, I use Triple S as my squeegee, and I literally wipe it down before I even cut. I'm wiping it off that quick. If it does happen to dry, here you go, panel wipe. So if you put panel wipe on the wrap, it'll take that Triple S right off, and then you just recoat it with Triple S. So isopropyl alcohol won't do it, but panel wipe, because it has that little bit of acetone on it, good to go.
Excellent. And then I've got 402 Car Kid with a strong opinion, but I'm curious to see what you feel about this. He says, I truly think colored PPF is going to make wrap obsolete. It's so much better in every way, in my opinion.
Oh, well, I mean, it's almost like I asked him to ask that question. So the one thing we kind of unfortunately ran out of time on is was going to do a demo on dry apply PPF. And this is from Inezotech. This is their dynamic. And I 100% agree with you right now. I think this Inezotech dynamic PPF is fantastic. I think dry apply PPF is the future. Very exciting companies coming out with it. I know 3M came out with theirs. Pretty expensive. Lumar has theirs, or Eastman has theirs. Inezotech, again, this is a very good one and very affordable. Dry apply PPF, I've been waiting for it for a long time, and I'm sure you have as well, and it is finally here. And I think the next time I'm here at TRCMA, I think my whole demo would be dry apply PPF.
Dang, okay. Cool. Very, very good to hear. And then I've got Kevin Miser saying, I'm sure it ranges a ton, but what would be a realistic range for wrap installer could make starting their own business as a solo installer?
As a solo installer, well, I mean, what's easy about color change or wrapping or PPF or whatever is a business in a box. You pull out and you start wrapping and you don't really need much. The problem is it is a business, so you do have to cover overhead and stuff like that. So it's not as easy as you think, but I know freelance installers right now who are hired guns. I think they're generally making between $80,000 and $120,000 a year on average. I think people who work in a shop maybe obviously a little less, but they obviously get the benefits. I mean, wrappers right now are high-end blue collar, and I think they're kind of comparable to guys who are HVAC, air-conditioned guys, plumbers. Sure. They're making very good money, and I think wrappers who are if you're a wrapper who can do PPF, window tint, and color change at a high quality, I think you can easily make between $100,000 and $150K a year, easy.
No, that actually sounds very, realistic for that, and I know that's definitely aspirational for some folks, so let's get that out there. We got Berto saying, wondering if this similar techniques apply for PPF too. So watching the wrap process, he was wondering what translates to PPF and what doesn't.
Good question. You know what, I think what's interesting about that is, my partner Rainer Lawrence and I, he's Bavarian, he wears his lederhosen and does the whole thing and wears weird feathers and shit on his hat. But I mean, what's cool about Rainer is, we both think the same. And so when he does PPF, he's using the matrix. He's creating pyramids, he stretches it like vertically across, which creates the pyramids, and then he stretches it up. He calls it carpet, I call it pyramids because I was a triangle guy. But I think the same techniques of using the wrap matrix, you're not going to use zero stretch, but you're going to use like the matrix logic. If you wrap in pyramids, you're good to go.
All right, excellent. And Slick Auto Styling has been very helpful in the comments here, helping a lot of people's questions while we were going through the process. He was saying, Justin, what's the most important part of the wrapping process?
Cleaning. Right? It took me years to figure it out. It's funny, I have a DVD in my backpack, I don't have it now, but in 2007 I came out with a DVD of me wrapping a van real time, start to finish, in 2 hours and 15 minutes. And that kind of put me on the map as kind of like an interesting guy in the industry. And one guy came up to me and says, you wrap really fast and you wrap really good, but you clean like crap. And it really stuck with me. So now for me, I can wrap perfect. I can do what I did, showed you right now, and I can wrap fast and I have good corners. But if that surface is not properly clay barred, if it doesn't have triple S on it, it hasn't been properly degreased, you can be the best wrapper in the world, but it ain't gonna stick and it ain't gonna look good. So for me, I've really pivoted my game. I make the prep good, but I've used tools that make the prep not longer, but better. And for me, that's the big one. But I think also if you start to understand zero stretch and you use the good tools. So for me, cleaning, understanding the material, and tools, those are the top three.
No, excellent.
Awesome.
And I got Enthusiast here asking, well, he was kind of surprised. He didn't know that wrappers like to use baby shampoo traditionally. So if you could explain a little bit of how that started and where we're trying to go from there.
Well, I mean, again, I think you guys can attest in the detailing world. I think, for me, I was a wrapper. I didn't know anything about detailing. Detailers didn't know anything about wrapping. PPF people didn't know anything. So people were in silos for years. And I started wrapping in New York City in 1996. There was no rag company channel that I could watch and stuff where I could learn about detailing. And I just figured it out. It's like my grandma used vinegar, and I literally used vinegar to clean cars for years. I didn't know about clay bar, and I knew that alcohol, isopropyl alcohol, could degrease a car. So for probably my first 11 years, I used vinegar and isopropyl alcohol. Am I embarrassed to say that? I don't know. I knew what I knew, So, and then all of a sudden, someone said baby shampoo is pretty good. I tried baby shampoo, and I'm like, oh, that's pretty good. And it's super. I just didn't know what we didn't know. And I think now with YouTube and you guys, what you're doing with your channel and stuff like that, I think it's really pivoted and opened my eyes. But it took 20 years to get to that.
No, very fair. No, it's really good to hear your experiences. And speaking of which, David Boyce and several other people were asking about your experience working with Paradox the Rapper.
Sure.
Your experience at teaching him. So if you could speak a little bit to that.
Yeah, it's interesting. If you don't know about Paradox Rapper, you know, he's a good influencer and he wraps a lot of cars in his house. You know, it's not climate controlled. He wraps with the slides and the shirt off. And, you know, I mean, my wife is half Thai. I go to Asia all the time and everyone wears slides, so that's pretty normal. So he's just doing what is comfortable for him because he's from Vietnam. You know, and there's a lot of kickback for us bringing Paradox in because before that, he wasn't, to be honest, a great rapper. It was really cringeworthy to watch him rap. And you know what? Our slogan of the Rap Institute is never stop learning. I mean, I picked up a squeegee for the first time and didn't know what I'm doing. I learn more for beginners than I do sometimes from advanced installers. So we brought him in for 2 days with a totally open mind. And in many ways, I learned more watching him, and I learned a lot of great techniques from him. And I think we helped him become a better rapper. I've watched his videos since then. And for me, it was a really cool experience. He taught me a lot about social media. It was really cool. So I learned from him social media. I taught him rapping, and Reiner taught him PPF when I could see the light bulbs going off. And, you know, it was a really special moment. So I think, you know, a lot of people kind of slag people in the industry, like that person's crappy or that person's crappy. Everyone's great. Everyone's doing their thing, and he has his own lane, and he enjoys it, and I enjoy watching him doing what he's doing. And for me, it was really special. It was a cool thing, and I understand the kickback, but, you know, I'm not going to rap with my shirt off for slides, but, I mean, I'm not going to go that far. But.
Hey, you know what? There's always time.
There's always time, yeah.
I was going to say, last one here is more of just a comment. Shane threw this out there mentioning, again, the giveaway includes a 1-year platinum membership to TWI. I wanted to throw that out there again.
It is, yeah. So that's going to come out. And so we launched our new website in August last year, and it's good. And we actually just signed on to create an even better platform, and that's going to come out in May, and it's going to have badges and online courses, and it's going to be super exciting. So if you get that platinum membership, it's going to be super valuable because the Rap Institute is better than ever.
Awesome. No, thank you so much, Justin. Your presentations, they always blow minds, and it never gets old. So thank you again.
Well, thank you for having me. I appreciate it.
Absolutely. All right, guys. So that was the Rap Institute and Avery Dennison with Justin Payton. Next up, we've got car candy. Let's see what the sweet's all about.
Hey guys, Justin Labato here, and I am the advisor for detailing at Car Candy. And of course, we want to introduce you to our full line of Car Candy products. However, I have one of the Rag Company Grandambassadors with me today, which is Eric Vaughn from Charleston Detail. And he's going to assist me today and, of course, demoing some of these great products that we have here to show you from the Car Candy line. Now, before we jump into what Car Candy has to offer, let me give you a little bit of history about Car Candy. It is a somewhat newer brand to the industry that a lot of people are starting to get familiar with. This brand was started through a woman who started this brand named Ashley Nye. And not to be confused with Bill Nye the Science Guy, even though she had some great chemical creations under her belt, this is something that basically she comes from the background of a family business with raw materials and distribution. So she has access to these materials and has had the advantage of being able to work with and network with a lot of different materials to give her the background she needs, and has made these chemicals what they are today. However, during her time of working in her family business, she was able to basically network with all these different distributors with car washes and other chemical people who had interest, and they also had interest in degreasers and dressings and weren't really having an outlet for that. So she saw an opportunity in the market, and with that opportunity, that's where basically Car Candy came about. Car Candy was created in 2010, and upon that, her very first product, after listening to all these demands, was the Chocolate Thunder. This is a non-acid wheel cleaner. This is the highlight and the gateway product that really led Car Candy to where it is today. This was something that basically she was able to get into the hands of some of these distributors that she had networked with, and we're talking detail shops, we're talking car washes, we're talking dealerships, where they had these demands for all these other chemicals, but she was able to get this in their hands and get that personal feedback for them to understand that this product is a stellar product to start with. And again, it being non-acid, this is something that was safe for them to work with and get amazing results on getting the tires clean and getting the rims clean as an overall wheel cleaner that was just excelling very well, which led her into being able to get into other products such as degreasers and dressings and solvents and acids, soaps, and of course ceramic coatings as well in their offerings. So going from this lead product into now having over 80 different additional products, she was also able to hire a full-time chemist. So everything is done in-house with this chemist at all times. He's there and just constantly working on, of course, current formulas and newer formulas. And that's something that has brought them into where they had all these offerings with starting with some route trucks, and then the route trucks led into basically having an advantage in the local market in the state, which is the state of Florida. That's where I'm from, of course, and then going from there to a national and international distribution. Now, that is also something that gave her the opportunity to have a 40,000 square foot facility in Lakeland, Florida. So now with a full-time chemist in a 40,000 square foot facility in Lakeland, Florida, the offerings are becoming limitless. The name itself, Car Candy, is becoming a hit in the industry. And of course, being that everything is developed there on site, again, she makes everything there on site with that chemist. And this is a line that is geared towards professionals because she got a lot of feedback and is still getting feedback from professionals like Eric, like myself, and other detailers across the nation that basically are letting her know how well these products excel, good, bad, and ugly. So it allows us to be able to get you products that really work, and they're concentrated. So these are made for professionals at a concentrated level. The majority of the products that you're going to get from Car Candy are at a concentrated level. So that way, basically, we're offering them from quarts, gallons, and up on the majority of the chemicals that you'll see in the Car Candy offerings. So with that being said, there are 4 products that we want to highlight today for you guys. We have our Bubblicious, which is our concentrate all around vehicle wash soap that you would just truly love. And again, the name itself, Bubblicious, it has that smell to it. It has that experience, not just your standard weird oddball chemical smell like soap. This is something that's actually going to be enjoyable, and as you're doing it maybe on the weekend where your neighbors might come over and be like, what's going on over here? And that way you attract people with this as well. But it's a high concentrate, and it's going to allow you to be able to get the results you're looking for and enjoy the wash of your vehicle. And then you get into Eliminator. This is an iron decon. This is a concentrate as well, and this is something that is a thick viscosity. It's a gel-like, so the cling action, the dwell time, all the things you're looking for in a quality iron decon remover, you've got it right here in Eliminator. This is something that is absolutely amazing when it comes to that category, and it excels in regards to melting and lifting the iron filings that are in the paint and those impurities that are in the paint to get you the level of decon that you're looking for in that decon process, of course. And then you get into, of course, Chocolate Thunder. Now this is an amazing product, non-acid. And I have to point that out because this is something that's going to be safe on the majority of all your wheels. Now obviously you want to kind of run a little bit of a test spot as you spray, especially on some of these older rims or maybe the powder coated ones. You know, I've come across those personally in my shop, and sometimes they could be a little finicky, right?
So is this safe on all wheels?
All wheels.
Okay.
Yeah, and it's great for tires as well, and especially the browning, the blooming. You know, that helps really remove that and gets that tire nice and black, and it really sets you up for success in regards to being able to apply a great tire shine, which is something like, of course, this right here, which is a newer one, the Tropical Tread. This is an amazing water-based tire shine, and this is something that, you know, you could spray it on, you could wipe it on, whatever your personal preferences and application, and it will give you the shine you're looking for. And of course, if you let it set up and apply it multiple times, you can get a higher shine out of it, just like most of your water-based tire shines on the market. But these are our 4 products that we have to, of course, demo today to show you guys what Car Candy is all about and where we can excel, and of course your arsenal and what we could show you on camera today. And then I'm going to have, of course, Eric help me out in regards to this application process. And what I'd like to start with, of course, would be the soap. And this is something we've already preloaded in a foam cannon for demo purposes. So when you do put it in the foam cannon, what I would highly recommend is, you know, just shaking it up, and because it is super thick, that way it makes sure that it just gets through the actual water and it works its way around and it dilutes properly. I'm gonna go ahead and give this to you.
Okay.
And then we'll go ahead and get set up with the pressure washer, which we have on the other side of the vehicle here. Actually, you know what?
Do this first or the wheels and tires?
You're right. Let's go ahead and start. I'm getting ahead of myself. I apologize. I get excited. This bubblicious smell. I was chewing cinnamon gum earlier and I'm kind of tired of it. So what I'd actually like to start with is the Chocolate Thunder. So that way we could actually do this in a process, because what I like to do is we're going to have it preloaded here in the foam cannon. We're going to hit the rims and tires, let that dwell, and then we'll also go back over to the eliminator and put that on the vehicle, so that way it gives you an idea of what dwell time looks like for these products to actually perform at the level that they should. So let's go ahead and get started with that.
Put a little of this in the wheel well too.
And this is something, this is great for doing your wheel wells, door jams, engine compartments. We'll hit this one as well.
Yeah.
And what you're seeing when he does this is he's getting into, heavily spraying as a wet application with the IK Pro. And foam is another advantage, but I found personally at my shop, I like doing more of a wet application. That allows me to get more of that product saturated heavily on the surface to actually work and do what it should. Now, we're gonna go ahead and let this dwell, because I want you to see what it looks like, obviously just pressure rinsed off and the cleaning power it has by itself. And then of course, we'll agitate with brushes and clean from there on this other one. And that way you can see the full effect of it as well. Now, while that's dwelling, we'll go ahead and jump into spraying some of the eliminator. Now, being it's a demo vehicle, there's advantages and disadvantages, obviously. In the real world, if this were white or lighter color and it hadn't been treated, then we'd probably get a lot of iron fallout on it. But with this being a demo vehicle, this is something that I would probably say we could spray all back here heavily. And let's just see how much it bleeds out. Now, the purpose of an iron decon product such as Eliminator is that this is going to help in regards to the prep process for getting into removing contaminants that are embedded. There you go. That are embedded into the surface of the paint, impurities to say. So something like this, you could go in as a pre-treat, or you could go in after you wash the vehicle. There's definitely different stages you could use this product. Typically, the correct process would be hand washing the vehicle, and then from there, you would clay the surface, and then from claying the surface, you would then come back and use your eliminator to remove the remainder of the iron filings. And I say that because I look at it as like a splinter. When you get all the debris off the vehicle, then you have the iron filings that are actually in the paint. When you clay, you're going to remove the head of that splinter, and then you're going to have the root. The root is the remainder of what we're eliminating with, of course, the eliminator, which is a chemical that will help basically emulsify that iron filing and lift it out safely and effectively without harming the remainder of the surface. Now we're going to let that dwell. Hopefully that will set up to where you'll start to see where it starts to bleed. And that's the color changing technology that's in it that allows you to actually visually identify with the product actually working and dissolving and removing those iron filings in that decon process. So going back to the rims, now that we've had a little bit of dwell time, you grab this pressure washer.
So how long do you usually recommend leaving the Chocolate Thunder on the wheels?
So with the Chocolate Thunder, you could go into immediate cleaning, and of course that being your wheel cleaner, or you could spray all 4 rims and tires and wheel wells like you did and kind of let it sit and take advantage of some other areas of the vehicle and let it dwell a little bit. The one thing I would say is, depending upon what type of year and or what state you're in, obviously being on the East Coast with a lot of sun.
Heat, direct sun, all that.
You may not want to just have it dwelling in direct sun, just to make sure that there's nothing on the rim that's going to create an adverse effect in regards to that.
That's good to
Not that the chemical would cause that, but it might be the surface substrate itself that already has some issues in it that you want to make any worse. Being that we're set up there with the brushes, I'm going to come over here and I'm going to pressure rinse this one. This will just give you guys an idea of what this looks like without any agitation. Just spraying the product on, letting it dwell, and how well it actually cleans the surface. As you can see there,
did a great job.
That's an amazing job in regards to the cleanliness, and that's not even touching it. No agitation whatsoever. This is why I want this specific product, Chocolate Thunder, has been a staple in my shop for a very long time. Now we get into the agitating aspect where he's going to scrub the tires, scrub the rims. That way he can make sure that he is actually agitating off the brake dust, road grime, debris, everything that is just picked up from the daily driving. Now again, this product, I love it not just for rims and tires, but I like it in the wheel wells. We use it in the door jambs and engine compartment as well. So this is something that when you have those heavy areas for, you know, I would say more or less like degreasing in a way, it does very well in those areas. But amazing when it comes to, of course, your rims and tires. And on more of the highline vehicles or premium vehicles, premium brand vehicles, this is something that's going to give you a peace of mind to know that you could use it on their rims and that brake system and not cause any adverse issues or effects to that are going to be costly.
All right, let's get it installed.
I would say almost close to the same results, but more of the nooks and crannies clean, of course. Yeah,
they weren't too bad to begin with, I don't think. Yeah.
And of course, the tire is darker, blacker, with the blooming, the browning gone. Again, that will set you up for success in regards to the tire shine actually laying down better, longer. Or if somebody doesn't like tire shine, they just like black tires.
Yeah, just give it a nice OEM look, for sure.
So let's go back to where we use the eliminator. And I'm not seeing much for any type of color changing effect on this vehicle.
It's probably tough to tell in the red.
Say that again?
Probably tough to tell in the red paint.
Yeah. Let me go ahead and hang this up. It is tough. And I think that there is some light protection on this vehicle. So obviously in time that's helped a lot.
Sure.
Let me see here. Try to get a little heavier.
Yeah, so they're saying it's P&S Stout is on this vehicle?
P&S Stout.
Which is actually great. Have you tried that before?
I have. We actually have, at the shop, we have 3 vehicles that were in this week in my absence that were applied P&S Stout on. So I'm going to go pretty heavy. If anything, this is a great example of how thick this formula is. So look at that. As I was spraying it, it's gel-like formula, that clinging action, that dwell time that you get. So when you do have a heavily contaminated vehicle, that will allow the product to actually work and perform, unlike some others on the market that are very loose in viscosity and just kind of run off, so it doesn't give the time to actually eat away at the contaminant, and you might find yourself having to use more product over and over again. So cost-wise, being it's a concentrate, not only is it effective right out the nozzle, but as it sits on the surface, it's going to get you everything you need to. Not on this vehicle as a demo.
I don't think this one was too bad to begin with.
However, that's something at least you could see. Look at that, how the Stout is holding up. Yeah, interesting. I like that. Okay, so since we're not able to get the results that we want as we would on a contaminated surface, I'll go ahead and rinse this off. And then what we'll do is we'll go into foaming with our Bubblicious. Okay. Adjust this nozzle. Okay. Bring this over here so I don't whack the vehicle. All right. So what we'll do is we'll do a foam and then we'll let it dwell. That way allow you to see how thick this foam actually is from the Bubblicious soap.
Yep. Not wanting to really go on. Quick connect. Yeah. Oh, it's a new quick connect. Oh, look at that.
Yeah.
These are new Obsessed Garage ones? No. No, they're not?
Look how thick that is.
Oh yeah.
It's a shaving cream consistency.
So how much did you put in the foam cannon?
Say that again?
How much did you put in here?
I believe we got about 6 ounces or so of Bubblicious in there.
All right.
I didn't have a direct measurement. I kind of did the whole eyeball thing.
Yeah, the glug
I think
method.
over time I've been able to eye how many ounces go into something. You know, over time you,
for sure.
as a detailer, we get that. So what we'll do is we'll let this dwell and then we'll rinse. But this is just a great example of how thick the actual Bubblicious is. Look at that. That is that nice shaving cream consistency. And the point of that is you want it to stay on the vehicle because you want the surfactants that are in the soap to actually start to eat away at the light road film. And that will allow you to, when you do come back and pressure wash, to rinse down a lot of the film that was picked up on the vehicle from daily driving. So when you go into your contact wash, you're not having to worry about your wash mitt and the surface and anything in between there grinding and scratching or anything of that nature. So it's a safer wash approach.
Okay.
So even though you're hitting this twice to say, but that thickness is what leads to being able to eat away to say at that light road film that may be on the vehicle. Not all road film, but you know, the majority of it. I think at this point,
you definitely can tell it's coated.
Yeah.
It's definitely just coming off.
All right, we'll go ahead and rinse her down. Now, we have multiple soaps in our lineup at Car Candy. This is just one of many. So when you have time, definitely check out what we have to offer because we do have soaps that accommodate, you know, something as more of a prep soap, also as a maintenance soap. So there are a spectrum of soaps outside of the Bubblicious. And of course, they all perform a little different. However, Bubblicious being a very popular one in regards to the concentration level and the cost. Of course, as you notice, I always try to get that top to bottom type of rundown, so that way all that dirt comes off it. And it's actually, I mean, again, being something that's a treated surface already, whether this was wax, traditional wax paint sealant, or with it having a ceramic coating, that's still peeled off a lot of that road film that was all on this back end, just by allowing that bubblicious to dwell. So we'll go back into, and I'll let you go ahead and foam it one more time. We'll go back into foaming it one more time, and then we can do a contact wash.
Now that I know, you just push it straight on.
Yeah.
I definitely am jealous of this setup. It's insane.
Nice.
Need to get Matt to come here and do it in my garage.
When you're in a controlled environment like this, it changes everything versus being outside. You know, majority of detailers are outside. They don't have a controlled environment. So in doing it this process may not be a fit for a mobile detailer, just because of the environment with the sun especially. But this is nice when you are in a controlled environment, because when you allow the dwell time as that first pre-treat method for your foam and then coming back for your contact wash, this adds a lot of lubricity to the surface as you are washing it, so you're not constantly having to re-dunk your wash mitt, of course, which is right over here.
Did you do the honors?
Yep. I believe we got two.
We got two. All right, so we'll look at it.
Yep. Do you want to go for the top being your taller?
Sure.
I'm a little vertically challenged when it comes to these taller vehicles, so.
So Justin, are you a wash pad or a wash mitt kind of guy? Which way do you go? They gave us both. So.
I prefer a wash mitt.
Yeah?
I'm more of a microfiber or noodle wash mitt. I go with the old linear directional wash, left to right or up and down. I try not to go Mr. Miyagi style. This actually feels really good. My earpiece just fell out, that's okay. This feels really good too. The smell of this bubble gum, I wasn't hungry before we started this wash. And now I've got like a sweet tooth.
All right, guys, can you hear me? This is Dane off in the ether. Gonna throw some questions your way to make sure we can get some of those in while you're working.
All right.
Eric is tall.
What's that?
No, it looks like that's the first comment. Thank you, Purdy.
I got it.
All right. Okay, just making sure those guys can hear me. Now it appears they can. So I've got Slick Auto Styling saying, Car Candy, do you have a coating friendly for mobile installers in less than desirable conditions?
Can you repeat that? A coating friendly as far as soap?
So basically, I think he's asking about coatings, and he's wondering if there's one for mobile detailers that are doing less than desirable conditions, applying a coating. So wants to apply coating, do you offer ones for that?
Actually, as of right now, as far as our professional coatings, Eric, if you don't mind, I'm going to go ahead and showcase something here. Let me get one of these towels. I actually do have a product. It wasn't something I was going to showcase today, but I will mention it here. And that would be our graphene carbon coat. If you look here, I'll get you close on the camera there.
Aha.
And that has a solvent carrier to it. It's not water-based. So this is something that's going to get you the durability you're looking for, and this is an application that you could do in a controlled environment outside, and this is something that's going to be a lot more user-friendly than getting into a traditional ceramic coating that you probably wouldn't, to your point, want to do in direct sunlight, and it wouldn't be friendly in that type of environment. We have that. We have the ceramic shield, which is a spray and wipe protectant. And there's, of course, a very large category for this on the market in general. But to your point, for what you were inquiring about, this would probably be the closest for what we have to offer to be safe and user-friendly and get you some good longevity. I would say a good 6 to 8 months out of something like this as a standalone product. Good wash, decon, apply, let it set up for a second, wipe it off, you'll be good to go. Nice high shine, and then just maintain it regularly after that and you should be solid.
All right, thank you, Justin. Then I've got DIY with Kane wondering, are Car Candy products manufactured in-house and designed with in-house chemists?
They are. So in the beginning of the presentation, I had mentioned about Ashley hiring a full-time chemist. That full-time chemist is dedicated in-house at the 40,000 square foot facility to manufacturing all of the products in-house in the Lakeland facility. So yes, everything is manufactured in-house. There is no third party, there is no middleman. We are your plug, we are your direct source when it comes to the raw materials. And then again, keep in mind, her family background is a raw material distribution company, so that gives her the edge and the advantage to be able to give you concentrate and cost effectiveness.
No, thank you, Justin. That's great. Then I've got HM Auto Detailing wondering, any interior cleaners on the way?
We do have a few interior cleaners actually. Let me see, just to refresh myself here on what we have up front. I don't think I have it up here for now. We have our Impeccable, which is an all-in-one. But as far as a dedicated interior cleaner, we do have it. I don't see it up here, but if you go to our website, which is of course carcandy.com, there is a full lineup. Like I said, there's 80 plus chemicals, 80 plus products, and there are interior cleaners to be able to choose from as well.
All right. Then I've got HM Detailing also asking, ceramic shield be sprayed on wet or dry?
Actually, we've done it both ways.
There you go.
You could spray it dry, you could spray it wet. To be honest with you, when you spray it wet, the only downside, and this is like any product you spray, is the water that you're already dealing with. How contaminated is that water? Because there's some cities, some states or whatever that have water that's just super hard, has a lot of magnesium, sulfur, iron, just a lot of crap in it that you just don't want to mix in, and it can create streaks, and sometimes people blame that on the product when really it comes down to the water itself.
No, that's fair. And then another question about ceramic sprays, the longevity. I think you may have mentioned that, but just to reiterate for people who are joining us a little later.
Longevity of ceramic spray, I mean, something like that, you're going to get a couple of months out of it, and that's all going to be based on, the environment of the vehicle, how well it's maintained. So, your average couple months is safe to say. We're not a company that's trying to shoot for these super long longevity claims. It's more or less just being realistic to the end user, which is the detailer like myself, like you, and just letting you know that, yeah, you use it and you use it often. It can create a film build as a chemical on itself to give you the results you're looking for in regards to longevity and, of course, visual performance as well.
All right. Then I got Eduardo here wondering, does your tire shine have a scent?
Actually, yes, the tire shine does have a scent. As soon as he gets done rinsing, we're actually going to show you the application of that. This specific tire shine is a coconut lime, so it's a very pleasant scent. It's one of those, go to the Bahamas, go to that more tropical atmosphere type of scent where it makes you have a wonderful experience as you're applying it, of course. Let me grab that towel that we had. Do you happen to have that drying towel for? That's okay. I'll give you this, and then if I could grab.
I don't know where the dry towel is.
I believe it's over there. Somebody could grab me that towel and that kind of gray one. dry off this tire. That way I give you an idea of what this tire shine looks like. I would use a blower, but of course that's going to be way too much noise as we're doing this demo. I'll just give you a quick dry.
So this is a new towel, right? It's a brand new rag company towel?
I believe so, yes. Yep.
Yeah, making use with the slim dryer out there.
The slim dryer.
Yes, the slim dryer.
I don't know, Eric, what do you think of it?
I like the slim dryer. I love the camo. Really.
We've been using the same one all week.
It's the same towel.
Yep.
16 different cars, one towel.
Yep,
Solid.
it's been busy.
So is this for sale now, Dane?
It is very, very limited supply. The early ones were flown in, about 80 of them. I believe most have sold, however, there may still be some left. They actually, all the proceeds from that initial batch are going to the Gary Sinise Foundation, so that's very important to point out.
Can they buy this towel?
Nice.
Literally the one that's been used all week. Is this a, like,
I'm assuming that one stays in the studio probably.
Okay.
But people, if they are still available on the site, it's part of that very limited run, and then we'll have the follow-up with more to come in another few weeks.
Okay.
But Justin, I'll go ahead and get one last question here for you, mostly about Chocolate Thunder. They're wondering, does it smell like chocolate? And I'm afraid the answer might be no.
No, it does not smell like chocolate. It's just the name that it ended up acquiring due to, I believe, the color of the formula.
Fair enough. And on that note, guys, I want to thank you for the presentation. We are low on time, but I really appreciate you guys taking the time to go out there. And Eric, good on you for hopping out there. Thank you for
Absolutely.
taking
Thank
part
you so much.
as well.
Yeah.
Yes,
All
thank
right,
you guys.
Thank you much. All right. So now that we have made it to the very end of the day, there's not too much left to talk about, but just kidding. There's some very big things to talk about. Joey and Alex, let's hear it.
And that brings us to the end of day 3 of TRCMA 2025. What an amazing time it's been. But we have one more bit of business to take care of. There's a big giveaway that we need to announce.
I think the bigger information is that we've done this 2 days in a row now at the end.
I know.
I absolutely love this. I love giving away stuff too.
I do
quite
too.
honestly.
I do too. So why don't you briefly go over what the giveaway is, and we've got a little name in that envelope.
Yeah, so LHR 15 kit from our friends over at Rupes. We have a 1-year platinum membership valued at $279 from TWI/Avery Dennison. And car candy, which you just saw, the whole chemical line at 185.
That's a lot of stuff.
Smackaroos.
That's a lot of stuff.
What do you say, Joey? We check out who wins?
I
Drum
think we
roll,
should.
please. We have David Legarreta from Bolivia, North Carolina.
Congratulations, David.
Congratulations.
You've got a heck of a package headed your way.
Yeah, I'm really excited for it.
I am really excited too. And we do have a very exciting final day of TRCMA tomorrow still. And you're just going to have to wait for that. So, Dane, why don't you take it away?
No problem, guys. Thank you for that great announcement. And yes, there's been a lot of giveaways happening here lately, so thank you for carrying on the tradition here at the end of the show. Now, to wrap things up here, guys, if you've been watching, gals, if you've been watching, you've been seeing a lot of wonderful events all through the week. But we're not done yet because we still have one more day to go. That's right. Thursday is almost here, and with Thursday, we are going to be running through yet another awesome lineup. We start the morning off at 9 o'clock here. ScanGrip, doing its light thing. If you're interested in paint correction lights, all that kind of stuff, they got you covered. Followed by G-Technic. Yes, the coating people. They do all kinds of awesome products as well. Beyond coatings, you'll get to hear more about that coming up. Then we've got the Rag Company Grand Ambassador program, where you've already seen some Grand Ambassadors during the week, including Alex and Joey there, and, Charleston Detail. You got people bouncing all around, Purdy, all those guys. So if you want to hear more about that program and how you can be a part of it, you're going to find that out tomorrow morning. Then, as I break into the afternoon, you got the detail desk where, of course, Joey and Alex are carrying on the tradition of the halftime show, and Aaron brings in the late mornings and the early afternoons. Then, speaking of afternoons, we go into it with Metrovac. Yep, that is going to be a presentation that sucks, but, the good kind. Anyway, moving on, Lake Country Manufacturing will also carry on after Metrovac, followed by The Last Detail We love Jace. I want to hear more what he has to offer here. And finally, the very end of the day tomorrow is the IDA, the International Detailing Association. You can look forward to getting more information about that there. So, from all of us here at TRC, I want to give you a big thank you. We're not done yet, but we're getting pretty close, and there's still more giveaways to come. Now, the last thing I'll ask of you today is to hit that like button on your way out the door and watch these credits. You know, a lot of people work hard on this stuff, and I want you to know their names. So anyway, that's enough for me. Check it out.
You're the sunshine on my